सानन्तं अवलोकय मुकुन्दं
பேயாழ்வார் பிறந்த பெருமதி தன்னிலே நீ எழுந்தருளினாய் நாராயணா உன்னை நித்தம் போற்றிடுவோம் நாராயணா நாராயணா நமோ நாராயணா நாராயணா நமோ நாராயணா தாயாகி உலகத்தை தாங்க வந்தாய் கண்ணா வாயிலுள்ளே உலகத்தை வைத்தாயே மணிவண்ணா நாராயணா நமோ நாராயணா நாராயணா நமோ நாராயணா காயமலர் நிறத்தோன் கதிர்மதியம் போல் முகத்தோன் கையிலுள்ள சக்கரத்தால் காசினியை சுழற்றிடுவாய் ஆயனாய் குழலூதி ஆயனாய் குழலூதி அடியாரை மேய்த்திடுவாய் ஆயனாய் குழலூதி அடியாரை மேய்த்திடுவாய் அன்பு செய்யும் ஆய்ச்சியரை அலக்கழித்தே திடுவாய் நாராயணா நமோ நாராயணா நாராயணா நமோ நாராயணா பாரதிரும் போர் தடுக்க பஞ்சவர்க்கு தூது சென்றாய் பாரத போர் மூண்ட பின்னே பார்த்தனுக்கு துணை நின்றாய் சோர்வதற்கு வில்லையெடு துஷ்டர்களை அழித்திடென்று சாரதியாய் தேரோட்டி பார்த்த சாரதியாய் தேரோட்டி கீதையுரை தந்தாயே நாராயணா நமோ நாராயணா நாராயணா நமோ நாராயணா நாராயணா நமோ நாராயணா வேத பொருளே என் வேதனைகள் நீக்கிடுவாய் பாதம் பணிந்து நித்தம் பல்லாண்டு பாடுகின்றோம் வேத பொருளே என் வேதனைகள் நீக்கிடுவாய் பாதம் பணிந்து நித்தம் பல்லாண்டு பாடுகின்றோம் நாரணே நரசிம்ஹ நம்பிரான் கோவிந்தா நாரணே நரசிம்ஹ நம்பிரான் கோவிந்தா நாராயணா நமோ நாராயணா நாராயணா நமோ நாராயணா நாராயணா நமோ நாராயணா நாராயணா நமோ நாராயணா பேயாழ்வார் பிறந்த பெருமதி தன்னிலே நீ எழுந்தருளினாய் நாராயணா உன்னை நித்தம் போற்றுகின்றோம் நாராயணா நாராயணா நமோ நாராயணா நாராயணா நமோ நாராயணா
அது ஊஞ்சல் சாமியோட கிரேடல் அங்கே பண்ணியாச்சா? ஊஞ்சல் கலை
பாடுங்க.
எனக்கு தெரியாதேம்மா,
தமிழ் தெரியாதா உங்களுக்கு? தமிழ்
தெரியும், பட் இந்த பாட்டெலாம் தெரியாது.
பார்த்து படிங்க. எப்படி மெட்டு சொல்லட்டுமா? ஆவணி ரோகிணி அஷ்டமி நாளில் தேவகி வயிற்றில் உதித்தவனே.
அப்படிலாம் படிக்க தெரியாதே கலைவாணி. இது தெரிஞ்சிருந்தா பார்த்து படிக்க தெரியும், தெரியாத பாட்டெலாம் படிக்க தெரியும்.
தானே அப்படியே பார்த்து
படிக்க தெரியாதே அவ்வளோ அழகா. தெரிஞ்சத படிக்கலாம், ஒழிய புதுசாக. இப்போ டியூட்டி இருக்குது, அதனால சும்மா வர முடியும் உட்காந்து. 2 hours.
நல்லா பாடுவாங்களேன்னு
இல்லைப்பா, எனக்கு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆல் தெரியாத பாட்டு.
நானும் இதில் இருந்தால் எடுத்தேன், ஒரு வாட்ஸ்அப்பில் வந்துட்டு எனக்கு அழகாக இருந்தது. எழுதிட்டு அப்படியே கிருஷ்ணர் ஃபுல் கதையும் வந்துடுது.
ஆசையாக தான் இருக்குது, தெரியும். எனக்கு எனக்கு நம்பர் இருந்தால் எனக்கு அது உங்களுக்கு நான் உங்களுக்கு ஓகே.
சாப்டர் என்னன்னு கேட்குறேன்.
I am no chapter. Really no chapter. இதோட காலம்பரை ஆயிடுச்சு. அதாவது பாடின்னு இருக்காத பாடணும். Krishna's Bhikshe.
ஒரு பாட்டு பாட போகிறேன். ராதே கிருஷ்ணா. இது கிளம்புற பாடுற பாட்டா இல்லை, நம்ம குரலி லேடி. ஆமாம்பா, நான் வர்றேம்மா. அது போடவா? ಓಕೆ.
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ ನೀವು? ಏನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ತಾನೆ? ನೀವು ಹಾಡು ಹೇಳಿರೋದು ಅಂಕಲ್ ಕಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೋಡಿದೆ. ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. ಫೋಟೋ ಅಂತೂ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಥರ ಇದೆ ಅವರು. ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನೆ ಊರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಬಂದೆ. ಕೆಲಸ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಂಕಲ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾನು ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಅಂದರು. ಮಾತಾಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೆಲಸ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತಾನೆ.
ಸದಾ ಇದೇ ಓದೋದು, ಹಾಡು ಹೇಳೋದು, ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. நீங்கள் நம்ம மாற்றி கூட இப்படி தானே கட்டிட்டு வந்தேன். ரொம்ப அழகாக இருக்கு.
ரொம்ப நல்லா இருக்கு. பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தோம்ல.
அனந்தசாயி தேவன் அவதாரமாய், கல்மஷகரந்தேவன் காருண்யசாயி கிருஷ்ணன் கம்சந்தே கல் துருங்கில் அவதாரமாய், கல்மஷகரந்தேவன் காருண்யசாயி கிருஷ்ணன் கம்சந்தே கல் துருங்கில் அவதாரமாய், தட்சிணாயன காலே சிங்கமாசமதில் பக்தவத்சலன் கண்டன் அவதாரமாய், கிருஷ்ண பக்ஷத்தில் நல்லோர் அஷ்டமியாம் திதியில் அர்த்தராத்திரியில் கண்ணன் அவதாரமாய், கிருஷ்ண பக்ஷத்தில் நல்லோர் அஷ்டமியாம் திதியில் அர்த்தராத்திரியில் கண்ணன் அவதாரமாய், அவதாரமாய் கண்ணன் அவதாரமாய், அனந்தசாயி தேவன் அவதாரமாய், அனந்தசாயி தேவன் அவதாரமாய். அதனால ஆசையை கட்டின்னு வந்திருக்காள்.
நேற்றுக்கு பாவம் தாத்தா இன்னைக்கு தெலுங்கு கட்டு கட்டல மாமே
அந்த புகையை போட்டாச்சு. அது ஷோ சரியாக விட்டுல
இவ்வளோ நேரம் இருக்குன்னு இடம்
ஆமாம், தைத்துக்கு உட்காந்து இங்கே வாங்க. இங்கே உட்காந்துக்கலாம் இல்லையா? நான் எழுந்துக்கணும், இங்கே உட்காந்து பாருங்க. Come fast.
குழந்தையாக மீண்டும் கண்ணன் பிறக்க மாட்டானா, புல்லாங்குழல் ஊதி என்னை மயக்க மாட்டானா. குழந்தையாக மீண்டும் கண்ணன் பிறக்க மாட்டானா, புல்லாங்குழல் ஊதி என்னை மயக்க மாட்டானா. மாடு கன்று காட்டில் ஊட்டி மேய்க்க மாட்டானா. மாடு தொண்டை வச்சு புல்லாங்குழல் ஊதி என்னை மயக்க மாட்டானா. வாய்ஸே போய் மாடு கன்று காட்டில் ஒட்டி மேய்க்க மாட்டானா. பாடி ஆடி ஓடி என்னை சேர்க்க மாட்டானா. மாடு கன்று காட்டில் ஒட்டி மேய்க்க மாட்டானா. பாடி ஆடி ஓடி என்னை சேர்க்க மாட்டானா. தினம் பாடி ஆடி ஓடி என்னை சேர்க்க மாட்டானா. குழந்தையாக மீண்டும் கண்ணன் பிறக்க மாட்டானா. புல்லாங்குழல் ஊதி என்னை மயக்க மாட்டானா. சின்ன சிறு வாயை கொஞ்சம் திறக்க மாட்டானா. சின்ன சிறு வாயை கொஞ்சம் திறக்க மாட்டானா. கண்ணில் இந்த உலகத்தையே காட்ட மாட்டானா. கண்ணில் இந்த உலகத்தையே காட்ட மாட்டானா. குழந்தையாக மீண்டும் கண்ணன் பிறக்க மாட்டானா. புல்லாங்குழல் ஊதி என்னை மயக்க மாட்டானா. கீதையைத்தான் திரும்பவுமே கூற மாட்டானா. கீதையைத்தான் திரும்பவுமே கூற மாட்டானா. பகவத்கீதையைத்தான் திரும்பவுமே கூற மாட்டானா. அதை கேட்டு நாமும் நல்லவராய் மாற மாட்டோமா. அதை கேட்டு நாமும் நல்லவராய் மாற மாட்டோமா. குழந்தையாக மீண்டும் கண்ணன் பிறக்க மாட்டானா. புல்லாங்குழல் ஊதி என்னை மயக்க மாட்டானா. புல்லாங்குழல் ஊதி என்னை மயக்க மாட்டானா. என்னை அவன் தோழனாக ஏற்க மாட்டானா. என்னை அவன் தோழனாக ஏற்க மாட்டானா. வெண்ணையிலே
சங்கு போட்டு நீட்ட மாட்டானா, வெண்ணையிலே பாக்கு போட்டு நீட்ட மாட்டானா, குழந்தையாக மீண்டும் கண்ணன் பிறக்க மாட்டானா, புல்லாங்குழல் ஊதி என்னை மயக்க மாட்டானா, மாலை எடுத்து குடையை போல பிடிக்க மாட்டானா, மலையை எடுத்து குடையை போல பிடிக்க மாட்டானா, என் தலையில் மழை விழுவதையை தடுக்க மாட்டானா, என் தலையில் மழை விழுவதையே தடுக்க மாட்டானா, குழந்தையாக மீண்டும் கண்ணன் பிறக்க மாட்டானா, புல்லாங்குழல் ஊதி என்னை மயக்க மாட்டானா, அவன் புல்லாங்குழல் ஊதி மயக்க மாட்டானா.
ஒன்றும் வந்துக்கிறான். என்னையவன் தோழனாக ஏற்க மாட்டானா. அப்புறம் பாடுவோம் இல்லையா? நான் கொண்டு வரல, யாரும் என் கையில கொண்டு தந்தா பாடும்போது உங்களோடா ஆரை கையில கொண்டு
नाते हमारी बिनती सुनिए, नाते हमारी हृदयेश्वर हरि हृदय विहारी, हृदयेश्वर हरि हृदय विहारी, मोर मुकुट पीतांबरधारी, विनती सुनिए नाते हमारी, विनती सुनिए नाते हमारी, जन्म जन्म की வரதில்லை, அது வரதில்லைம்மா, கொஞ்சம் கஷ்டமாக இருக்குது. இங்கே இருக்கு, எங்கேயோ போயிடுத்து அதுக்குள்ள.
இனிமேல் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுறோம். ஹரே ராம ஹரே ராம ஹரே ராம 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 ஹரே ஹரே, ஹரே கிருஷ்ண ஹரே
कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, श्री सुक उवाच केसीदुकं सप्रहिदकुरैर्मही महाहयो निर्झरयन् मनोजवः, सटावदूदाप्रविमानसङ्गुलं कुर्वन्नभो हेषितभीषिताखिलः,
शयननेत्र विगडासकोडर प्रगल्गलात्मीनमहाम्बुदोपमः,
दुराशय कंसहिदं जिगेषुः प्रजंसनन्दस्य जगामकम्बयन्,
तं त्रासयन्तं भगवान् स्वगोकुलं तत्तेक्षितैर्बालविकूर्णिताम्बुदम्, आत्मानमादौ मृगयन्दमग्रणीः उबाह्वयस्य बनदन् मृगेन्द्रवत्,
सदं निशम्याभिमुखो मुखेन्दकं पिबन्निवाप्यद्रवदन्त्यमर्शनः, जगानपद्भ्यामरविन्दलोचनं
तद्वञ्जयित्वा तमदोषजोरुषा प्रगृह्य दोर्भ्यां परिविद्य पादयोः, सावज्ञमुत्सृज्य धनुस्सदान्तरे यदोरगं व्याक्षसुधो व्यवस्थितः, तन्दानि भेदुर्भगवत्पुजं स्पृशः ते केशिनस्तब्धमयस्पृशो यदा, बाहुश्च तद्देह कदो महात्मनः यदा मयः संवभृते उपेशितः,
समेतमानेन सकृष्णबाहुना निरुद्धवायुश्चरणाञ्जलिक्षेपन् प्रसन्नगात्रा परिवृत्तलोचनः पपादलेण्डं विसृजन्चितोऽविसु,
तद्देहदक्कर्कटिकाबलोपमात् व्यसोरभाकृष्य भुजं महाभुजः, अविस्मितो यत्नहतारिरुस्मयैः प्रसूनवर्षैः विशत्पिरीडितः,
देवशिर्वसङ्गम्य भागवतप्रवरो नृप कृष्णमकृष्णकर्माणं रघस्येतदभाषत
कृष्ण कृष्ण प्रमेयात्मन् योगे सदगदीश्वर वासुदेवाखिलामास सात्वदां प्रवर प्रभो
त्वमात्मा सर्वभूतानामेको ज्योतिरवैतसां ऊर्ध्वशे साक्षी महापुरुषेश्वर
आत्मनात्माश्रय पूर्वं मायया ससृजे गुणान् धैर्यं सत्यसङ्कल्पः सृजस्यस्य वसीश्वरः दृष्ट्यादे निहतो दैत्यो लीलयायं हया कृतिः यस्य हेषितसन्द्रष्टाः त्यजन्त्यनिमिषादिवम् तस्यानुसङ्गयवनमुराणां पारिजातापहरणम् इन्द्रस्य च पराजयम्
उद्वागं वीरकन्यानां लीलशुल्कादिलक्षणं ऋषस्य मोचनं पापादे द्वारकायां जगत्पदे
स्यमन्दकस्य च मणेः आदानं सकपारया मृतपुत्रप्रदानं च ब्राह्मणस्य स्वदामदः
पुण्ड्रकस्य वदं पश्चात् काशीपुरास्य जीवनं दन्तवक्त्रस्य निधनं चैत्यस्य च महाक्रतौ
यानि चान्यानि वीर्याणि द्वारकामावसन् भवान् कर्ता द्रक्ष्याम्यगं तानि केयानि कविभिर्भुवि शुद्धविज्ञानगणं स्वसंस्थया समाप्त सर्वातममोघवान्तिदं स्वदेशा नित्यनिवृत्तमाया गुणप्रभागं भगवन्तमीमहि श्रीशुक उवाच एवं यजुपतिं कृष्णं भागवतप्रवरो मुनिः प्रणिपद्याप्यनुज्ञातः ययौ तद्दर्शनोत्सवः एकदा ते पशून् बालाः चारयन्तो त्रिसानुषु चक्रुर्निलयान क्रीडाः चोरपालापदे सदः मयपुत्रो महामायो व्योमो गोपालवेषदृक् मेषायिदानवो वाह प्रायश्चोरायुधो बहून् तस्य तत्कर्म विज्ञाय कृष्णचरणदः सदां गोपानयन्तं जग्राह वृगं हरिरिवौजसा
रूपमास्ताय गिरीन्द्रसदृशं बलि इच्छन् विमोक्तुमात्मानं नाशक्नोत् ग्रहणातुरः
तं निगृह्याचिदो दोर्भ्यां पादयित्वा महीतले पश्चितां दिवि देवानां पशुमारममारयत्
गृहाभिधानं निर्विद्य गोमानिसारे कृष्णः स्तूयमानः सुरेकोपैः प्रविवेश सुगोकुलम्
श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः
गोविन्दादिविनस्मरणं
गोविन्दा गोविन्दा श्रीशुक उवाच अक्रूरो विशदां रात्रिं मधुपुर्यां महामतिः उषित्वा रथमास्थाय प्रयौ नन्दगोकुलम्
गच्छन् पदि महाभागः भगवत्यं भुजे क्षणे भक्तिं परमवागत एवमेतत् चिन्तयेत्
किं मया चरितं भद्रं किं तप्तं परमं तपः किं वादाप्यर्हते दत्तं यद्रक्ष्याम्यत्य केशवम्
ममेतदुर्लभं मन्ये उत्तमश्लोकदर्शनं विषयात्मनो यदा ब्रह्मकीर्तनं शूद्रजन्मनः
मैवं ममादस्मस्याभीष्यादेवाच्युतदर्शनं ह्रियमाणः कालनत्या क्वचित्तरदि कश्चन
ममाद्यामङ्गलं नष्टं बलवां शैव मे भवः यन्नमस्ये भगवतः योगितेऽङ्घ्रिपङ्कजम्
कंसोपदात्याकृतमेद्यनुग्रहं द्रक्ष्येऽङ्घ्रिपद्मं प्रहितो मुना हरेः कृदावतारस्य दुरत्ययं दमः पूर्वेतरन्यन्नगमण्डलद्विषा द्रक्ष्यामि नूनं सुखबोलनासिकं स्मिताबलोकारुणकञ्जलोचनं मुखं मुकुन्दस्य कुडालकावृतं प्रदक्षिणं मे प्रचरन्ति वै मृगाः
लावण्यनाम्नो भवितो बलं बलं मह्यं न स्यात् फलमञ्जसादृशः
यईक्षिदाहं रहितोऽप्यसत्यसत्सदोः स्वदेजसा भासतमोऽपि दाप्रमः स्वमाययात्मनसिदैतदीक्षया प्राणाक्षदीभिः सदनेष्वबीयते
प्राणन्ति शुम्भन्ति पुनन्ति वै जगत्
सावदीर्णः किल सात्वदान्मये स्वसेदुबालामरवर्य सर्मकृत् यशो विदन्वन् व्रज आस्त ईश्वरः गायन्ति देवाय दशेषमङ्गलम्
तं द्वद्यनूनं महतां गतिं गुरुं त्रैलोक्यकान्तं दृशमन्महोत्सवं रूपं ददानं श्रिय ईप्सितास्पदं रक्षे ममासन्नुशसुदर्शनाः
अदावरूढः सपदि सयोरदाति प्रदानपुंसोच्चरणं स्वलब्धये धियादृदं योगि पिरप्यकं नृवं नमस्याभ्यां च सखीन् बनौकसः
अभ्यङ्घ्रिमूले पतितस्य मे विभुः शिरस्य दास्यं निजहस्तपङ्कजं दत्ताभयं कालभुजङ्गरं वसा प्रोद्वेजितानां शरणैषिणां नृणाम्
समर्कणं यत्र निदाय कौशिकः तदा पलिश्चापजगत्त्रयेन्द्रदां यत्वा विहारे व्रजयोषिदां प्रस्रमं स्पर्शेन सौकन्दिककन्द्यभानुतत्
कंसस्य दूतप्रहितोऽपि विश्वदृक् योऽन्तर्बहिश्चेतस एतदीहितं क्षेत्रज्ञैक्षत्यमलेन चक्षुषा
अप्यङ्घ्रिमूले वयितं कृताञ्जलिं मामीक्षिता सस्मितमाध्रया दृशा सबत्यपद्वस्त समस्तकिल्पिषः वोढामुदं वीत विसङ्ग ऊर्जिता
सुहृत्तमं ज्ञातिमनन्यदैवतं दोर्व्यां परिरप्स्यते तमाम् आत्मा हि तीर्थे क्रियते तदैव मे बन्धश्च कर्मात्मकमुच्छ्वसितः
लप्ताङ्गसङ्गं प्रणतं कृताञ्जलिं मां भक्ष्यते क्रूरतदेत्युरुस्रवाः तदा वयं जन्म पृदो महीयसा नैवादृदो योऽधिगमुष्य जन्म तद्
न तस्य कश्चिदेतत्सुकृतमः न चाप्रियो द्वेष उपेक्ष्य एव वा तथापि भक्तां भजते यदा तदा सुरद्रुमो यद्वगुभाषितो ततः
किञ्जाक्रजो मावनदं यदुत्तमः स्मयन् परिष्वज्य गृहीतमञ्जलौ गृहं प्रवेश्याप्त समस्त सत्कृतं सम्प्रक्ष्यतेकं सकृतं स्वबन्धुषु
इति सञ्चिन्तयं कृष्णं प्रवर्तकयोद्धुनि रथेन गोकुलं प्राप्तः
पदानि तस्या किल लोकबाल किरीटजुष्टामलपादरेणोः ददर्श गोष्ठे चिदिकौतुकानि विलक्षितान्यब्जयवाङ्गुसात्यैः देहं प्रदामियानर्दः हित्वा दम्बं वियं शुचं सन्दे मात्यो हरेर्लिङ्ग दर्शनश्रवणादिभिः किशोरौ श्यामलस्वेदौ श्रीनिकेतौ बृहद्भुजौ सुमुखौ सुन्दरवरौ बालद्विरदविक्रमौ उदारुचिरक्रीडौ स्रग्बिणौ वनमालिनौ पुण्यगन्धानुलिप्ताङ्गौ स्नादौ विरजवाससौ दिशो विधिमिरा राजन् कुर्वाणो प्रभया स्वया यदा मारगदः शैलः रौप्यचकनकाचिदौ भगवत्त सख्नालाद पार्श्वपर्याकुलेक्षणः पुलकासिदाङ्गा उत्कण्ड्याते स्वाख्यानेनासगन् नृप सङ्घर्षणश्च प्रणदमुपसुह्य महामनाः गृहीत्वा पाणिना पाणे अनयत्सानुजो गृहम् निवेद्यगां चादितये संवाह्य श्रान्तमातृदः अन्नं बहुगुणं मेद्यं श्रद्धयोपाहरद्विभुः पप्रच्छ सत्कृतं नन्दः कदं स्तन्निरनुग्रहे कंसे जीवति दासार्ह सौनबाला इवावयः इत्थं सूनृदया वाचानन्देन सुसपादितः अक्रूर परिपृष्टेन जहावत्परिश्रमम् श्रीहरे नमः श्रीहरे नमः श्रीहरे नमः गोविन्दा जीवनस्मरणं गोविन्दा गोविन्दा
श्रीशुक उवाच सुकोपविष्टः पर्यङ्के रामकृष्णोरुमानितः लेभे मनोरथान् सर्वान् पतीयान् स चकारः
किमलभ्यं भगवति प्रसन्ने श्रीनिकेतने तदापि तत्पराराधन् नहि वाञ्छन्ति किञ्चन
सायन्दनाशनं कृत्वा भगवान् देवकीसुतः सुहृत्सुवृत्तं कंसस्य पप्रच्छान्यच्चिकीर्षितम्
श्रीभगवानुवाच तात सौम्यागतकच्चित् स्वागतं पत्रमस्तु अपि स्वजातिबन्धूनाम् अनिमममयम्
किं नु न कुशलं पृच्छे एदमाने कुलाभये कंसे मादुलनां यङ्ग स्वानां नस्तत्प्रजासु च
अहो अस्मदुर्भूरि पित्रो विजनमानयोः यथेदो पुत्रमरणं यथेदो बन्धनं द्वयोः
दृष्ट्याद्य दर्शनं स्वानां मह्यं वसौम्यकाङ्क्षितं सञ्जातं वर्ण्यतां ताद सवागमनकारणं
श्रीशुवाच पृष्ठो भगवता सर्वं वर्णयामस्तमाधवः वैरानुबन्धं यदुषु वसुदेववदोद्यमम्
यत्सन्देशो यदर्थं वा दूतः सम्प्रेषितः स्वयं यदुक्तं नारदेनास्य स्वजन्मानगदुन्दुभेः
श्रुत्वा क्रूरवच कृष्णः बलश्च परवीरः प्रहस्य नन्दं विदरं राज्ञादिष्टं विजज्ञतु
गोपान् समादिशत्सोऽपि गृह्यतां सर्वगोरसः उपायनानि गृह्णीत्वं युज्यन्तां शकटानि च
यास्यामश्वो मधुवरीं यास्यामो नृपते रसान् रक्ष्याम सुमहत्पर्व यान्ति जानपदा किल एवमाघोष यक्षत्र नन्दगोपस्व गोकुले
गोप्यस्तास्तदुपश्रित्य बभूवुर्व्यदितापृशं रामकृष्णौ पुरीं नेतुम् अक्रूरं व्रजमागतम्
काश्चिदकृतहृत्ताप श्वासम्लानवकर्ष्यः स्वसन्दुकूलवलय केशग्रन्थश्च काश्चन
अन्याश्च तदनुद्यान निवृत्ता शेषवृत्तयः नाभ्यजानन्निमं लोकम् आत्मलोकं गता इव
स्मरन्त्यश्चापराशौरेः अनुरागस्मितेरिताः हृदि स्पृशचित्रपदाः गिरः सम्मुमुः स्त्रियः
गतिं सुललितां चेष्टां स्निग्धहासावलोकनं शोकापहानि नर्माणि प्रोद्दामचरिदानि च
चिन्तयन्तो सुकुन्दस्य पीता विरह कातराः समेता सङ्घर्षप्रोचुः अश्रुमुख्योच्युताशयाः
गोप्य ऊचुः अहो विदादस्तव न क्वचिद्दया संयोज्य मैत्या प्रणयेन देहिनः तांश्चाकृदार्तान् वियुनङ्क्ष्य पार्थगं विक्रीडितं तेर्बकचेष्टितं यथा
यस्तं प्रदर्शनावृतं मुकुन्दवक्त्रं सुखपोलमुन्नसं शोकापनोदस्मितदेशसुन्दरं करोषि पारोक्षमसाधु ते कृतम्
क्रूरस्त्वमक्रूरसमाज्ञयास्मनः चक्षुहि दत्तं हरसे पदाज्ञवत् येनैकदेशे किल सर्गसौष्ठवं त्वदीयमद्राक्ष्म वयं मधुद्विषः
नन्दसूनुक्षणभङ्गसौन्दः समीक्षते न स्वकृतातुरापद विहाय केकान् स्वजनान् सुतान् पतिं
सुगं प्रभादा रजनीयमाशिषः सत्या बभूवु पुरयोषितां ध्रुवं या सम्प्रविष्टस्य मुखं व्रजस्पतेः कास्यन्त्यपाङ्गोत्कलितस्मितासवम्
तासां मुकुन्दो मधुमञ्जुभाषितैः गृहीतचित्तः परमान्मनस्यभि कथं पुनर्न प्रतियास्यते बलाः ग्राम्यासलज्जस्मितविभ्रमैर्भ्रमन्
अद्य ध्रुवं तत्र दृशो भविष्यते दाशार्ह भोजान्तकवृष्णिसात्वदां महोत्सव श्रीरमणं गुणास्पदं द्रक्ष्यन्ति ये साध्वनि देवकी सुतं
मयि तद्विदस्य करुणस्य नाम भूते अक्रूर इत्येतदतीवदारुणः यो सावनाश्वास्य सुदुःखितं जनः प्रियात् प्रियं नेष्यति पारमध्वनः
अनाथधीरेश समास्थितो रतं तमन्वमीचत्वरयन्ति दुर्मदाः गोपानोभिस्तविरेरुपेक्षितं दैवं च नोद्य प्रतिकूलमीहते
निवारयामः संवेद्य माधवं किं नो गरेशङ्कुलवृद्धबान्धवाः मुकुन्दसङ्गानिमिषार्थदुष्टाः दैवेन विध्वंसितदीनचेतसाम्
यस्यानुरागललितस्मितवल्गुमन्त्रलीलावलोकपरिरम्भणरासगोष्ठ्यां नीतास्मन क्षणमिव क्षणदाविनाथं गोप्यः कथं वरितरे मतमो दुरन्तं
यो न क्षये व्रजमनन्तसखप्रलीतः गोपैर्विशङ्कुररजश्चलालसस्रे वेणुं गणस्मितकटाक्षनिरीक्षणेन चित्तं शिनोत्यमृतेन कथं भवेम
श्रीशुक उवाच एवं ब्रुवाना विरहातुराभृशं व्रजस्त्रियः कृष्णविषक्तमानसाः विसृज्य लज्जा ब्रुरुदु स्म सुस्वरं गोविन्द दामोदर माधवेति
श्रीनामेवं रुदन्तीनाम् उदिते लोके सवितर्यदा अक्रूरश्चोदयामास कृतमैत्रादिको रथम्
गोपास्तमन्वसज्जन्त नन्दात्या शकटैस्ततः आदायोपायनं भूरि कुम्भान् घोरससंवृतान्
गोप्यश्च दयितं कृष्णम् अनुव्रजानुरञ्जिताः प्रत्यादेशं भगवतः काङ्क्षन्त्यश्चावतस्थिरे
तास्ततातप्यदीर्वीक्ष्यः स्वप्रस्थाने यदुत्तमः सान्त्वयामास सप्रेमैः आयास्य इति दौत्यकैः
यावदालक्ष्यते केतुः यावत् वेणुरथस्य च अनुप्रस्थापितात्मानः ये ज्ञानीवोपलक्षिताः
ता निराशानिव मृदुः गोविन्द विनिवर्तने विशोकाहनिनिन्युः गायन्त्यप्रियचेष्टितम्
भगवानपि सम्प्राप्तः रामाक्रूरयितो नृप रथेन वायुवेगेन कालिन्दीमगनाशिनीम्
तत्रोपस्पृश्य पानीयं पीत्वा मृष्टं मणिप्रभं वृक्षषण्डमुपव्रज्य स रामो रथमाविशत्
अक्रूरस्तावुपामन्य निवेश जलतरोपरि कालिन्द्या रथमागत्य स्नानं विधिवदाचरत्
निमज्य तस्मिन् सलिले जपन् ब्रह्म सनातनं तावेव ददृशे क्रूरो रामकृष्णौ समन्वितौ
तौ रथस्थौ खलुमिह सुधाभानकगुन्दुभेः तर्हि स्विस्सन्दनेन सह युद्धमध्यवशष्टसः
तत्राभिचयता पूर्वम् आसीनौ पुनरेव सह न्यमज्ज दर्शनं यन्मे मृषाकिं सलिले तयोः
भूयस्तत्रापि सोद्राक्षेते स्तूयमानमहेश्वरं सिद्धचारणगन्धर्वैः असुरैर्नरकन्धरैः
सहस्रशिरसं देवं सहस्रपणमौलिनं नीलाम्बरं विशश्वेतं शृङ्गैश्वेतमिव स्थितं
तस्योत्सङ्गे जगश्यामं पीतकौशेयवाससं पुरुषं चतुर्भुजं शान्तं पद्मपत्रारुणेक्षणं
चारुप्रसन्नवदनं चारुहासनिरीक्षणं सुभ्रूनसं चारुकर्णं सुगपोलारुणाधरं
प्रलम्बवीरभुजं तुङ्गासोदरश्रियं कम्बुकण्ठं निम्ननाभिं वलिमत्पल्लवोदरं
बृहत्कटितटश्रोणि करबोरुत्वयान्वितं चारुजानुयुगं चारु जङ्गायुगलसंयुतं सुमार्हमणिव्राद किरीटकटकाङ्गतैः कटिसूत्र ब्रह्मसूत्र हारनूपुरकुण्डलैः
विराजमानं पद्मकरं शङ्खचक्रगदाधरं श्रीवत्सवक्षसम्राजते कौस्तुभं वनमालिनं
सुनन्दनन्द प्रमुखैः पार्षदैः सनकादिभिः सुरेशैर्ब्रह्मरुद्रात्यैः नवभिश्च द्विजोत्तमैः श्रिया पुष्ट्या गिराकान्त्या कीर्त्या दुश्चेलयोजया विद्यया विद्यया शक्त्या मायया च निषेवितं
विलोक्य सुरशं प्रीतः भक्त्या परमयायुगः हृष्यतनुरुहो भावः परिक्लिन्नात्मलोचनः
गिराकटकटया स्तौषीत्
सत्त्वमालम्ब्य सात्वतः प्रणम्य मूर्धावहितः कृताञ्जलिपुटशनैः श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः गोपिका जीवनस्मरणं गोविन्द
अक्रूर उवाच नतोऽस्म्यहं त्वा किल हेतुहेतुं नारायणं पुरुषमाद्यमव्ययं यन्नाभिजातादरविन्दघोषात् ब्रह्मा विरासीद्यत एष लोकः
भूस्तोयमग्निपवनकानदे महानजातिर्पटैन्द्रियाणि सर्वेन्द्रियार्था विबुधाश्च सर्वे ये हेतवस्ते जगतोऽङ्गभूताः
नैते स्वरूपं विदुरात्मनस्ते यजादयो नात्मदया गृहीताः अजोऽनुबद्धः स गुणैरजायाः गुणात् परं वेद न ते स्वरूपं
योगिनो यजन्त्य महापुरुषमीश्वरं साध्यात्मं साधिभूतं च साधिदैवं च साधवः
त्रय्या च विद्यया केचित् त्वां वैवैतानिका द्विजाः यजन्ते विदतिर्यज्ञैः नानारूपामराज्ञया
एके त्वाखिल कर्माणि संन्यास्योपशमं गताः ज्ञानिनो ज्ञानयज्ञेन यजन्ति ज्ञानविग्रहम्
अन्ये च संस्कृतात्मानो विधिना विहितेन ते यजन्ति त्वन्मयास्त्वां वै बहुमूर्त्येकमूर्तिकम्
त्वामेवान्ये शिवोक्तेन मार्गेण शिवरूपिणं ब्रह्माविदेन भगवन् समुपासते
सर्व एव यजन्ति त्वां सर्वदेवमहेश्वरं येऽप्यन्यदेवता भक्ताः यद्यप्यन्यदि यः प्रभो
यदाद्रिप्रभवानद्यः पर्जन्यापूरिता प्रभो विशन्ति सर्वतः सिन्धुं तद्वत्त्वां गतयोऽन्ततः
सत्त्वं रजस्तम इति भवतः प्रकृतेर्गुणाः तेषु हि प्राकृता प्रोताः आब्रह्मस्तावरादयः
तुभ्यं नमस्ते सर्वशक्तदृष्टये सर्वात्मने सर्वदियां साक्षिणे गुणप्रभागोऽयमविद्यया कृतः
प्रवर्तते देवहृदिर्यगात्मसु
अग्निर्मुखं देवनिरङ्घ्रिरीक्षणं सूर्यो नभो नाभिरतो दिशश्रुतिः द्यौकं सुरेन्द्रास्तव बाहवोर्नवाः कुक्षिर्मरुत्प्राणबलं प्रकल्पितं
रोमाणि वृक्षोदय शिरोरुहा मेघा परस्यास्ति नखानि ते त्रयः निमेषणं रात्रः निप्रजापतिः मेढ्रस्तु वृष्टिस्तव वीर्यमिष्यते
त्वय्यव्ययात्मन् पुरुषे प्रकल्पिताः लोका सपाला बहुजीवसङ्कुलाः यदा जले सञ्जिहते जलोकसोऽपि उदुम्बरे वामशका मनोमये
यानि यानि हि रूपाणि क्रीडनार्थं तौरमष्टशो लोकाः मुदा गायन्ति ते यशः
नमः कारणमत्स्याय प्रलयाब्धिचराय च हयशिष्णे नमस्तुभ्यं मधुकैटभमृत्यवे
कुपाराय बृहदे नमो अन्तरधारिणे भक्तितारविहाराय नमः सुगतमूर्तये
नमस्ते बुधसिंहाय साधुलोकभयापः वामनाय नमस्तुभ्यं क्रान्तत्रिभुवनाय च
नमो भृगुणाम्बदे तृप्तक्षत्रवनश्चिते नमस्ते रघुवर्गाय रावणान्धकराय च
नमस्ते वासुदेवाय नमः संकर्षणाय च प्रद्युम्नाय निरुद्धाय सात्वदां पतये नमः
नमो बुद्धाय शुद्धाय दैत्यदानवमोहिने क्लेशप्राय चत्रहन्ते नमस्ते कल्किरूपिणे
भगवन् जीवलोकोऽयं मोहितस्तव मायया अहं ममेत्यसद्ग्राहो भ्राम्यते कर्मवत्मसु
अगं च आत्मदानादिषु गमामि स्वप्नकल्पेषु मूढसत्यधियामि भो
अनित्यानात्मदुःखेषु विपर्ययमधिर्यहं द्वन्द्वारामस्तमोविष्टो न जाने त्वात्मनः प्रियं
यदा बुधो जलं हित्वा प्रतिच्छन्नं तदुद्भवैः अभेति मृगतृष्णामै तद्वद्वागं परामुखः
नोत्सहेऽहं कृपनदीः कामकर्महतं मनः रोद्धुं प्रमादिभिश्चाक्षैः क्रियमाणं इदस्ततः
तच्छाप्यं भवदनुहरीशमन्ये पुंसोपवैद्येर्हि संसारनामवर्गः त्वय्यब्जनाभसुभासकयामधिस्यात्
नमो विज्ञानमात्राय सर्वप्रत्ययहेतवे पुरुषेशप्रदानाय ब्रह्मणे नन्दशक्तये
नमस्ते वासुदेवाय सर्वभूतक्षयाय च ऋषिकेश नमस्तुभ्यं प्रपन्नं पाहि मां प्रभो श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः गोपिका जीवनस्मरणं गोविन्द गोविन्द
श्रीशुक उवाच स्तुवदस्तस्य भगवान् दर्शयित्वा जले वपुः भूय समाहरत् कृष्णो नटो नाट्यमिवात्मनः तमपृच्छत् ऋषिकेशः किं ते दृष्टमिवाद्भुतं भूमौ व्यतितो एव तथा त्वां लक्षयामहे
अद्भुतानि गया वन्दे भूमौ व्यतिवाजले त्वयि विश्वात्मकेतानि किं मे दृष्टं विवच्यत
यत्राद्भुतानि सर्वाणि भूमौ व्यतिवाजले तं त्वानुपश्यतो ब्रह्मन् किं ते दृष्टमिहाद्भुतम्
इत्युक्ता चालयामास चन्दनं कान्तिनी सुधा मधुरां नयनरामं कृष्णं चैव दिनाते
मार्गे ग्रामजना राजन् तत्र तत्रोपसङ्गताः वसुदेवसुधौ वीक्ष्य प्रीता दृष्टिं न चादतुः
तावद्व्रजौ गतस्तत्र अन्धकोपादेवकृतः पुरोपवनमासाद्य हृदे छन्दोदस्तिरे
तान् समेत्याह भगवान् अक्रूरं जगदीश्वरः गृहीत्वा पाणिना पानं प्रश्रितं प्रहसन्निव
भवां प्रविशतामग्रे सगयानपुरीङ्ग्रं अयन्ति वाममुच्चाद ततो द्रक्ष्यामहे पुरीम्।
अक्रूर उवाच नाहं भवभ्यां रहितः प्रवेक्षे मथुरां प्रभो त्यक्तुं नार्हसि मां नाथ भक्तं ते भक्तवत्सल।
आगच्छयामगेहान्नः सनाथान् कुर्वदोक्षज सहागजन गोपालैः सुहृद्भिश्च सुहृत्तमः।
मुनिः पादरजसा गृहान्नो गृहमेदिनां यच्चौचेनानुतृप्यन्ति पितरः साग्नयः सुराः।
अवनिज्याङ्ग्रयुगलम् आसीश्लोक्यो बलिर्महान् ऐश्वर्यमतुलं लेभे गतिं चैकान्तिनां तु या।
आबस्तेन्द्रियवने जन्यः त्रीन् लोकान् शुचयो पुनन् शिरसा दत्तया शर्वः स्वर्याता सगरात्मजाः।
नारायण नमोस्तुते।
श्रीभगवानुवाच आयासे भवतो गेहम् अहमार्य समन्वितः यदुच्चक्रद्रुहं हत्वा विदरिष्ये सुहृत्प्रियम्।
श्रीशुवाच एवमुक्तो भगवता सक्रूरो विमनायैव पुरीं प्रविष्ट कंसाय कर्मावीतगृहं ययौ।
अदापराह्ने भगवान् कृष्णः सङ्कर्षणान्वितः मथुरां प्राविशत् गोपैः दिदृक्षु परिवारितः।
ददर्शतां स्फटिकतुङ्गगोपुरं द्वारागृहेमकपाटतोरणां ताम्रप्रकोष्ठां परिकातुरासदाम् उद्यानरम्योपशोभितां।
सौवर्णशृङ्गाटकहर्म्य निष्कुटैः श्रेणीसभाभिर्भवनैरुपस्कृतां वैदूर्यवज्रामलनीलविद्रुमैः मुक्ता हरिद्भिर्वलभिषु वेदिषु।
जुष्टेषु जालामुपरकुण्ठकुटिमेषु
आविष्टमाजावदबर्हिनादितां संसिग्धरत्यापणमार्गचत्वरां प्रकीर्णमाल्यां गुरुलाजतण्डुलाम्।
आपूर्णकुम्भैदरिचन्दनोक्षितैः प्रसूनदीपावलिभिः सपल्लवैः सवृन्दरम्भाक्रमुकैः सकेतुभिः स्वलङ्घृतद्वारगृहां सपट्टिकैः।
तां संप्रविष्टौ देवनन्दनौ हृदौ वयस्येन नरदेववर्मना द्रष्टुं समीयुस्त्वरितापरस्त्रियः
हर्म्याणि चैवारुरुवोत्सुकाः।
काश्चिद्विपर्यकृतवस्त्रभूषणाः विस्मृत्य चैकं युगलेष्वतापराः हृदैकभद्रश्रवणैकनूपुराः नाङ्क्त्वा द्वितीयं त्वपराश्च लोचनम्।
अभ्यजमाना कृतोपमञ्जनाः स्वपद्य उत्थाय निशम्य निस्वनं प्रपाययन्त्योपमोह्यमातरः।
मनांसि तासामरविन्दलोचनः प्रगल्पलीलाहसितावलोकनैः जहार मद्दद्दुरदेन्द्रविक्रमो दृशां तदच्छ्रीरमणात्मनोत्सवम्।
दृष्ट्वा ममवज्रदमनुच्चगतेतसस्तं
तत्प्रेक्षणोचितलक्षणदमानाः आनन्दमूर्तिमुपगुह्यगशापलब्धं ऋष्यद्वचोजगुरुनन्दवरदमादिम्।
प्रासादशिखरारूढाः प्रीत्युत्पुल्लमुकाम्बुजाः अभ्यवर्षन् सौमनस्यैः प्रमदाबलकेशवौ।
तावानर्चुप्रमुदिताः तत्र तत्र द्विजातयः।
ऊचु पौराहो गोप्यः तप किमचरन् महत् याके तावनुपश्यन्ति नरलोकमहोत्सवौ।
जगं कञ्चिदायां तं रङ्गकारङ्गदाग्रजः दृष्ट्वा याचतवासांसि दौतान्यत्युत्तमानि च।
देह्यावयो समुचितान्यङ्गवासांसि चार्हतोः भविष्यति परं श्रेयो तादुस्ते नात्र संशयः।
स याचितो भगवता परिपूर्णेन सर्वतः साक्षेमं सृजत प्राह मृत्योराज्ञः सुदुर्मदः।
ईदृशान्येव वासांसि नित्यं गिरिवने चराः परिदत्त किमुत्वृत्ताः राजद्रव्याण्यभीप्सत।
यादाशुभानि चामैवं प्रार्थयन्ति जीविषां बन्धन्ति गृह्णन्ति लुम्बन्ति तृप्तं राजकुलानि वै।
एवं विगतमानस्य कुपितो देवकी सुतः रजगस्य कराग्रेण शिरकायातपादयत्।
तस्यानुजीविनः सर्वे वासकोशान्तरञ्जवे रुद्रवो सर्वतो मार्गम् आसांसे जग्रे यच्छत।
वसित्वात्मप्रिये वस्त्रे कृष्णः सङ्कर्षणस्तथा शेषान् यादत्त गोपेभ्यो विसृज्य पुवि कानिचित्।
ततस्तु आयकप्रीतः तयोर्वेषमकल्पेन विचित्रवर्णैश्चैलैः आकल्पेन निरूपणः।
नानालक्षणवेषाभ्यां कृष्णरामौ विरेजतुः स्वलङ्कृतौ बालगजौ पर्वणि वसितेतरौ।
तस्य प्रसन्नो भगवान् प्रागासारूप्यमात्मनः श्रियं च परमां लोके बलैश्वर्यस्फुरीन्द्रियम्।
ततः सुदाम्नो भवनं मालाकारस्य जग्मतुः तौ दृष्ट्वा स समुद्धाय ननाम शिरसा भुवि
त्रयोरासनमानीय पाद्यजाग्यानादिभिः पूजां सानुगयोश्चक्रे सक्ताम्बूलानुलेपनैः
प्राकनः सार्थकं जन्म पावितं च कुलं प्रभो पितृदेवशयो मह्यं तुष्टायागमनेन वाम्
भवन्तौ किल विश्वस्य जगतः कारणं परम् अवधेनायुवांशेन क्षेमाय सत्सवाय च
हि वां विषमा दृष्टिः सुहृतो जगदात्मनोः समयो सर्वभूतेषु भजन्तं भजतोरपि
तावज्ञापयतं नृत्यं किमहं करवाणि वा पुंसात्यनुग्रहो येषः भवन्निर्युज्यते
इत्यभिप्रेत्य राजेन्द्र सुदामा प्रीतमानसः शस्तैः सुगन्धैः कुसुमैः माला विरचिता ददौ
ताभिश्चरङ्कृतौ प्रीतौ कृष्णरामौ सहानुगौ प्रणताय प्रपन्नाय ददतुर्वरदौ वरान्
कोऽभिवव्रे चलां भक्तिं तस्मिन्नेवाखिलात्मनि तद्भक्तेषु च सौहार्दं भूतेषु च दयां पराम्
इति तस्मै वरं दत्त्वा श्रियं चाग्नेयवर्धिनीं परमायुरेश कान्तिं निर्जगामसहाग्रजः श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः गोपिका जीवनस्मरणं गोविन्द गोविन्द
श्रीशुक उवाच अथ व्रजन् राजपतेन माधवः श्रियं गृहीताङ्गविलेपभोजनां विलोक्य कुब्जां युवतीं वराननां पप्रचयान्तीं प्रहसन् रसप्रदः
कर्तुं वरो वेति दुहानुलेपनं कस्याङ्गनिवासदेशसानः देहावयोरङ्गलेपमुत्तमं श्रेयसदस्तेन चिरात् भविष्यति
सैरन्त्य उवाच दास्म्यस्म्यहं सुन्दरकंससम्मता त्रिवक्त्रनामा ह्यनुलेपकर्मणि मद्भावितं भोजपतेरतिप्रियं विना युवां कोऽन्यतमस्तदर्हति
रूपपेशनादुर्य अशालाभवीक्षितैः दर्शितात्मा ददौ सान्द्रम् उभयोरनुलेपनम्
तदस्तौ अङ्गरागेण स्ववर्णेतरशोभिना सम्प्राप्तपरभागेन शुशुभाते अनुरञ्जितो
प्रसन्नो भगवान् कुब्जां त्रिवक्त्रानुचिराननां रज्जिं कर्तुं मनश्चक्रे दर्शयन् दर्शने फलम्
पद्भ्यामाक्रम्य प्रपदेद्व्यङ्गुल्युत्थानपाणिना प्रगृह चुपुकेद्मात्मम् उदनीनमदच्युतः
सारतदस्तुसमानाङ्गे बृहस्रनिवयोधरा मुकुन्दस्पर्शना सद्यः बभूव प्रमोदतमाः
ततो रूपगुणौदार्य सम्पन्ना प्राह केशवम् उत्तरीयान्तमाकृष्य स्मयन्ती जातहृच्चया
हे जीवीरकृगम्याः नत्वं तयोन्मलितचित्तायाः प्रसीद पुरुषर्षभ
एवं श्रिया याच्यमानः कृष्णो रामस्य पश्यतः मुखं वीक्ष्यानुगानां च प्रशंसामुवाचः
एष्यामीरेकं सुप्रभो पुंसामादिविकर्षणं साधिधातो गमानः पन्थानन्तुं परायणम्
विसृज्य माद्यावाण्यातां व्रजन्मार्गे वणिक्पदैः नानोपायन ताम्बूलस्रग्गन्धैः सघ्रजोर्चितः
तद्दर्शनस्मरशोभात् आत्मनः नाविदन् श्रियः विस्रस्तवासकवलवलयालेख्यमूर्तयः
ततः पौरान् पृच्छमानः धनुषस्थानमच्युतः तस्मिन् प्रविष्टो ददृशे धनुरैन्द्रमिवद्भुतम्
पुरुषैर्विर्भुतम् अर्चितं परमर्दिमने वार्यमाणो नृभिकृष्णः प्रसह्य धनुराददे
करेण वामेन सलीलमुद्धृतं सज्जं च कृत्वा निमिषेण पश्यतां नृणां विकृष्य प्रबभञ्जमद्यतः यदेक्षु दण्डं मदकर्युरुक्रमः
धनुचोपद्यमानस्य शब्दकरोदशीर्षः पूरयामासयं श्रुत्वा कंसस्त्रासमुपागमत्
तद्रक्षिणः सानुचराः कुपिता आदतायिनः गृहीतु कामा आवव्रुः गृह्यतां बध्यतामिति
विलोक्य बलकेशवो क्रुद्धौ धन्वन आदाय शकलेतां च जग्नतुः
बलं च कंसप्रहितं हत्वा शालामुखात्तदः निष्क्रम्य चेरतुर्हृष्टौ निरीक्ष्य पुरसम्पदः
तयोस्तदगुदं वीर्यम् इच्छाम्य प्रियवासिनः तेज प्रागल्भ्यं रूपं च
मेनिरे विबुधोत्तमो
तयोर्विचरतो स्वैरम् आदित्योस्तमुपेयिवान् कृष्णरामौ वृतौ गोपैः पुराच्च कडमीयतुः
गोप्यो मुकुन्दविगतमेकराचार्य आशा सदा शिशरता मधुपुर्य भुवन् सम्पश्यतां पुरुषभूषणगदाग्रलक्ष्मीं हित्वेदरानुभजश्च ममेनं श्रीः
अवनिक्ताङ्घ्रियुगलौ भुक्त्वा क्षीरोपसेचनम् उषदुस्तां सुखं रात्रिं ज्ञात्वा कंसचिकीर्षितम्
कंसस्तु धनुषोभङ्गं दक्षिणां सबलस्य च वदं निशम्य गोविन्द रामविक्रीडितं परम्
दीर्घप्रजागरो भीतः दुर्निमित्तानि दुर्मतिः बहून्यचष्टो भयता मृत्योर्दौत्यकराणि च
दर्शनं सशिरसः प्रतिरूपे च सत्यपि असत्यपि द्वितीये च द्वैरूप्यं ज्योतिषां तथा
छिद्रप्रतीतिच्छायायां प्राणघोषानुपसृतिः स्वर्णप्रतीतिर्वृक्षेषु स्वपदानामदर्शनम्
स्वप्ने प्रेतपरे चङ्ग करयानं विषादनम्
अन्यानि च इत्थं भूतानि स्वप्नजागरितानि च पश्यन्मरणसन्त्रस्तः निद्रां लेभेन चिन्तया
विष्टायानि च गौरव्य स्वरे चाज्ञातमुत्थिते कारयामासवेकं सः अल्लक्रीडामहोत्सवम्
आनच्चु पुरुषारङ्गम् तूर्यभेद्यश्च जज्ञिरे मञ्चाश्चालङ्कृतास्रग्भिः पताकाश्चैलतोरणैः
ते चूपो राजानपदा ब्रह्मक्षत्र पुरोगमान् यतो वदो चण्डविषु राजानश्च कृतासनः
कंसः परिवृतो मात्यैः राजमञ्चौपाविशत् मण्डलेश्वरमध्यस्थः हृदयेन विधूयता
वाद्यमानेषु तरेषु मल्लतालोत्तरेषु च मल्लासलङ्कृता तृप्ताः सौभाग्याय समाविशन्
चानूरो मुष्टिककूटः शलस्थो शल एव च तासेदुरुपस्थानं वल्गुवाद्यप्रहर्षिताः
नन्दगोपादयो गोपा भोजराज समाहुताः निवेदितो वायनास्ते एकस्मिन्नञ्जाविशन् श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः गोविका जीवनस्मरणं गोविन्द गोविन्द
अथ कृष्णस्य रामस्य कृतशौचौ परन्तप मल्लदन्तविर्निर्घोषं श्रुत्वा दुष्टामवेदेवो
रङ्गद्वारं समासाद्य तस्मिन्नागमवस्थितम् अपश्यत् कुवलयावेदम्
कृष्णं हम्बस्त प्रचोदितम्
परिकरं शौरिकी सम्प्रदाकलम् उवाच हस्तिपं वाच मेघनादकवीरयाम्
अम्बष्टाम्बष्टमागं नो
देहभक्तममाचिरं नो देशकुञ्जरं वाद्य नयामि यमसाधनम् एवं निर्वसितो अम्बष्टः कुपितं गजं चोदयामास कृष्णाय कालान्तकयोपमं करीन्द्रसभविधृत्य
करेण सागृहीते कराद्युयनसोमं
संग्रहणः ग्रानदृशे सकेशवं परामृषदपुष्करेण सर्वसैर्यविनिर्गतः
उच्चे प्रज्ञातवं पञ्चविंशतिं जगच्छेदानागं सुपर्णैव लीलया
सपर्यवर्तमानेन सव्यदक्षिणगोचरः ब्रह्मवाम्यमानेन गोवर्धनेव बालकः
ततोऽभिमुखं प्रीत्य पाणिनाद्यवारं प्रातःपादयामास दृश्यमान पदे पदे
सदावन् क्रीडया भूमौ पतित्वा सकसोदितः तं मत्वा पतितं क्रुद्धौ दन्ताभ्यां सोगदच्छितं
स्वविक्रमे प्रतिगते कुञ्जरे वाक्यमर्षितः चोद्यमानो महामात्रैः कृष्णमभ्यर्थितमनुषा
तमापरन्तमासाद्य भगवान् मधुसूदनः निगर्य पाणिनामस्तौ पातयामास भूतलीं
पतितस्य पराक्रम्य मृगैर्वलीलया दम्भपायतेऽहं हस्तिपाशाकलधरिः
गतकान्तपमनुसृज्य दन्तपाणि समाविशते अदन्त्यगत्यविशानाग सङ्गवृद्धिन्तविलङ्घितः
विरूढस्वे मृदुपमैकतिवयैः बलदेव जनार्दनौ रङ्गं विविचिदूराजन् गजदन् परायुधं
मल्लानां च नीरूणानरवरगन् श्रीणां समोरो मूर्तिमाने गोपानां ततनीयसतादिशिशूनां सातासपित्रो शिशुः पदे विराडविदुषां तत्त्वं परं योगिनां वृष्णीनां परदेवतेति विदितः रङ्गगदस्ताकृतः अदं कुवलया पीडं श्रुत्वा तावपि दुर्जयौ तं सोमनस्यपि गदा
तौ रे जदूरङ्गगदौ महाभुजौ विचित्रवेषाभरणस्रगम्बरौ यदारणोत्तमवेषधारिणौ मनश्चिरन्दौ प्रभयानिरीक्षता
निरीक्षता उत्तमपुरुषौ जनाः मञ्जस्थिता नगरराजकानिव प्रगर्षवेगाकलिरेक्षणामिनः प्रबृन्नदत्तानेनैतदानिनम्
पिबन्दैव चक्षुर्भ्यां लेहन्दैव जीवया जिघ्रन्दैव नासाभ्यां सृष्यन्दैव भागुमे
ऊचो परस्परं देवै यदा दृष्टं यदा श्रुतं तद्रूपगुणमाधुर्ये प्रागल्भस्तारिता इव
एतौ भगवतस्साक्षादे हरेत् नारायणस्य अवधीत्नां काञ्चेन वसुदेवस्य वेश्मनि
एष वै किल देवज्ञां जातो नीतश्च गोकुलं कालमेतं वसन् गूढः प्रवृत्ते नन्दवेश्मनि
पूतनानेन निदान्तं चक्रवादश्च दानवः अर्जुनो गुह्यकेचि तेनुको नेच तद्विदाः गावत्सबालयेतेन तावद्वै परमोचिताः कालियोदमितः सर्वम् इन्द्रश्च विमलं कुतः
सप्तमीकहस्तेन त्रिप्रवरोहन वर्षमादार्चिभ्यश्च परित्रातं च गोकुलं
गोप्यचरितमुदितः असितः प्रेषणं मुखं पश्यन्तो विविधाः तरन्ति चाश्रमं मुदा
वदन्देवंशयं यतोऽसुविष्टः श्रियं यशो महत्त्वं च लभ्यते परिरक्षितः
अयञ्चाद्यग्रज श्रीमान् रामकमललोचनः प्रलम्बो निगतो येन वत्सको एव गादयः
जननिषेवं ब्रुवाणेषु तुर्येषु निनदस्तु च कृष्णरामौ समाभाष्य चाणूरो वाक्यमब्रवीत्
तेनेन्द्रसूनो हि राम भवन्तौ वीरसम्मतौ नियुद्धकुशलौ श्रुत्वा राजानुमोदतिरुक्षुणा
प्रियं राज्यप्रकुर्वन्त्य श्रेयो विन्दन्ति वै प्रजाः मनसा कर्मणा वाजा विपरीतमतन्यता
नित्यं प्रमुदिता गोपाः वर्षपाला यदा स्फुटं वनेषु मल्लयुद्धेन क्रीडयन् चारयन्ति गाः
तस्माज्ञप्रियं यूयं वयं च करवामहे भूतानि प्रसीदन्ते सर्वभूतमयो नृपः
अन्यजमाब्रवीकृष्णः देशकालोचितं वचः न युद्धात्मनो बीजं मन्यमानो अभिनन्दच
प्रजापतेरस्य वयं च विवनीतरः करवाम प्रियं नित्यं तन्न परमनुग्रहः
बाला वयं तुल्यबलैः क्रीडायामो यथोचितं भवेन्नियुद्धं माधर्मः त्रिषेन्मल्लसभासदः
चाणूरवादां न बालो न किशारत्वं बलश्च परिणामरा लीलयेऽप्योतो येन सहस्रविभसत्तव्रत
तस्मात् भवत्यां बलिभिः योद्धव्यं नानयोत्र वै मयि विक्रमवार्षेय बलेन सखमुट्टिकः श्रीहरये नमः
श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः
गोपिका नामायिके गाडी श्रीसुकुवाच एवं चर्चितसङ्कल्पकः भगवान् मधुसूदनः आससादाद चाणूरं मुष्टिकं रोगिणी सुदग हस्ताभ्यां हस्तयोर्बद्ध्वा पद्भ्यामेव च पादयोः विचकर्षुरन्योऽयं प्रसक्य विजिगीषया हरितेभ्यां जानुभ्यां चैव जानुनि शिरश्रीष्णोरसौ अस्तौ अन्योनमभिजग्नदुः
परिभ्रमणानुचेव परिरम्भावपादनैः उत्सर्पणावसर्पणैः अन्योनं प्रतिरुन्धताम्
उत्थापनैरुन्नयनैः चालनैतापनैरपि परस्परं जिगीषन्दौ उपचक्रदुरात्मनः
तत्फलाफलविदितं सप्तमीदसर्वयोषितः ऊजुपरस्परं राजन् सानुकम्बावरुदशः
महानयं वदा धर्म येषां राजसभासदां ये बलाबलवद्युद्धं रातो अन्विच्छन्ति पश्यतः
सर्वाङ्गौ मल्लशैलेन्द्रसन्निभौ वजारि सुकुमाराङ्गौ किशोरनाथयौवनौ
धर्मप्रतिक्रमोऽस्य समाजस्य ध्रुवं भवेत् यत्र अधर्मसमुत्तिष्ठेत् नस्तेयं तत्र कर्गिचित्
सर्वां प्रविजय प्राज्ञः सर्वदोषानुस्मरन् अब्रुवन् विब्रुवन्नज्ञा नरकिल्बिषमश्नुते
वर्गदशत्रुमभिदः कृष्णस्य वदनाम्बुजं वीक्षतां समवार्युक्तं पद्मकोशविवाम्बुभिः
मुखभागं गलोचनं मुच्चिकं गदिसामर्शम् आससंरम्य शोभितम्
पुण्यापदवज्रभुवो यदयं निलङ्ग गूढपुराणपुरुषो वनचित्रमाल्येगी गापालयन् सकबल कोणयं च वेणुं विक्रीडयाञ्जति गिरित्रवरमार्चिताङ्घ्रिगी दोघेन भगनेन मदनोबलेभ प्रेगङ्गना वरुदोषणमार्जनादौ गायन्ति चैनमनुरक्तधियो सुखण्ड्यो धन्यावजस्वे गुरुक्रमचित्तया नागा
पश्यन्ति सस्मितमुखं
एवं प्रभाषमाणासु त्रिषु योगेश्वरो गरिः शत्रुं गन्तुमनचक्रे भगवान् भरदर्शभ
सभया
तैते नियुद्ध विधिभिः विविधैरच्युते अच्युतते दरौ योदादयदान्योन्यं तदैव बलमुष्टिकौ सस्नेवेग उत्पत्य मुठीकृत्य करौ उभौ भगवन्तं वासुदेवं क्रुद्धो वक्ष्य सबादद
प्रकारेण
भूपृष्ठे बोधयामास तरसाठीन जीवितं विस्तृता कल्पके शस्त्र इन्द्रजैवापदते
तदेव मुष्टिकपूर्वं समुच्चारितगणेन वै बलभद्रेण बलिना कलेनाभिगतो वृषम्
प्रवेपितमृतिकी मुद्दमन्मुखदोर्दितग विसुप्पपादोर्व्युपस्थे वादागदैवाङ्घ्रिपग
रामप्रेरितं वरः अवधीर्यया राजन् सावक्यं राममुष्टिना
तर्केभिः चलकृष्ण पदावगदशेषकः दिदा विदीर्णदोश्चलकः उभौ अभिनपे ततुः
सर्वे प्राणपरीक्षवः
गोपान्वयास्य नाकृत्य तैतं जत्य विजकृदुगो वाद्यमानेषु तुल्येषु वल्गन्धोरुदनूपुरौ
साधु पर्वतेषु विस्तृतेषु च भोजराट नव्यावरत् सदूराणि वाक्यं चेदमुवाचक निस्सारे धनं मरदगोपानां गन्धं वन्दे दुर्मतिं वसुदेवस्तु
अन्यतामश्वतमग उग्रसेन पिता चापि सानुगः परपक्षकः
एवं विघटमाने वै कंसे कृतोयः लक्ष्मीवर्तिरसा मञ्जमुत्तङ्गमारुहते
समाविशन्तमालोक्य मृत्युमात्मनः आसनात् मनसि सहसोत्थाय जगृहे सोऽसि चर्मणि प्रगृह्य चेष्टु चलत्किरीटं निपात्य रङ्गोपरि तुङ्गमञ्जाते तस्योपरिष्टा स्वयमब्जनाभग पपात विश्वासय आत्मतन्त्रः
तं संवरेदं विजगच्छ भूमौ हरिर्यज्ञं जगतो विपश्यतः आहे
स नित्यतो दिग्नधिया त्वमीश्वरं पिबन्वदन् भावितरन् स्वपन् श्वसन् ततश्चक्रायुधमग्रतो यतः तदेव रूपं तुरवापमाप
तस्यानुजाव्रातनष्टौ कङ्कन्याक्रोधकादयः अभ्यधावन्नतिकृतः प्रादुर्निवेशकारिणः
तदादिरवसं तां तु सम्यता रोगिणी सुतः अहन्परिगमुद्यम्य पशूनिव मृगादिपः
नेदुदुन्दुभयो व्योम्नि ब्रह्मेशाद्यो विभूतयः
तेषां त्रियो महाराज सुखन्मरणदुःखिताः तत्राभियुर्विघ्नग्नन्दः शेषाणस्सु विलोचनाः नाद प्रियधर्म च करुणानादवत्सल त्वया गतेन निगताः वयं ते सदृढप्रजाः
विरगितावत्या पुरीयं पुरुषर्षभ न शोभते वयं निवृत्तोत्सवमङ्गला
नागतां त्वं बोधानां कृतवान् रोगमल्पणं तेनामो बोधिशं नीदः बोधदृक्कोलभेदशां
सर्वेषामिदभूतानाम् एषै प्रभाव्ययः गोतारततमरायि न क्वचित् स्वमेधते
श्रीसुगोवाच राजयोषिताश्वास्य भगवान् लोकभावनः यामागुर्लौकिकीं तं ताम् अथानां तमकारयते
मातरं पितरं चैव मोदयित्वा बन्धनात् कृष्णरामौ वन्दाले शिरसा स्पृश्य पादयोः
देवकी वसुदेवश्च विख्याय जगदीश्वरो विदसम्बन्धनो पुत्रौ तत्स्वजातेन संगितौ
श्रीहरे नमः श्रीहरे नमः श्रीहरे नमः
श्रीशुक उवाच पितरा उपलब्धार्तो विदित्वा पुरुषोत्तमः मा बोधिरि निजामायां तदा न जनमोहिनी
उवाच परितापेत्य साधर्षभः प्रश्रयावनप्रीणन् अम्बदादेति सादरम्
नास्मत्तो योस्ताद नित्योत्कण्डितयोरपि बाल्यपौकण्डकैशोराग पुत्राभ्याम् अभवत् क्वचित् सर्वार्थ संभवो देहः जनित पोषितो यदः न तयोर्यादि निर्वेशम् पित्रोर्मर्त्य सदायुषा मातरं पितरं वृद्धं भार्यां साध्वीं सुतं शिशुं गुरुं विप्रं प्रपन्नं च कल्पो बिभ्रच्व सन्मृदः तस्सन्दुमर्हदस्ताद मादर्नौ परतन्द्रयोः अकुर्वदोर्वां शुश्रूषां क्लिष्टयोर्दुर्हृदा भृशम्
श्रीशुक उवाच इति माया मनुष्यस्य हरेश्वात्मनो गिरा मोहितावङ्गमारोप्य परिशेषजापदुर्मुदम्
चिञ्जन्दावसृदाराभिः स्नेहभासेन चावृदौ न किञ्चिदु चतुराजन् बाष्पखण्डो विमोहितौ आगचास्मान् महाराज प्रजाशाक्नप्तुमर्हसि ययादिशाभार्यदुभिः नासिदव्यं निर्वासने सर्वान् ज्ञाब्धि सम्बन्धान् दिग्भ्यकं स्वयाकुलान् यदुरिष्यन्दकमधु दासार्गकुकुरादिकान् कृष्णसङ्कर्षणभुजैः गुप्ता लब्धमनोरथाः गृहेषु रेमिरे सिद्धाः कृष्णरामगदज्वराः तत्र प्रवयसोऽभ्यासन् युवानोदिबलौजसः पिबन्दोषैर्मुकुन्दस्य मुहाम्बुजसुधामुहुः पितर्युवाभ्यां सिग्धाभ्यां भोषितौ लालितौ वृषं पितरोरभ्यधिका प्रीतिः आत्मजेष्वात्मनोभिः यादयूयं व्रजं ताद वयं च स्नेहदुःखितान् ज्ञादीन्वो द्रष्टुमेष्यामः विदाय सुहृदां सुखम् इत्युक्तस्थौ परिष्वज्य नन्दप्रणयविह्वलः पूरयन् असुर्भिर्नेत्रे सह गोपैर्विर्जम्ययौ तेभ्यो दक्षिणा गावः रुक्ममाला स्वलङ्कृताः सुलङ्कृतेभ्य सम्पूज्य सवत्साः सौममालिनीः
कृष्णराम जन्मक्षेमनोदता महामतिः ताश्चादद संस्कृत्य कंसेना धर्मतो
ततश्च लब्धसंस्कारो द्विजत्वं प्राप्य सुहृदौ गर्गाद् यदुकुलाचार्यात् गायत्रं व्रतमासीदौ
प्रभवौ सर्वविद्यानां सर्वज्ञौ जगदीश्वरो नान्यसिद्धामलज्ञानं गुहमानौ नरेहितैः
अदो गुरुकुले वासम् इच्छन्दा उपजग्मधुः काश्यं शान्तिवनीं नाम यवन्दीपुरवासिनम्
यदोपसाद्यतौ दान्तौ गुरो वृत्तिमनिन्दितां ग्राहयान्तौ उपैतौ स्म भक्त्या देवमिवादृतौ
तयोर्द्विजवरश्रुष्टक शुद्धभावानुवृत्तिभिः ब्रोवाच वेदानखिलान् साङ्गोपनिषदो गुरुः
सरहस्यं धनुर्वेदं धर्मान्यायपदां सदा तदा चान्वीक्षिकीं विद्यां राजनीतिं च षड्विधां
सर्वं नरवरश्रेष्ठौ सर्वविद्याप्रवर्तकौ सगृन्निगतमात्रेण तौ संजगृहदुर्निर्व
अहोरात्रैश्च दुष्यज्ञा संयतो दावलीकराः गुरुदक्षिणयाचार्यं चन्दयामास दुर्नृप
महिमानमद्भुतं संलक्ष्य राजनदिमानुषीमदीं समन्द्रमत्न्या समहार्णवे मृदं बालं प्रवासे वरयां बभूवः तमाह भगवानासु गुरुपुत्र प्रदीयतां तमाग भगवानासु गुरुपुत्र प्रदीयतां योसा विगत्वया ग्रस्तो बालको मगदोर्मिणाम्
समुद्र उवाच दैत्यपञ्चजनो महान् अन्तर्जलचर कृष्ण शङ्खरूपधरोऽसुरः
आस्ते विनाहृदो नूनं तच्छ्रुत्वा सत्वरं प्रभुः जलमाविश्य तं हत्वा नाभस्य दुदरे भगम्
तदङ्गप्रभवं शङ्खम् आदाय रथमागमये ततः संयमनिनाम यमस्य दैदाम्बुरीं
गत्वा जनार्दनशृङ्गं प्रदद्मो सकलायुधः सङ्गर्निह्लादमाकर्ण्य प्रजा संयमनो यमः
कृष्णं सर्वभूताशयालयं लीला मनुष्य हे विष्णो युवयो करवामकिं
श्रीभगवानुवाच गुरुपुत्रमिहानीदं निजकर्मनिबन्धनम् आनयस्व महाराज मच्चासनपुरस्कृतः गुरुर्वाच सम्यक् सम्पादितो वस्त भवद्भ्यां गुरुनिष्क्रयः को नो युष्मद्विद गुरोः कामानामवशिष्यते गुरुणैव मनुज्ञादौ रथेनानिरंहस आयादौ सुपुरं ताद पर्जन्यनिनदेन वै हरे नमः श्रीहरे नमः श्रीहरे नमः गोपिकास्मरणं गोविन्द गोविन्द श्रीसुक उवाच वृष्णीनां प्रवरो मन्त्री कृष्णस्य दयिदसः शिष्यो बृहस्पते साक्षात् उद्धवो बुद्धिसत्तमः गच्छोदववृजं सौम्य पित्रोर्नो प्रीतिमावह गोपीनां मद्वियोगादिं मत्सन्देशै विमोचय
दैहिकाः मामेव दयितं प्रेष्ठम् आत्मानं मनसा गताः ये त्यक्तलोकधर्मा च मदत्तेतान् विभर्म्यहम्
मयिदा प्रेयसां प्रेष्ठे दूरस्थे गोकुलश्रेयः स्मरन्त्योऽङ्गविमुह्यन्ति विरकौत्कण्ड्य विह्वलाः श्रीशुक उवाच इत्युक्त उद्धवो राजन् सन्देशं भर्तुरादृतः आदाय रथमारुह्य प्रेयौ नन्दगोकुलम्
प्राप्तो नन्दव्रजं श्रीमान् विलोचति विभावसौ चन्द्रयानप्रविशतां पशूनां पुररेणुभिः
वासिद्धेतेभिः युध्यद्भिः नादिदं सुस्मिभिर्वृषैः धावन्तीभिः सवास्राभिः ऊदोभारे स्ववस्तकान्
इतस्ततो विलङ्घद्भिः गोवत्सै मण्डितं सिदैः गोदोह शब्दाभिरवं वेणूनां निस्वनेन च
गायन्तीभिः सकर्माणि शुभानि बलकृष्णयोः स्वलङ्कृताभिर्गोपीभिः गोपैः च सुविराजितम्
अग्निकार्तिको पितृदेवाचनार्पितैः धूपदीपैश्च माल्यैश्च गोपावासैर्मनोरमम्
सर्वदा पुष्पितवनं द्विजालीकुलनादिदं हंसकारण्डवाकीर्णैः पद्मषण्डैश्च मण्डितम्
समागतं समागम्य कृष्णस्यानुचरं प्रियं नन्दप्रीतपरिष्वज्य वासुदेवादियाचेत्
भोजितं परमानेन संविष्टं कशिपौ सुखं कदश्रमं प्रयवृच्छत् पादसंवाहनादिभिः
कचिदङ्गमहाभाग सखानशूरनन्दनः आसे कुशञ्च पत्यादैः युक्तो मुक्तसुहृद्वृतः
दिष्ट्या कंसो हतपावः सानुगस्वेन पाप्मना साधूनां धर्मशीलानां यदूनां द्वेष्टि यः सदा
अभिस्मरदिन कृष्णः मातरं सुगतसखी गोपाव्रजं चात्मनाथं कावो वृन्दावनं गिरिम्
अप्यायास्यति गोविन्दः स्वजनान् सदीक्षितुं तर्हि दृश्याम तद्वक्त्रं सुनसं सुस्मिदेक्षणम्
वृषसर्पाच रक्षिताः दुरत्यैर्योमृत्युभ्यः कृष्णेन स्वभात्मना
स्मरतां कृष्णवीर्याणि लीलाभाङ्गनिरीक्षितं हसितं भाषितं चाङ्ग सर्वान् असिदिलाक्रियाः
मुकुन्दपदभूषितान् आक्रीडानि क्षमाणाः मनोयाजिततात्मदा
मन्ये कृष्णं च रामं च प्राप्ता विगसुरोत्तमौ सुराणामगदर्ताय गर्गस्य वचनं यदा तालत्रयं महासारं धनुर्यष्टिमिवे भराट् भवञ्जैकेन हस्तेन सप्तावक्मदात्क्रियम् श्रीशुक उवाच इति संसृत्य नन्दकृष्णानुरक्तदीः अत्युत्कण्ठो भवद्दूष्णीं प्रेम प्रसरविह्वलः
पुत्रस्य चरितानि च
तयोरित्थं भगवती कृष्णे नन्दयशोदयोः वीक्ष्यानुरागं परमं नन्दमागोदवो मुदा येदो हि विश्वस्य च बीजयोनि रामो मुकुन्द पुरुषप्रधानम् अन्वीय भूतेषु विलक्षणस्य ज्ञानस्य शेषाद इमौ पुराणौ
यस्मिन् जनप्राणवियोगकाले क्षणं समावेश्य मनो विश्रुतं निर्गतकर्माशयमाशयादि पराङ्गतिं ब्रह्ममयोर्कवर्णः
तस्मिन् भवन्तावकिलात्महेदौ नारायणे कारणमत्यमूर्तौ भावं विदत्तां निदरामहात्मन् किं वावशिष्टम् इवयो सुकृत्या हत्वा कंसं रङ्गमध्ये प्रदीपं सर्वसात्वदां यदाघव समागत्य कृष्णसत्यं करोति तत् न ह्यशास्ति प्रियः कच्चित् नाप्रियो वास्यमानिदनः नोत्तमो नादमो नाभि समानस्यासमोऽभि वा न चास्य कर्म वा लोके सदसन्मिश्रयोनिषु क्रीडार्थसोऽभि साधूनां परित्राणाय कल्पते
सत्तैरजसमैते भजते निर्गुणो गुणान् क्रीडन्नतीतोत्तरगुणैः सृजत्यवधिहन्त्यजः
यदा प्रामरिका दृष्ट्या प्राम्यदीव महीयते चित्ते कर्तरि तत्रात्मा कर्देवाहं धिया स्मृतः
वयोरेवनीमायम् आत्मजो भगवान् हरे सर्वेषाम् आत्मजो यात्मा पितामहदास ईश्वरः
दृष्टं श्रुतं बोधभवद्भविष्यत् सास्नु सरिष्णुर्महदल्पकं च विनाच्युतान् वस्तुतरां च वाच्यं स एव सर्वं परमार्थबोधकः
नन्दस्य कृष्णानुचरस्य राजन् गोव्यसमुत्थाय निरूप्यते वास्तुं समभ्यच्च तदीयमन्तन्
तदीपदीपैर्मणिभिर्विरेजु रज्जुर्विकर्षद्भुजगङ्गणस्रजग चलन्निदम्बस्सनकारकुण्डल द्विषत्कबोलोरुणकुङ्कुमाननाः
अरविन्दलोचनं प्रजाङ्गनानाद्यवमस्पशब्दनिः
भगवद्विदिते सूर्ये नन्दद्वारी वृजौकसः दृष्ट्वा रथं साधकौम्बं कस्यायमति सा ब्रुवन् किं साधयिष्यते अस्माभिः भर्तुप्रेतस्य निष्कृतिम् इति श्रीणा वदन्तीनाम् उद्धवोगात् कृताग्निः
श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः गोपिका जीवनस्मरणं गोविन्द गोविन्द
இது எல்லாருமா வாசிக்கலாம். ஸ்ரீ சுகௌவாச்ச தம் வீக்ஷ கிருஷ்ணானுச்சரம் ரஜஸ்திரியः பிரலம்பபாஹும் நவகஞ்சலோச்சனம் பீதாம்பரம் புஷ்கரமாலினம் லசத் முகாரவிந்தம் மணிஷ்டகுண்டலம் சுசிமாதாகோயமபீச்சதர்சன புதஸ்தகஸ்யாச்சுதவேஷபூஷணः இதி ஸ்ம சர்வா பரிவப்ருசுசாः தமுத்தமश्लोकपदाम्बुजाश्रयं तं प्रश्रये नामदासुसंकृतं सव्रीडः सेक्षणसूनृतादिभिः रहस्य पृच्छन्नुपविष्टमासने विज्ञाय सन्देशहरं रमापतेः यानीमस्तां यदुपदेः पाशदं समुपागतं भद्रेह प्रेषितः पित्रोः भवान् प्रेषिकेशया अन्यथा गोव्रजेतस्य स्मरणीयं न चक्ष्महे स्नेहानुबन्धो बन्धूनां मुनेरपि सुदुस्त्यजः अन्येष्वर्थकृता मैत्री यावदर्थविडम्बनं पुण्यश्रीशुक्राय सुमनस्योषत्रैः निःस्वनन्तजगविकाः अकल्पं नृपतिं प्रजाः अधीत विद्या आचार्यं ऋत्विजो दत्तदक्षिणां तदावीतफलं वृक्षं भुक्ताचादितयो गृहं तक्तं मृगास्तरारण्यं जारो भुक्त्वा रतां श्रियम् इति गोप्यो हि गोविन्दे गतवाक्काय मानसाः कृष्णदूते व्रजं याते उद्धवे दक्तलौकिकाः गायन्द्रप्रियकर्माणि रुदध्यश्च गतक्रियः तस्य संस्मृत्य यानि कैशोरबाल्ययोः काचिन्मधुकरं दृष्ट्वा ध्यायन्ति कृष्णसङ्गमं प्रियस्रस्तापितं दूतं कल्पयित्वेदमब्रवीत् गोप्यो मधुबलितव बन्धो मास्तु शान्तिं सपत्न्याः उजविरुदितमाला कुङ्कुमश्मश्रुभिर्नः वहतु मधुबलिनं मानिनीनां प्रसादं यदु सदसि विडम्ब्यं यस्य दूतस्त्वमीदृक् सकृदरसुनां स्वां मोहिनीं पाययित्वा सुमनसैव सद्यः नत्यते स्मान्मपादृक् परिचरति गतं तत् पादपद्मं तु पद्मा ह्यपिबधकृतचेता उत्तमश्लोकजल्पैः किरीटभूषणङ्ग्रे गायसि त्वं यदूनाम् अधिपतिमग्रहाणाम् अग्रतो न पुराणम् विजयसरसगीनां गीयतां तत्प्रसङ्गः शपितकुरजस्ते कल्पयन्तीष्टमिष्टाः दिवि भुवि चरसायां कास्त्रयस्तन्दुराः कपटरुचिरास प्रोवित्रम्बस्य यास्युः चरणरजौ वास्ते यस्य भूतिर्भयं कः अभिजकृपणपक्षे युक्तमश्लोकशब्दः विसृज शिरसि पादं वेद्म्यहं चाटुकारैः अनुनय विदुषस्ते स्वहृदयैव विसृष्टा प्रत्यपत्यन्यलोका व्यसनकृतचेताः किं नु सन्देहमस्मिन् मृगयुरिव कवीन्द्रं दिव्यते रुब्धधर्मा श्रियमकृतविरूपा श्रीजितकामयानां परिमविहरिमत्वा वेष्टयद्वांशवर्ण्य तदनमसितसखे दुस्त्यजस्तर्कदार्थ यदनुचरितलीला कर्णपीयूषविभृन् सकृतधनविदूत द्वन्द्वधर्मा विनष्टाः सपदि गृहकुटुम्बं दीनमुत्सृज्य दीना भगवैह विहङ्गा भिक्षुचर्यां चरन्ति वयमृतमिव जिह्वं व्याकृतं श्रद्धदानाः पुरीकरुतमिवाज्ञा कृष्णवतो हरिण्यः तन्नगस्पर्श तीव्र स्मरहृद उपमन्त्रिन् वण्यतामन्यवार्ता प्रियसख पुनरागाः प्रेयसा प्रेषित किं वरय किमनुरुन्दे माननीयोऽसि मेङ्ग नयसि कथमिहास्मात् तुष्यजद्वन्द्वपार्श्वम् सततमुरसि सौम्य श्रीर्वधू सागमास्ते अपिबत मधुगुर्याम् आर्यपुत्रोऽधुनास्ते स्मरति स पितृगेहान् सौम्य बन्धु च गोपान् क्वचिदपि स कदानः किङ्करीणां गृहीते भुजमगुरु सुगन्धम् मूर्ध्यधास्यत्कदानु श्रीशुकोवाच अतोद्भवो निशम्यैवं कृष्णदर्शनार्थः सान्वय प्रियसन्देशैः गोपीरितमभाषत उद्धव उवाच अहो यूयं स्वपूर्णार्थाः भवत्यो लोकपूजिताः वासुदेवे भगवती आसामित्यर्पितं मनः दानव्रततपो होमाजगस्वाध्याय संयमैः श्रेयोभिर्विविधैश्चान्यैः कृष्णे भक्तिर्हि साध्यते भगवत्युत्तमश्लोके भवति विरनुत्तमा भक्तिप्रवर्तिता जिष्ठ्यां नीनामपि दुर्लभा जिष्ठ्या पुत्रान् प्रतीतेहान् स्वजनान् भवनानि च हित्वा वृणीत यूयं यत् कृष्णाख्यं पुरुषं वरम् सर्वात्मभावो जिग्रह भवती नाम दोक्षते विरहेण महाभागाः महामेनुग्रहकृतः श्रूयतां प्रियसन्देशः भवतीनां सुभावः यामाराय कुतो विपराः अहं भर्तुहरस्तरः श्रीभगवानुवाच भवतीनां वियोगो मे नहि सर्वात्मना क्वचित् यदा भूतानि भूतेषु कं वायुर्निर्जलं महि तथाहं च मनः प्राणः भूतेन्द्रिय गुणाश्रयः आत्मन्येवात्मनात्मानं सृजेयं यनुपालये आत्ममायानुभावेन भूतेन्द्रियगुणात्मना आत्माज्ञानमय शुद्धः व्यतिरिक्तो गुणान्वयः सुशुद्धस्वजाग्रद्भिः मायावृत्तिर्लीयते येनेन्द्रियार्थान् ध्यायेत मृषा स्वप्नवदुत्थितः तन्निरुद्यादिन्द्रियाणि विनिद्र प्रत्यपद्यत एतदन्तसमाम्नाय योगसाख्यमनीषिणां त्यागस्तापदमत्सत्यं समुद्रादायवापगाः एतदहं भवतीनां वै दूरे वर्ते प्रियोदृशां मनसः सन्निकर्षार्थं मधुर्यागम्यया यदा दूरजने प्रेष्ठे मन आविश्य वर्तते श्रीणां जन तथा चेतः सन्निकृष्टे क्षिपोजने मय्यावेशमनकृष्णं विमुक्ता शेषवृत्तियत् अनुस्मरन्त्यो मामित्यभिरान्ममुपेक्षत यामायक्रीडता रात्र्यां वनेऽस्मिन् व्रजासिताः अलब्धरासा कल्याणः मापूर्वन्तिरिचिन्तया श्रीशुकोवाच एवं प्रियतमादिष्टम् आकर्ण्य प्रजयोषः तावूचुरुत्तमं प्रीताः गोप्योवाच दिजयायितो हरकं स यदूनां सानुगोपकृत दृष्ट्याप्ते लब्धसर्वादैः कुशल्यास्ते अच्युतोऽधुना कचित् सौम्य करोति प्रयोषां प्रीतिं न सिक्तसर्वीरः आसादं रक्षणमस्थितः कथं प्रति विशेषज्ञः प्रियश्च वयोषिषः नानुबध्येत तद्वाक्यैः विभ्रमैश्चानुभाजितः अविस्मरति न साधो गोविन्दं प्रस्तुते क्वचित् कोशे मध्ये पुरस्त्रीणां ग्राम्यासैरकदान्तरे ताविं निशास्मरतिना सुतदादियादिभिः वृन्दावने कुमुदकुन्दशशाकरम्ये रेमैव चरणनूपुररासगोष्ठ्याम् अस्माभिरीकृतमनोज्ञतः कदाचित् अशेषदीयदाशारः तप्ता स्वहृदयाशुषा सञ्जीवयन्नुनो गात्रैः तेनोवनमम्बुजैः कस्मात् कृष्णैहायाति प्राप्तराजो हारितः नरेन्द्रकन्या उद्धाय प्रीतः सर्वसुहृद्वृतः किमस्माभिर्मनोगाभिः अन्याभिर्वा महात्मनः श्रीपते रातकामस्य क्रियेतात्मनः परं सौख्यं विनैराश्यं त्रैलिन्याप्याह पिङ्गला तज्जानतीनां च कृष्णे तदाव्यासादुरत्यया कौत्सवेद संयुक्तम् उत्तमश्लोकसंविदम् अनिच्छतो व्यस्य श्रीः अङ्गारश्रुतेवचित् सरिचैलवनोद्देशाः गावोवेणुर्वायुमे सङ्कर्षणसहायेन कृष्णेनाचलिता प्रभो पुनः पुनः स्मारयन्ति नन्दगोपसुतं पद श्रीनिकेतैस्तदानकैः विस्मर्तुं नैव शक्नुमः
कथयावलदयोदारासलीलावलोकने माद्याकिराकृतधिया कथं विस्मरामहे हे नानु हे प्रजनास्तिनाचनामग्नमुग्धर गोविन्द गोकुलं व्रजिनार्णवान् हे रमानाथ व्रजनाथार्तिनाचना मग्नमुग्धर गोविन्द गोकुलं व्रजनार्णवान्
श्रीशुकोवाच ततस्ता कृष्णसन्देशैर्वेदविरहज्वरा उद्धवं पूजया चक्रुः नाथानामदोक्षजम् उवाच जगजिन्मासां गोपीनां विनुतं शुशः कृष्णलीलाकथां गायन् रमयामासगोकुलं यावञ्जहानि नन्दस्य देवासि स उद्धवः रजोकसाक्षणप्रायाणासं कृष्णस्य शरद्वनगिरिद्रोणी वीक्षङ्गुस्मिताङ्कृमान् कृष्णसंस्मारयन् मे हरिदासो व्रजौकसां कृष्णैव माय गोपीनां कृष्णवेशात्मविक्लवम् उद्धवः परमप्रीतः एतापरन्दनव्रतो विभोभवत् गोविन्द एव निखिलात्मनिरूढभावः वाञ्छन्ते त्वमभियो मुनयो वयं च किं ब्रह्मजन्मविनन्दकथारसस्य हेमाश्रियो वदजते व्यभिचारदुष्टाः कृष्णे च परमात्मनिरूढभावः नन्वीश्वरो अद्वचो विदुषो विसाक्षात् श्रेयसनोत्यगतराजे भोमयुक्तः नायं श्रेयो विद्यागतराजः रासोत्सवे बुधगण्डगण्ड लब्धाशिषाङ्गे उदगारवल्लवीनाम् आसामोदरगणेजुषामस्याम् वृन्दावने किमपि कुर्मगतौषधीनाम् यादुत्यजं सजनमाय पदं जगित्वा तेजोर्मुकुन्दपदवीं श्रुतिभिर्विमुख्या या वैश्याच्युतं प्रजाकरक्तवाहिनी योगेश्वरैरभिरामनिरासमोष्याम् कृष्णस्य चरणारविन्दं यस्तं सनीतविदो परिरव्यतामं वन्दे नन्दसूरजस्त्रीणां पादरेणुमवेशजाम् यासां हरिमरिगतो गीतं पुनाति भुवनत्रयं वन्दे नन्दसूरजस्त्रीणां पादरेणुमवेशजाम् यासां हरिमरिगतो गीतं पुनाति भुवनत्रयम् श्रीशुकोवाच अथ गोपीरनुचाप्य यशोदां नन्दमे भज गोपानां मन्त्रदाशार्हः चासामरुगेरदम् तन्निर्गतं समासाद्य नानोपायेन बाणेन नन्दादेवनुरागेण प्रावोजनशुरोजनाः मनसो वृतयो न स्युः कृष्णपादाब्जाश्रयाः वाचो विदायनिराम्नां कालयत प्रगुणादिषु कर्मविभ्राम्यमाणानां यतुर्गाभीश्वरेच्छया मङ्गलाचरितैतानैः अनिर्दिनकृष्णईश्वरे एवं सभाजियो गोपैः कृष्णकवत्यानराधिप उद्धव पुनरागासे मधुरां कृष्णपालिनां कृष्णाय मयवत्याग भक्तिद्रेकं रजौकसां वसुदेवाय रामाय राज्ञे च वायननाथ श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः गोपिका जीवनस्मरणं गोविन्दा
श्रीसुक उवाच अदविज्ञाय भगवान् सर्वात्मा सर्वदर्शनः शैलेन्द्रकामदत्तायाः प्रियं गृहं ययौ
महारोपस्करैराढ्यं कामोपायोपबृंहितं मुक्तादामपदाकाभिः विधानशयनासनैः धूपैः सुरभिर्दीपैः सद्गन्धैरपि मण्डितम्
गृहं तमायान्तमवेश शासनात् सस्यसमुद्धाय हि जातसम्भ्रमा यदोपसङ्गम्य सखीभिरच परिच्युतं सभाजयामास सदा सनादिभिः सामज्जलावेददुहूलभूषण सृग्गन्धदाम्बूलसुधासवादिभिः प्रसादितात्मोपससार माधवं सौक्रीडलीलोस्मितविभ्रमेषिदैः सानङ्गदप्तकुचयोरुरसस्तदाष्णोः शीघ्रन्ध्यनन्दचरणेन रुजो मृजन्ति दोर्भ्यां सनान्दरगदं परिरभ्यकान्तम् आनन्दमूर्तिमजगादति दीर्घतापम्
शैवं कैवल्यनानन्दं प्राप्य दुष्प्रापमीश्वरम् अङ्गरागापणेनाह दुर्भगेदमं याचत
आघोष्यतामिह प्रेष्ठ दिनानि कति चिन्मया रमस्व नो सगे त्यक्तुं सङ्गं तेम्बुरुहेक्षण दुराराध्यं समाराध्य विष्णुं सर्वेश्वरेश्वरं यो वृणीते मनोग्राह्यम् असत्त्वात् कुमनीष्यसौ सदा नरवरश्रेष्ठान् आराध्वीक्ष्य सुबान्धवान् प्रत्युत्थाय प्रमुदितः परिष्वज्याभ्यनन्दत पादावने नीरावः धारयञ्जिरसा नृप अर्कणेनाम्बरैः दिव्यैः गन्धसद्भूषणोत्तमैः दिष्ट्यापाबोहद कंसः सानुगो वामिदं कुलं भवद्भ्याम् उद्धृतं कृच्छ्रात् दुरन्ता च समेदिदम् आत्मशिष्टमिदं विश्वम् अन्वाविश्य स्वशक्तिभिः ईयते बहुधा ब्रह्मन् श्रितप्रत्यक्षगोचरम् सृजस्य दोलुम्बशिवासि विश्वं रजस्तमः सत्त्वगुणैः स्वसद्भिः न पद्यसे तद्गुणकर्मभिर्व ज्ञानात्मनस्ते क्वचक् बन्धहेतुः त्वयोदितोऽयं जगदोहिताय यदा यदा वेदपदपुराणः वात्येदपाखण्डपदैरसद्भिः तदा भवान् सत्त्वगुणं बिभर्ति अद्येशनो वसदयः खलु भूरिभागाः यत्सर्वदेव पुदुर्भूतनिर्देवमूर्तिः यत्पादशौचसलिलं त्रिजगद्गुणादि सत्त्वं जगद्गुरुरधोक्षजया प्रविष्टः
शरणं समीयात् भक्तप्रियादृतगिरसुहृदकृतज्ञात् सर्वान् ददाति सुहृदो भजतो विकामात्
जनार्दन भवानि न प्रदीदः योगैश्वरैरविदुरभगति सुरेशैः चिन्त्यासु न सुधकलत्रदनाप्तगेः देहादिमोहरसनां भवदीयमाया भगवान् उवाच त्वं न गुरुपुतिर्व्यश्च श्लाघ्यो बन्धुश्च नित्यदा वयं तु रक्षाभोष्याश्च अनुगम्या प्रजा हि वः मह्यं मयानि तीर्थानि न देवा मृच्छिलामयाः ते पुनन्द्रुकालेन दर्शनादेव साधवः पितर्युभरदे बालाः सगमात्रा सुदुःखिताः आनीता स्वरं राज्ञा वसन्त इति शुश्रुम
पुत्रेषु हीनरीः समो न वर्तते नूनं दुष्पुत्रवचनोदकृते
गच्छ जानीहि तद्वृद्धम् अधुना साध्वसाधु वा विज्ञाय तद्विदास्यामः यदा संसुकृतं भवेत्
सङ्कर्षणो दवाभ्यां वै ततस्व भवनं ययो
श्रीहरये नमः
श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः गोविन्द
गोविन्द श्रीशुकोवाच स गत्वा हास्तिनमरं पौरवेन्द्र शोङ्कितं ददर्श तत्राम्बिकेयं स्वभीष्मं विदुरं भृतां
सहपुत्रां च मालीकं भारद्वाजं सगौतमं कर्णं सुयोधनं द्रौणीं पाण्डवान् सुहृदौ अपरान्
यदा वदुपसङ्गम्य बन्धुभिर्गान्धिनी सुतः सम्पृष्टस्तैः सुहृद्वार्तां स्वयं चापृच्छदव्ययम्
उवाच कतिचिन्मासा राज्ञो वित्तविवेचय दुष्प्रसिद्ध्यापचारस्य गच्छन्दानुवर्तिनः
तेजोजो बलं वीर्यं प्रशिरादिंश्च सद्गुणान् प्रजानुरागं पार्थेषु न सहद्भिश्चिकीर्षितम्
कृतञ्जलातराष्ट्रेण आचक्यौ सर्वमेवास्मै वृथा विदुरेव च
वृथा तु भ्रातरं प्राप्तम् अक्रूरम् उपसृत्यतम् उवाच जन्मनिलयं स्मरन्त्यश्रुकलेक्षणा
अपि स्मरन्ति न सौम्य विदुरौ भ्रातरश्च मे भगिन्यो भ्रातृपुत्राश्च रामय सख्य एव च
भ्रात्रेयो भगवान् कृष्णः शरण्यो भक्तवत्सलः पैतृष्वश्रेयान् स्मरति रामश्चाम्बुर्हेक्षणः
सापत्यमध्ये शोचन्ति मृगाणां हरिणीव सान्त्वयिष्यति मां वाक्यैः पितृहीनां च बालकान्
कृष्ण कृष्ण महायोगिन् विश्वात्मन् विश्वभावना प्रपन्नां पाहि गोविन्द शिशुभिश्चावसीदतीं
नान्यतम पदाम्बोजाते पश्यामि शरणं नृणां बिभ्यतां मृत्युसंसाराय ईश्वरस्यापवर्गिकात्
नमः कृष्णाय शुद्धाय ब्रह्मणे परमात्मने योगेश्वराय योगाय त्वामहं शरणं गदा
श्रीशुकोवाच इत्यनुस्मृत्य सदनं कृष्णं च जगदीश्वरं प्रादुरन्तु पिता राजन् भवतां प्रपितामही
समदुःखसुखो क्रूरः विदुरश्च महायशाः सान्त्वयामास तु कुन्तीं तत्पुत्रोत्पत्तिहेतुभिः
विषमं पुत्रलालसम् अवदत् सुहृदां मध्ये बन्धुभिः सौहृदोदितम्
अक्रूरोवाच भो भो वैचित्रवीर्यतं कुरूणां कीर्तिवर्धन भ्रातरुपरते पाण्डौ अधुनासनमास्थितः
धर्मेण पालयन्नोरे प्रजाशीलेन रञ्जयन् वर्तमानसमस्येषु श्रेयकीर्तिमवाप्स्यसि
अन्यदा त्वाचरं लोके गर्हितो यास्यसे तमः तस्मात् समत्वे वर्तस्व पाण्डवेष्वात्मजेषु च
संवासः कथिचित् राजन् स्वेनापि देहेन किमुजायात्मजादिभिः
एक प्रसूयते जन्तुः एक एव प्रलीयते एकोऽनुभुङ्क्ते सुकृतम् एक एव च दुष्कृतम्
अधर्मोपचितं वित्तं हरन्ति अल्पमेधसः सम्भोजनीयापदेशैः जलोकसः
पुष्णादिदानधर्मेण स्वबुद्ध्या तमपण्डितं ते कृतार्थं प्रहीन्वन्ति प्राणाराय सुदादयः
स्वयं किल्बिषमादाय तैजन्यः असिद्धार्थो विशद्यन्तं स्वधर्मविमुखस्तमः
तस्मालोकमिमं राजन् स्वप्नमायामनोरथं वीक्षायं यात्मनात्मानं समशान्तो भव प्रभो
धृतराष्ट्र उवाच यदा वदति कल्याणीं वाचं दानपते भवान् तथा नयान तृप्यामि मध्ये प्राप्येतामृतम्
तदापि सूनृतः सौम्यरिति न स्थीयते चले पुत्रानुरागविषमे विद्युत्सौदामिनी यदा
ईश्वरस्य विधिं को नो विदुनोत्यन्यथा पुमान् भूमि भरावतारायो यतो कुले
यो दुर्विमर्शपदया निजमाययेदं सृष्टा गुणान् विभजते तदनु प्रविष्ट तस्मै नमो दुरवबोध विहार तंत्र संसार चक्रगते परमेश्वराय
श्रीशुकोवाच इत्यभिप्रेत्य नृपदेवे अभिप्रायं स यादव सुहृद्भिः समनुज्ञात पुनर्यदुपुरीमगामत्
शशंस रामकृष्णाभ्यां
विचेष्टितं पाण्डवान् प्रति गौरव्य यदर्थं प्रेषितः स्वयं
श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः गोपिका जीवनस्मरणं गोविन्द गोविन्द
श्रीशुगोवाच अस्ति प्राप्ते च कंस
इति श्रीमद्भागवते महापुराणे दशमस्कन्धे पारमहंस्यां संहितायां पूर्वार्धे एकोनपञ्चाशतमोऽध्यायः।
श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः गोपिका जीवनस्मरणं गोविन्द गोविन्द।
श्रीशुगोवाच अस्ति प्राप्ति च कंसस्य महिषो मार्गदर्शभ हृदे भर्तरि दुःखार्ते यदुस्मपि दुर्गृहान्
पित्रे मङ्गलराजाय जरासन्धाय दुःखिते वेदनं चक्रतु सर्वम् आत्मवैदव्यकारणम्
सदा प्रियमाकर्ण्य शोकामर्षयुतो नृप अयादवी महीं कर्तुं चक्रे परममुद्यमम्
अत्योनिश्चापि संवृतः यदुराजधानी मथुरां नरुणन् सर्वतो दिशम्
निरीक्ष्य तद्बलं कृष्णः उद्वेलमिव सागरं स्वप्नं तेन समृद्धं स्वजनं च वयाकुलं
चिन्तयामास भगवान् हरिकारणमानुषः तद्देशकालानुगुणं स्वभावप्रयोजनम्
हनिष्यामि बलं खेदते भुवि भारं समाहितं मागधेन समानीतं वश्यानां सर्वभूभुजाम्
संज्ञातं बटाशरथकुञ्जरैः मागधस्तु नान्तव्यः भूय कर्ता मनोद्यमम्
एतदत्तोऽवतारोऽयं भूभारहरणाय मे संरक्षणाय साधूनां कृतोऽन्येषां वदाय च
अन्योऽपि धर्मरक्षायै देहः संम्रियते मया विरामाय धर्मस्य काले प्रभवतः क्वचित्
एवं ध्यायति गोविन्दे आकाश सूर्यवर्चसो रथो उपस्थितो सद्यः ससुतो सपरिच्छदो
आयुधानि च दिव्यानि पुराणानि यदृच्छया दृष्ट्वा तानि ऋषिकेशः सङ्कर्षणमदारुणीते
अस्य आर्यव्यसनं प्राप्तं यदूनां त्वावतां प्रभो एष ते रथ आयातः दैतानि आयुधानि च
यानमास्ताय जख्येतदसमुद्र एतदत्तं विनौ जन्म साधूनामीश शर्म कृते
त्रयोविंशत्यनीकाख्यं भूमेर्भारमपाकुरु एवं सम्मन्त्रिता शार्गो दंसितो रतिनौ पुरादे
जगदसयुधाढ्यं बलेनापि रसावृतौ शङ्खं दद्मो विनिर्गत्य हरिदारुकसारथिः
ततो अभूत् परसैन्यानां हृदि वित्रासमे पदुः तावाहमागतो वीक्ष्य हे कृष्ण पुरुषादम
न त्वया योद्धुमिच्छामि बालेनैकेन लज्जया गुप्तेन त्वया मन्द न योत्सेयाहि बन्धुवन्
तव राम यदि श्रद्धा युद्धस्य धैर्यमुद्वह हित्वा वामच्चरे चिन्नं देहं सूर्याहि मां जहि
श्रीभगवानुवाच न वै शूरा विकत्तन्ते दर्शयन्त्येव पौरुषं न गृह्णीमो वचो राजन् आतुरस्य मुमूर्षुषः
श्रीशुगोवाच जरासुदस्थो अभिसृत्य माधवो महाबलोकेन बलीयसावृणोत् ससैन्ययानत्वजवाजि सारथी सूर्यानलो वायुरिवाभ्ररेणुभिः
सुवर्णतालध्वजनिनोगरतो अलक्षयन्त्यो हरिरामयोर्मुदे श्रियपुराटाळकर्ण्यगोपुरं समाश्रिता सम्मुमुषुषादिताः
हरिपरानीकपयोमुपामुहुः शिलीमुखात् उल्बणवर्षपीडितं स्वसैन्यमालोक्य सुरासुरार्चितं व्यस्फूर्जयत्सार्गसरासनोत्तमम् निर्भिन्न कुम्भा करिणो निपेदुः अनेकश्वाश्व सर्वघ्नकन्दराः यदा कदाश्वच्च ध्वजसुतनायकाः पदादय चिन्न पुजोरुकन्दराः
अंगप्रसूता शतशोत्रगापगा भुजानय
करोरुमीना नरकेश शैवलाः धनुस्तरङ्गायुधगुल्मसङ्कुलाः अचूरिका वत्तयुपयानकामः मणिप्रवेगाभरणोस्म शर्कराः
परस्परं संघर्षणेन परिमेयते तेजसा
बलं तदङ्गार्णव दुर्गवैरवं दुरन्तभारं मगधेन्द्रपालितं क्षयं प्रणीतं वसुदेवपुत्रयोः विक्रीडितं तत् जगदीशयोपरम्
समीहतेनन्दगुणस्वलीलया नदस्य चित्रं परपक्षनिग्रह तथापि मत्यानुविधस्य वर्ण्यते
जग्राहविरदं रामः जरासन्दं महाबलम् अदानीकावशिष्टासुं सिंहसिंहैवोजसा
पद्यमानमदाराधे भाषैवारुणमानुषैः वारयामास गोविन्द तेन कार्यचिकीर्षया
समुक्तो लोकनाथाभ्यां व्रीडितो वीरसम्मतः तपसे कृतसङ्कल्पः वारिदपतिराजभिः
वाके पवित्रार्थैः नयनै प्राकृतैरपि सगन्मबन्धप्राप्तोऽयं यदुभिस्ते पराभवः
अदेषु सर्वानीकेषु नृपोपार्हरतस्तदा उपेक्षितो भगवता मगधा दुर्मनाययो
मुकुन्दोऽपि
माधुरैरुव सङ्गम्य विज्वरैर्मुदितात्मभिः उपगीयमान विजयः सूदमागध वन्दिभिः सिक्तमार्गां हृष्टजना पदाकापिरलङ्कृतां निर्कुष्टां ब्रह्मकोशेन कौतुकाबद्धतोरणां आयोधनगदं वित्तम् अनन्दं वीरभूषणं यदुराजाय तत्सर्वम् आहृतं प्रादिशत् प्रभुः अचिन्वन् तद्बलं सर्वं वृष्णय कृष्णतेजसा पदेषु सेषु अनीकेषु त्यक्तो हरिभिर्नृप
संग्रामे आगामी तदन्तरा नारद प्रेषितो वीर यवन प्रत्यदृश्यत
गुरोर मधुरामेत्य त्रिशिभिर्म्लेच्छ कोटिभिः नृलोके च अप्रतिद्वन्द्वः वृष्टिं श्रुत्वा आत्मसंविदान्
तन्नदृष्ट्वा चिन्तयन् कृष्णः सङ्घर्षण सहायवान् अहो यदुनामृदिनं प्राप्तं यमयते महत्
यवनोऽयं निरिन्दोऽस्मान् अद्य तावन् महाबलः भागदोऽप्यद्य वा शो वा परशो वा आगमिष्यति
आवयोरद्योदरस्य यजागन्ता जरासुदः बन्धुन्नतिचित्तदा नेष्यते सपुरं बलि
तस्मादद्य विदास्यामः दुर्गं त्रिपदुर्गमं तत्र चादीन् समादाय यवनं गादयामहे
इति सम्मन्त्र्य भगवान् दुर्गं द्वादशयोजनम् अन्तर्समुद्रे नगरं कृष्णाद्भुतमचीरते
दृश्यतेऽत्र हि त्वाश्रं विज्ञानं शिल्पनैपुणं गद्या चत्वरवीथिभिः यदा वासु विनिर्मितम्
सुरद्रुमलतोद्यान विचित्रोपवनान्वितं हेमशृङ्गेतिविस्पृग्भिः स्वाटिकाटालगोपुरैः
राजतारककुटैकोष्ठैः हेमकुम्भैरलङ्कृतैः रत्नकूटे गृहे हैमैः महामरगतस्थलैः
निर्मितं चातुर्वर्ण्यजनाकीर्णं यदुदेव गृहोल्लसत्
सुधर्मां पारिजातं च महेन्द्र प्राहिण उद्धरेः यत्र च अवस्थितो मत्यः मत्यधर्मैः न युज्यते
श्यामेककर्णान् वरुणः नयाश्रुकान् मनोजवान् अश्रो निधिकटिकोशान् लोकपालो निजोदयान्
यद्यद् भगवता दत्तम् आधिपत्यं स्वसिद्धये सर्वं प्रत्यर्पय वासुः हरो भूमिकदे नृप
प्रभावेन नीता सर्वजनं हरिः प्रजापालेन रामेण कृष्णसमनुहन्त्रितः निर्जगामपुरद्वारात् पद्ममाली निरायुधः
श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः
गोपिका जीवनस्मरणं गोविन्द
शिशुकौवाच तं विलोक्य विनिष्क्रान्तम् उद्विहानमिवोडुपं दर्शनीयतमं श्यामं पीतकौशेयवाससं
श्रीवत्सवक्षसम्राजत्कौस्तुभमुक्तकन्दरं ऋतुदीर्घचतुर्बाहुं नवकञ्चारुणेक्षणम्
नित्यप्रमुदितं श्रीमत्सुखफोलं शुचिस्मितं मुखारविन्दं बिभ्राणं सुरन्मकरकुण्डलं
वासुदेवो येमिति पुमान् श्रीवत्सलाञ्जनः चतुर्भुजोरविन्दाक्षः वनमाल्यसुन्दरः
लक्षणे नारदप्रोक्तैः नान्यो भवितुमर्हति निरायुधश्चलन् पद्म्यां योत्स्नेन निरायुधः हस्तप्राप्तमेवात्मानं हरिणा स पदे पदे नीतो दर्शयता दूरं यवेनो चिन्द्रकन्दरं एवं क्षिप्तोऽपि भगवान् प्राविशद्गिरिकन्दरं सोऽपि प्रविष्टसत्रान्यं शयानं ददृशे नरं स उत्थाय चिरं सुप्तः शनैरुन्मील्य लोचने दिशो विलोकयन् पार्श्वे उत्तमद्राक्षीद्ववस्थितं
सदा तत्सनुष्टस्य दृष्टपातेन भारत एकजेनाग्निना दग्धः भस्मसादभवत्कृष्णात्
राजोवाच ओ नाम स पुमान् ब्रह्मन् कस्य किं बीजे एव च कस्मात् गुहां गतशिष्ये किं तेजो यावनार्दन
उवाच स इक्ष्वाकुकुले जातः मातारुतनयो महान् मुचुकुन्द इति ख्यातः ब्रह्मण्यः सत्यसङ्गरः
स याचितः सुरगणैः इन्द्रादैरात्मरक्षणे असुरेभ्य परित्रस्ते हि तद्रक्षां सोऽकरोच्चिरम्
नित्याकुकन्दे सोपानं मुचुकुन्तमदा ब्रुवन् राजं विरमलाङ्कृत्रादे पवान्न परिपालनते
नरलोके परित्यज्य राज्यं निहतकण्टकम् अस्मान् पालयतो वीर कामास्ते सर्व उज्जिताः
सुजामयच्योबोधो ज्ञातयो अमात्यमन्त्रिणः प्रजाचतुल्यकालीया नातो न सन्ति कालिदा
कालो बलीयान् बलिना भगवान् ईश्वरो व्ययः प्रजा कालयते क्रीडन् पशुपालो यथा पशून्
वरं ऋणीच भद्रं ते हृदे कैवल्यमद्यनः एक एवेश्वरस्तस्य भगवान् विष्णुरव्ययः
एवमुक्तः स वै देवान् अभिवन्द्य महायशाः अशेष्ट गुहाविश्चो निद्रया देवदत्तया
स्वामय्यादये सुमध्ये बोधयत्येकमेतः सत्त्वया दृष्टमात्रस्तु भस्मी भस्मीभक्षणात्
यवने भस्मनान्नीते भगवान् सात्वदर्शभः आत्मानं दर्शयामास मुचुकुन्दाय धीमते
तमालोक्य घनश्यामं वेदकौशेयवाससं श्रीवत्सवक्षसम्राजते कौस्तुभेन विराजितं
चतुर्भुजं रोचमानं वैजयन्त्या च मालया चारु प्रसन्नवदनं स्फुरन्मकरकुण्डलं
प्रेक्षणीयं लोकस्य सानुरागस्मितेक्षणम् अपि च वयसम्मत्तमृगेन्द्रोदारविक्रमम्
पर्यपुच्छन् महाबुद्धिस्तेजसा तस्य दर्शितः शङ्कितः शनकैराजा
दुर्दर्शमिव तेजसा मुचुकुन्दोवाच ओ भवानी सम्प्राप्तः विपिने गिरिगह्वरे पद्भ्यां पद्मपलाशाभ्यां विचरस्युर्कण्टके
तेजस्विनां तेजो भगवान् वा विभावसुः सूर्य सोमो महेन्द्रो वा लोकपालो परोऽपि वा
मन्ये त्वां देवदेवानां त्रयाणां पुरुषर्षभं यद्बाधसे गृहाद्वन्द्वं प्रदीपप्रभया यदा
सुश्रुतामभ्यलिकम् अस्माकं नरपुङ्गव स जन्म कर्मगोत्रं वा कथ्यतां यति रोचते
वयं तु पुरुषव्याघ्रः मुचुकुन्द इति प्रोक्तः यौवनाश्वत्वज प्रभो
मुचुकुन्द इति प्रोक्तः यौवनाश्वत्वज प्रभो चिरप्रजागरश्रान्तो निद्रयोपहेन्द्रियः
शयेऽस्मिन् विजने कामं केनाप्युत्थापितो धुना सोऽपि भस्मीकृतो नूनम् आत्मीयेनैव पद्मना
अनन्तरं भवात् रक्षितो मित्रशातनः तेजसा ते विषय्येन भूरि द्रष्टुं न शक्नुमः अतोजसो महाभाग माननीयोऽसि देहिनाम्
एवं सम्भाषितो राज्ञा भगवान् भूतभावनः प्रत्याह प्रहसन्वाण्या मेघनादगभीरया
श्रीभगवानुवाच जन्मकर्मविधानानि सन्निवेगसहस्रशः न शक्यन्ते न संख्यातुम् अनन्तवर्णाभिः
विममे पार्थिवान्युरुजन्मभिः गुणकर्माभिधानानि न मे जन्मानि कर्हिचित्
कालत्रयोपपन्नानि जन्मकर्माणि मे नृप अनुक्रमन्तो नैवान्तं गच्छन्ति परमश्रेयः विज्ञापितो विरिञ्चेन पुराहं धर्मगुप्तये भूमेर्पारायणानाम् असुराणां शयाय च अवतीर्णो यदुलेवानकदुन्दुमे वदन्ति वासुदेवेति वसुदेवसुदमिमां कालनेमिर्कतकं सह प्रलम्बाद्या च सद्दिशः अयं च यवनो दग्धो राजं ते तिग्मचक्षुषा
स्वाहन्तवानुप्रार्थं गोहामेतामवागरा
वरान् वृष्णैव राजर्षे सर्वान् कामान् ददामि ते मां प्रपन्नो जनः कच्चिदेन भूयोर्कति शोचितुं
श्रीशुकुमार इत्युक्तस्तं प्रणम्य मुचुकुन्दमुदानिदा ज्ञात्वा नारायणं देवं गर्गवाक्यमनुस्मरन्
मुचुकुन्द उवाच विमोहितोऽयं जन ईश मायया तदीयया त्वां न भजन्ति न तदक् सुखाय दुःखप्रभवेषु सज्जते गृहेषु योषित् पुरुषश्च वाञ्छितः
लब्धाजनो दुर्लभमत्रमानुषं करञ्जिरव्यङ्गमयत्नदोनग पादारविन्दं न भजन्त्य सन्मतिः गृहान्तकूपे पतितो यथा पशुः
ममेश कालोचित निष्फलो गतो राज्यश्रियोन्नद्धमदस्य भूपतेः मर्त्यात्मबुद्धे सुतदारकोशभूषु आसञ्जमानस्य दुरन्तचिन्तया
कलेवरेऽस्मिन् गडपुण्यसन्निभे निरूढमानो नरदेव इत्यहं
प्रमन्तमुच्चैरतिकृत्य चिन्तया प्रवृद्धलोभं विषयेषु लालसं
त्वमप्रमत्त सहसा विपद्यसे चुल्लेलिहानो हिरिवाकुमन्तकः विरारतेर्हेम परिश्रुतेश्चरन् मतङ्गदैर्वानरदेव संजितः स एव कालेन दुरत्ययेन ते कलेवरो विट्रिमभस्मसंजितः
दिक्चक्रमभूतविग्रहः वरासनस्तस्समराजवन्दितः गृहेषु मैथुन्यसुखेषु योषितां क्रीडामृगपूरुष ईशनीयते
करोति कर्माणि तपस्सु निष्ठितः निवृत्तभोगस्तदपेक्षया ददते पुनश्च भूयेयमहं स्वराडिति प्रवृद्धदर्शो न सुखाय कल्पते
भवापवर्गो भ्रमतो यदा भवेद् जनस्य दर्ह्यच्युत
समागमः सत्सङ्गमो यर्हि तदैव सत्तौ परावरेशे त्वयि जायते मतिः मन्ये ममानुग्रह ईशते कृतः राज्यानुबन्धापगमो यदृच्छया यः प्रार्थ्यते साधुविवेकचर्यया वनं विवेचद्विरखण्डभूमिमयि
न कामेयं तव पादसेवनात् अकिञ्चनाकृतमान्तरं विभो आराध्यकस्त्वाम्यपवर्गदं हरे प्रणीतार्यो वरमात्मबन्धनम्
अस्माभिसृज्यासि च ईश सर्वतः रजस्तमः सत्त्वगुणानुबन्धनाः निरञ्जनं निर्गुणमद्वयं परं त्वाज्ञप्ति मात्रं पुरुषं व्रजाम्यहं
चिरमिकरुचिताप्ततप्यमानोऽनुतापैः अमितचरणिमित्रो लब्धशान्तिपदनिते शरणगतसमुपेदस्तत्पदाब्जं परात्मन् अभयमयमशोकं पाहि मां बन्धनीश
श्री भगवानुवाच सार्वभौम महाराज मतिस्ते विमलोजिता वरै प्रलोभितस्यापि न कामैर्विहदायतः
नोऽपितोरयत्तम् अप्रमादाय विद्धिरते न तेऽस्मयेकभक्तानाम् आशीर्विद्यते क्वचित्
जानानाम भक्तानां प्राणायामादिभिर्मनः अक्षीणवासनं राजन् दृश्यते पुनरुत्थितम्
विचरन् समयङ्कामं मय्या वेचितमानसा अस्तेव नित्यदातुभ्यं भक्तिर्मय्यनपायिनी
शास्त्रधर्मस्थितो जन्तून्यवतीर्मृगयादिभिः समाहितस्तत्तपसा जह्यगं मधुपाशितः
जन्मन्यनन्दरे राजन् सर्वभूतसुरत्तमः पूतादिजवरत्वमे श्रीहरे नमः श्रीहरे नमः श्रीहरे नमः गोपिका जीवनस्मरणं गोविन्द
स्वामीட்டு வச்சிருக்கேன் வியாயகம் புலே
श्री शुकौवाच
श्री शुकौ इत्थं सोनुगकी इत्थं अच्छा इत्थं सोनुगीतोंग कृष्णेन ईश्वापुनन्दना तं परिक्रम्य संनम्य निचक्राम गुहामुखात् तत्प्रत्ययुधीरग निसङ्गो मुक्तसंशयः रमादाय मनः कृष्णे पराविच कन्दमादनं भगान् पुनरव्रज्य पुरी यवनशेषिदान् यत्त्वा मल्ले चबलं निन्ने तदीयं द्वारकां दनं
नियमाने दने गोपीभिश्चाच्युतचोदितैः आजगाम जरासन्धः त्रयोविंशत्यनीकवः लोके वेगगर्भसंपृप्तसैन्यस्य माधवौ मनुष्यचेष्टामापन्नौ राजन् दुर्ध्रुवदुर्धृतं विहाय वित्तं
बलायमानौ तौ दृष्ट्वाम् आगतः प्रकसन् बलीन् अन्वदावत् रथानीकैः यशो अप्रमाणविद् गिरौ नीलिनावाख्याय नाधिगम्य पदं नृप तदा गहिमेधोभिः समन्दादक्रिमुसृजन् अलक्ष्यमाणो रिपुणा सानुगेन इदुत्तम
स्वपुरं पुनरायातौ समुद्रपरिकां नृप आनर्ताधिपति श्रीमान् रैवतो रेवतीं सुतां ब्रह्मणा चोदितप्रादाद् बलायेति पुरोदितं भगवानपि गोविन्दः वये मे गुरुद्वः वैदर्भी भीष्मकसुधां श्रियो मात्रं स्वयंवरे प्रमत्यादरचाराज्ञाचालातिं पश्यतां सर्वलोकानां पुत्रसुधामिव राजोवाच भगवान् भीष्मकसुधां रुक्मिणी रुचिराननं राक्षसेन विधानेन उभयेमैति श्रुतं
भगवान् श्रोतुमिच्छामि कृष्णस्यामित तेजसः यदा मागधशालाते जित्वा कन्याम् उपाकरते
ब्रह्मन् कृष्णकदा पुण्यागामाति लोकमलाभः को न तिप्येत शृण्वानः सुदक्यो नित्यनूतनाः
श्रीशुकोवाच राजासे विष्णुको नाम विदर्भाधिपतिर्महान् तस्य पञ्चाभवन्पुत्राः कन्यका च वरानना
रुक्कमकजो रुक्कमरदो रुक्मबाहूरनन्दरः रुक्कमकेशो रुक्ममाली रुक्मिण्येषां ससासदी
सौवश्रुत्यमुन्दस्य रूपवीरपुनस्त्रिया गृहाकटकीयमानात्तं मेने सदृशं वदे
स्वां बुद्धिलक्षणदौर्यरूपशूलगुणाश्रयां कृष्णस्य सदृशीं भार्यां समुद्बोधुं मनोददे
बन्धूनामिच्छदान्तं कृष्णयायमुनिवार कृष्णतिडे रुक्मी चैतन्यमन्यदा
सदवेजाचिदाभाङ्गी वैदर्भी दुर्मना भृशं विचिन्याप्तं द्विजं कञ्चिदे कृष्णाय प्रागिनो धृतं
द्वारकां समवेत्य प्रतिहारै प्रवेशितः अपश्यमासेनं काञ्चनासनीं
दृष्ट्वा ब्रह्मणदेवः आवृग्य निजशासनात् उवेशार्घयाञ्चक्रे यदात्मानं दिवौकसः
तं भक्तवन्तं विश्रान्तमुपगम्य सदाङ्गदे प्रणिना ब्रह्मचं पादौ अङ्ग्रहस्थं समपृच्छत
कच्चिचिदवरश्रेष्ठ धर्मस्य वृत्तसम्मतः वर्तते नादिकृष्णेन सन्तुष्टमनसः सदा
सन्तुष्ट यर्के वर्तन्ते ब्राह्मणायेन कैरजित अहीयमान सद्धर्मातेन गच्छाकिल कामदग
असन्तुष्टो सकुल्लोकानाप्तो जसि सुरेश्वरः अकिञ्जनोऽपि सन्तुष्टः चेदे सर्वाङ्गविज्वरः
Radhe Krishna.
Radhe Krishna. Hold on.
Radhe Krishna. Rukmini's message is being brought to Lord Krishna.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
All the messages that are there in our heart has been delivered by the Brahmana to Lord Krishna. And soon Krishna will come and grant all our wishes to come true.
असन्तुष्टो सकुल्लोकानाप्नोति वीरेश्वरः अकिञ्चनोऽपि सन्तुष्टः चेते सर्वाङ्गविज्वरः विप्रान् साधुभूतसुगुत्तमा निरगङ्गारिणा शान्ता नमस् कच्चित्वसकुशलं ब्रह्मन् राजदो यस्य हि प्रजाः सुखं वसन्ति विषये मालयामानसमप्रियः एवं संप्रश्नः ब्राह्मणः परमेशिना
लीलागृहीतदेहेन तस्मै सर्वममन्यते रुक्मिण्युवाच श्रुत्वा गुणान् भुवनसुन्दरशृण्वन्नां मे निर्विश्य
गन्नविवरैरदङ्गतावं योमन्त्रिचन्द्रचमिदात्मकिलार्तलाभं तय्यच्युदाविशति चित्तमवत्तवं मे कात्वा मुकुन्दमगते कुलशीलरूप विद्यावयोद्रविणदामविरात्मतुल्यं तीरापदिं कुलपदीत्नवृणीतकन्या कालेन सिंहनरलोकमनोभिरामं तन्मे भवान् खलु वृतपतिरङ्गजायाम् आत्मार्पितश्च भवतोऽत्र विभो विदेहि मा वीरभागमविमर्शतु चैराराध गोमायुवन्नृगपदेर्वरिमम्बुजाक्ष भूते च दत्तनियमं व्रतदेव विप्र गुर्वचनादिविरलं भगवान् परेशः आराधितो यदि कदा गृहीतवाणीं गृह्णातु
समेत्य पृतनापरिविपरीतः निर्मत्य चैदमगधेन्द्रबलं प्रसह्य माराचसेन विधिवोत्तरवीरशुल्काम् अन्तःपुरान्तरचरे मनयत्र बन्धून् स्वामुद्वरे कथमिति प्रवदाम्युपायम् पूर्वे दुरस्ति महति कुलदेवी यात्रा यस्यां गिरिजामुपेयात् यस्याङ्गे पङ्कजरजस्नपनं कामः वाञ्छन्त्युमापदेवात्मतमो भगत्यै यर्यम्बुजाक्षनलपेय भवत्प्रसादम् जय्यामसूमृतकृशाश्चरजन्म विस्यादे ब्राह्मण उवाच इत्येतगुह्यसन्देशाः यद्देवमया हृदाः विमृश्य कर्तुं यच्चात्र क्रियतां तदनन्तरं श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः
गोपिका जीवनस्मरणं गोविन्द गोविन्द
பகவான் பிரத்யக்ஷம் நம்மளுக்கு.
श्रीशुकौवाच वैदर्भ्यासतु सन्देशं निशम्य यदुनन्दनः प्रगृह्य पाणिना पाणिं प्रहसन्निधमब्रवीत् श्रीभगवानुवाच तथाहमपि दच्चितः वेदान्रुक्मिणादेशान्मोदोऽनिवैरारिदः तामानयिष्ये उन्मत्य राजान्यापसदान् मृधे मत्परामनवद्याङ्गीं मेधसोऽग्निशिखामिव श्रीशुकौवाच उद्वाहक्षं न विज्ञाय रुक्मिण्या मधुसूदनः रथसंयुज्यतामाशु दारुकेत्यागसारथिं स चाश्वैषैः सुग्रीव मेघपुष्पबलाहकैः युक्तं रथमुपानीय तस्थौ प्राञ्जलिरग्रदः आरोग्य चन्दनं शौरेति जमारोप्य तोर्णगैः आनर्तादेकरात्रेण विदर्पानमगैः राजसा कुण्डिनपतिः पुत्रसेकवशं गतः शिशुपालाय साङ्गन्यां दास्यन् कर्माणि कारयेत् चतुष्पदं चित्रध्वजपताकाभिः तोरणैः समलङ्कृतं स्कन्दमालाभरणैः विरजोभरभूषितैः जुष्टं स्त्रीपुरुषैः श्रीमतीमर्हैर्गरुद्विदैः पितॄन्देवासमभ्यर्च्य विप्रांश्च विधिवन्नृप भोजयित्वा यदा न्यायं वाचयामास मङ्गलं सुस्नातां सुदतीं कन्यां कृतकौतुकमङ्गलाम् अहतां च युग्मेन भूषितां भूषणोत्तमैः हिरण्यरूप्यवासां शीतिलां च गुडमिश्रितान् प्रादादेनु च विप्रेभ्यः राजा विधिविदाम्बरः
एवं चेति बली राजा दमघोष सुधाय वै कारयामास मन्त्रज्ञैः सर्वमभ्युदयोजितं मदच्च विरगदानीकैः चन्दनैः ममालिभिः पत्यश्च संवरे सैन्ये परहितः कुण्डलययौ तं वै विदर्भाधिपतिः समत्येत पूज्य च निवेशयामास मुदा कल्पितानि निवेशने तत्र कालगजराचण्ड दण्डवक्त्रोद्वरदा आजन्मुश्चैतवशीयाः पौण्ड्रकाद्याः सहस्रशः कृष्णरामद्विषो यत्ताः कन्यां चैद्याय साधितुं यद्याकृत्य हरे कृष्णः रामाद्यैर्यदुभिर्वृतः योच्यामसंवदास्तेन इति निश्चितमानसा आजन्म भोज सर्वे समग्रबलवादिनः श्रुत्वैतद् भगवान् रामः विपक्षीयमोद्यम् बलेन महदाचार्यं राजस्नेकपरे प्लुदा तरित कुण्डिनं प्रागात् गज अश्चरतपत्तिभिः प्रत्यापत्तिमपश्यन्ते तेजस्या चिन्तयत्तदा अहोत्रिमामन उद्बाहो मे लभ्यसं नागच्छतरविन्दाक्षः नाहं वेद्यमनुत्रणं सोऽपि नावर्तते सन्ते चरोद्रियः अभिमन्यवत्यात्मा दृष्ट्वा किञ्चित् जुगुप्सितं मत्पाणि गगने नूनं नायाति किलोत्यमः
दुर्भगाय नमेदात् नातु भूलो महेश्वरः देवी वा विमुखा गौरी रुद्राणि गिरिजासति एवं चिन्तयति बाला गोविन्दकृतमानसा यमीने कालज्ञाने तेजासु कलाकुले एवं भत्यापति चन्द्या गोविन्दागमनं वाम ऊरुभुजो चेत्रं
स्फुरं प्रियभाषिणः
अध कृष्णविनिर्दिष्टः सवेदिजसत्तमः अन्तःपुरचरीं देवीं राजपुत्रीं ददर्शः सादामृदृष्टवदनम् अव्यक्तात्मकदीं सतीम् आलक्ष्य लक्षणाभिः समपृच्छसि सुस्मिता तस्या आवेदय प्रातं ससंदयतु नन्दनम् उत्तच्च सत्यवचनम् आतम् तमागतं समाकय वैदर्भी इष्टमानसा न पश्यन्ति ब्राह्मणाय प्रियमन्यानामसा प्रातो शुद्ध्वा सौगितु कृत्वा प्रेषणा सुखौ अप्यया सूर्यघोषेण रामकृष्णो समर्कणैः
मधुवर्कमुवानीय वासांसि
विरजांसिह उपयानानि विधिवत्समपूजयति दयो निवेशनं श्रीमद् उपकल्प्य महामतिः ससैन्यो मातुकयोगो आदित्यं विदते यतु एवं राजां समेतानां यदा वीर्यं यदा वैः यदा बलं यदा वित्तं सर्वै कामै समर्पयेत् कृष्णमागतमाकर्ण विदर्भपुरवासिनः आगत्य नेताञ्जलिभिः पुपुस्तन्मुखपङ्कजम् अस्यैव भाजाभिविजं
रुक्मिण्यर्हदिनापरा असो वैष्ण्यासं यदपतिः
किञ्चित् सुजटिं यन्नगादेन दुष्टलोककृते अनुगृह्णाद् गृह्णाद् वैदर्भावानमच्युत आसाते देवी सदनां तौतपादकराम्बुजा उत्प्रस्पृश्य सुशिशान्ता प्रविशेषाम्बिकान्तिकं तां वै प्रवेशो बाला विधिक्या विप्रयोषितः भवानीं सत्यसाञ्चक्रुः भवपत्नीं भवान्विदा तमस्येताम्बिके भीष्णं ससङ्गानयुधां शिवां भूयादि
मे भगवान् कृष्णस्तदनुमोदताम् गन्धाक्षते धूपैः वासस्रग्माल्यभूषणैः नानोपहारबलिभिः प्रदीपावलिभिः पृथक् विप्रस्त्रियपत्नीमस् तदा तैः समपूजयत् लवणापूपताम्बूलकण्ठसूत्रफलेक्षुभिः तस्य श्रियस्ता प्रददुः शेषां युजराशिषः ताभ्यो देवै नमश्चक्रे शेषां च जगृहे वधूः मुनिव्रतमदत्यक्त्वा निश्चक्रामाम्बिकाग्रहात् प्रगृह्य पाणिना भृत्यां रत्नमुद्रोपशोभिना तां देवमायामिव वीरमोहिनीं सुमध्यमां कुण्डलमण्डिताननां श्यामां निगम्बार्पितरत्नमेखलां रञ्जसनीं कुन्दलशङ्कितेक्षणां शुचिस्मितां बिम्बबलाधरद्युते शोणायमानादिजकुन्दलत्मलां कदाचलन्तीं कलहंसगामिनीं शिञ्जत्कलानूपुरधामशोभिना विलोक्य वीरामुहुः समागताः यशस्विनस्तत्कृतहृच्छयार्दिताः यां वीक्षते नृपदयस्तुदारहास क्रीडावलोकहृतचेतस उचितास्राः वेतुक्षितौ गजरदाश्वगता विमूढाः यात्राचलेन हरये प्रयतिं सशोभां सैवं शनैः चलयति जलपद्मकोशौ प्राप्तिं ददा भगवतः प्रसमीक्षमाणा उत्सार्य वामकरदैरलकानपाङ्गैः प्राप्तान् ह्रियैक्षदनृपान् ददृशेच्युतं सा तां राजकन्यां रथमारुरुक्षतीं जहार कृष्णो विशदां समीक्षतां रथं समारोप्य सुवर्णलक्षणं राजन्यचक्रं परिभूय माधव ततो ययौ रामपुरोगमैशनैः त्रिकालमध्यादिविभागः धरिः तं मालिनस्वभिमुखं परे जरासन्धवशानसे गिरे अहोदिकस्मान् विषहातधन्वनां गौपैर्हृदं केसरिणां मृगैरिव श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः श्रीहरये नमः जीवनस्मरणं गोविन्द गोविन्द
सर्वेषु सम्प्राप्ता वानागारुक्यदस्मिता स्वै स्वै बलै परिक्रान्ता
अन्वीयुर्धृतकार्मुकाः तानापदगालोक्य यादवानीलयोगवः तस्तुरत्सम्मुखान् राजन् विस्फूर्य सदनं शिदे अश्वपृष्ठे गजस्कन्धे गरुडोऽस्ते च गोविदाः मुमुजुश्चरवर्षाणि मेघादृशभो यदा पत्युर्बलं शरासारैः चचनं वीक्षसुमध्यमा सम्रीडमैषदत्वं वयविह्वललोचना प्रहस्य भगवानाद मास्म वै वामलोचने विलक्षत्यधुनैवैतत् तावकैशात्रमं तेषां तद्विक्रमं वीराः कदसङ्कर्षणादयः आमृष्यमाणा नाराजैः जग्नुर्हय गजान् रथान् भेतुश्चिरां सिनदिनाम् अश्विनां गजिनां भुवि सकुण्डलकिरीटानि सोष्ठीषाणि च कोटिशः हस्तासासिकदेश्वासाः करबाहुरवोङ्क्रयः अश्वाश्वधरनागोष्ठ करमध्यशिरांसि च हन्यमानबलानीकाः वृष्णिर्जयकांक्षिभिः राजानो विमुखा जन्मुः जरासन्धपुरःसराः शिशुपालं समभ्येत्य ऋतधारनिमातुरं नष्टद्विषं गतोत्साहं शुष्यद्वदनमब्रुवन् भो भो पुरुषशार्दूल दौर्मनस्यमिदं त्यज न प्रिया प्रिययो राजन् निष्ठा देहिषु दृश्यते यथा धर्मयी योषित् नृत्यञ्जय गुहगेच्छया एवं ईश्वरतन्त्रोऽयम् ईकते सुखदुःखयोः शौरे सप्तदशाकं वै संयुगानि पराजितः त्रयोविंशतिभिः सैन्यैः जिज्ञे एकमहं परं तथाप्यहं न शोचामि न प्रहृष्यामि कदाचित् कालेन दैवयुक्तेन जानन् विद्राविदं जगत् अधुनापि वयं सर्वे वीरयूथपयूथपाः
पराजिता बल्कुतन्त्रैः यदुवे कृष्णपालितैः रिपवो जग्युरधुना काल आत्मानुसारिणी तदा वयं विदेशामः सदा कालप्रदक्षिणः एवं प्रबोधितो मित्रैः चैदोगासानुगपुरम् कादशेषा पुनस्तेऽपि ययुस्वं सम्पुरं नृपाः रुक्मी तु राक्षसोद्भागम् पृष्ठाजगसहंससु पृष्ठतोन्मन्दमत्कृष्टम् अक्षौ विन्यामृतो बलि रुक्म्यमर्षीषु संरब्धः शृण्वतां सर्वभूभुजाम् प्रतिजज्ञे महाबाहु दर्शितः आहत्वा समरे कृष्णम् अप्रत्युगज रुक्मिणीम् कुण्डिनं न प्रवेक्ष्यामि सत्यमेतद्ब्रवीमि वः इत्युक्तानदमारुह्य सारथिं प्राकसत्तरः चोदयोषोण्यत कृष्णः तस्य मे संयुगं भवेत् अद्याहं निशितैर्बाणैः गोपालस्य सुदुर्मदेः नेषे वीरमतं येन स्वसामे प्रसवं मृदा विगताननुमतिम् ईशरच प्रमाणविद रथेनैकेन गोविन्दम् यदापयते तनुर्विगृह्य सुदरम् जगते कृष्णैः आगजात्रक्षणं दिष्टः यदूनाकुलपांसनः पुत्रयासे स्वसारं मे मुचित्वा दाक्षवद्धमिः हरिषेतमदं मन्द मायिन कूडयोदिनः यावन्न मे कथो बाणैः शहीदामुञ्जदारिका स्वयं कृष्णोदनुचित्वा षण्मिम्यादरुक्मिणम् अष्टभिश्चतुरोवाहान् द्वार्यासुतं ददं त्रिभिः स चानुराधाय कृष्णं विव्यादपञ्जलिं तैस्ताडिदर्शनोगैस्तु चिच्चेददनरच्युतः पुनरज्ञतुवादत्त तदर्चन द्रव्य परिगं पट्टिशं शूलं धर्मासि यजकिलो वरौ यद्यदायुधमादत्त तत्सर्वं साचिनहरिं ततो रथावलोक्य खड्गपाणिजिगांसया कृष्णमभ्यद्रवत्कृतः पतङ्गैव पावकम् तस्य चापदतः खड्गं निरश्चर्मजेषुभिः चित्वा सिमादते दिग्मं रुक्मिणं मन्दोमुद्यः दृष्ट्वा बलवदोद्योगं रुक्मिणी वयविह्वला पतित्वा पादयोर्भर्तुः उवाच करुणं सती योगेश्वरा प्रमेयात्मन् देवदेव जगन्पदे हन्तुर्नार्गसि कल्याण प्रातरमे महाभुज श्रीशुकोवाच तया परिगतासुविलम्बिताङ्गया शुचावचुञ्जन्मुखरुत्रखण्डया कादर्यविश्रम्य हेममालया गृहीतपादकर्णो निवर्तय शैलेन बद्धातमसाधुकारिणम् सर्वेशं प्रभवन्यरूपयत् तावन्ममर्दुप्रसैन्यमद्भुतं यतु प्रवीरानलिनीं यदा गजाः कृष्णादिकमुपव्रज्य ददृशस्तत्र रुक्मिणं तदा भूतमदप्रायं दृष्ट्वा सङ्कर्षणो विमुः विमुच्यवृत्तं करुणया भगवान् कृष्णमब्रवीत् असाध्यं दया कृष्ण कृतमस्मृजभूषितं पवनं श्मश्रुकेशानां वैरूप्यं सुकृतो वदः महिमास्मान् साध्यसूयेताः प्रातो वैरूप्य चिन्तया सुखदुःखदोषान्योऽस्ति यतः सकृतमुपुमान् बन्धुर्पदार्थदोषोऽपि न भवन्तो तदमर्हति त्याजस्वेनैव दोषेण अतः किं मन्यते पुनः क्षत्रियाणामयं धर्मः प्रजापतिविनिर्मितः प्रातोऽप्यादरं मन्यात् येन घोरतरस्ततः राज्यस्य भूमेर्वित्तस्य श्रियो मानस्य तेजसः मानिन्योन्यस्य वा हेतोः श्रीमदान्धाक्षिपन्तिः तवेयं विषमा बुद्धिः सर्वभूतेषु दुर्कृता यन्मनसि सदा भद्रं सुकृतां भद्रमर्जवत् आत्ममोहो नृणामेषः कल्पते देवमायया सुकृतदासीन इति देवात्ममालिना एक एव परो ह्यात्मा सर्वेषामपि देहिनां नानेव गृह्यते मूढैः यथा ज्योतिर्यथा नभः देहाद्यन्तमाने च द्रव्यप्राणगुणात्मकः आत्मन्यविद्यया वृत्तः संसारे देहिनाम् आत्मनोन्येन संयोगः वियोगश्च सदस्सति तद्देवत्वा तदप्रसिद्धे त्रिपुराभ्यायतारवे जन्मान्तरेषु देहस्य विक्रियानात्मनः क्वचित् कलानामिव नैवेन्दो मृतिर्यस्य पुरुरिव यथा शयान आत्मानं विषयान् बलमेव च अनुभुङ्क्ते सत्यर्थे तदाप्नोत्यबुधेभवम् तस्मादज्ञानजं शोकम् आत्मशोचविमोचनं तत्त्वज्ञानेन निर्वृत्य स्वस्थावपशुस्मिते श्रीशुक उवाच एवं भगवता तन्मे रामेण प्रतिबोधिता वैमनस्यं परित्यज्य मनोबुद्ध्या समादये प्राणावशेष उत्सृष्टः निर्मेकदबलप्रभः स्मरन् विरूपकरणं विदधात्ममनोरथः चक्रे भोजघटं नाम निवासाय महत्पुरम् अगत्वा दुर्मतिं कृष्णम् अप्रत्यूयवीर्यं कुण्डिनं न प्रवेक्ष्यामि इत्युक्त्वा तत्र सत्सुषा
एवं निर्जित्य भूमिवान् परमातीय विधिवद उपये मे कुरुदा सर्वत्र गोविन्दनाम संकीर्तनम्
एवं निश्चित भूमिवान्
उभये मे पुरुदा भगवान् विष्णुसुतां
उभये मे कुरुद्वः तदा महोत्सवो नृणां यदुपुर्यां गृहे गृहे अभूदनन्यभावानां कृष्णे यदुवधो नरानागश्च मुदिताः प्रमृष्टमणिकुण्डलाः पारिवर्गमुलाजगृहो वरयो चित्रवाससो विचित्रमाल्यामररत्नधोरणैः भवौ प्रदीप्तादरभक्तमङ्गलैः आपूर्णकुम्भागरुदूपदीपकैः आहूतप्रेष्ठभूभुजा गजयित्वा सुपरामृष्ट रम्भाभोगवशुमिधा गुरुसञ्जयकैङ्गेय विदर्भयदुकुन्दयः विधोमुदिरे तस्मिन् सम्भ्रमा परिधावता रुक्मिण्याहरणं श्रुत्वा गीयमानं ददस्ततः राजानो राजकन्या च बभूवुर्विस्मिताः द्वारकायामभूराजन् महामोदपुरौकसां रुक्मिण्या रमयोपेतं दृष्ट्वा कृष्णं श्रियप्रदा रुक्मिणी कल्याण वैभोगमे गौरी कल्याण वैभोगमे वसुदेव तव बाल गचिवदन रुक्मिणी सत्यभामालोला रुक्मिणी कल्याण वैभोगमे राजीवदल नेत्र रमणीय गात्रा सव्यचारितमित्र दिव्यचारित्र रुक्मिणी कल्याण वैभोगमे कण्णन् कल्याण வைபோகமே விண்ணவரும் மன்னவரும் மகிழ்ந்து துதி பாட கண்மணி ரூபிணியா களிப்புடனே அமர்ந்து கண்களில் மை எழுதி கடை கண்ணால் பார்த்து மண்ணளந்த வாயனுடன் மனமகிழ்ந்து ருக்மிணி கல்யாண வைபோகமே கண்ணன் கல்யாண வைபோகமே
ருக்மிணி கல்யாண நீலமேக நீபாகரம் மாலார்க சமான சேலம் நீலாம்பரானுஜம் கோபாலகம் நீலாலகாந்தம் ருக்மிணி கல்யாண கோபாலம் द्वारकपुर मण्डपे द्वादशादित्य सन्निभे भूरिरत्न सिंहासने भूसुरगणे विरासने सुगासिनं विश्वमङ्गलदायिनं तीरयोगी संसेवनं देवकी वसुदेवसूनुम् आलोकये रुक्मिणी कल्याण गोपालम् राधा कल्याण गोपालम् अष्टमहिषी समेतम् अमरनारिसुसेवितं दुष्टपुष्टजनावृतं तुम्बुरुगीतम् इष्टजनसमाश्रितम् ईश्वरमपराजितं दृष्ट सर्वलोकजातं देवराजाधिविनुतम् आलोकये रुक्मिणी कल्याण गोपालम् राधा कल्याण गोपालम् शङ्खदुदुभिनादिते शतशोगन्धर्वादिगीते पुङ्गानुपुङ्गनिग व्रजजनावृते पङ्कजे क्षणरम्भादे पटुनटन विनोदिते कुङ्कुमकेसरवर्षिते कोमलाकार चरिते आलोकये रुक्मिणी कल्याण गोपालम् राधा कल्याण गोपालम् दिव्य किरीट कुण्डल दीप्तपीताम्बरधरं नव्यमुक्तमणिहारं नानाविहारम् अव्यगपुति विस्तारम् अमरनारीसुराधारं भव्यकौस्तुभसुन्दरं भक्तमानस सञ्चारम् आलोकये रुक्मिणी कल्याण गोपालम् राधा कल्याण गोपालम् हेममुक्तामणिछत्रं क्षीररत्नकटिसूत्रं तामरव्यजनावृतं शरदिन्दुवक्त्रं कामकोटिसमगात्रं कनकगदाविचित्रं श्यामसुन्दरं पवित्रं शरणागततारगोत्रम् आलोकये रुक्मिणी कल्याण गोपालम् राधा कल्याण गोपालम् चन्द्रनना वैष्मी भामा जाम्बवती सत्यमित्र विन्द्याभद्र लक्ष्मणा कालिन्दी नायकम् नन्दनन्दनमाश्रित वृन्द वृन्दारकवन्द्यं नन्दित नारायण तीर्थम् आनन्दम् आनन्दकन्दम् आलोकये रुक्मिणी कल्याण गोपालम् राधा कल्याण गोपालम् राधा कल्याण माधवम् राधा कल्याण माधवम् गोपिका जीवनस्मरणं गोविन्द गोविन्द आचा समासाध्य सानन्दं गोविन्दे लोललोचना शिञ्जान मञ्जो मञ्जीर प्रविवेशनिवेशनं प्रविवेशनिवेशनम् राधावतन विलोकन विकसित विविध विकार विभंगम् जलधिमि विभविदु मंडल दर्शन तरलित तुंग तरंगम् हरिमेघरसं चिरमविरचितविलासं सादद जगुहर्षवशं वरमनरङ्गविकासं हरिमेघरसं चिरमविरचितविलासं हारममलदर तारमुसहिदं परिरभ्य विदूरम् सुददरबेन कदम्बकरन्दित तव यमुनागमुरम् हरिमेघरसं चिरमविलसितविलासं श्यामल मृदुल करेबर मण्डलम् अधिगत कौदुर पूरम् नीलनलिनमिव पीतपरागण परपरवलय मूलम् हरिमेघरसं चिरमविलसितविलासं तलदृकचण्ड चलन मनोगर वदन जरि जरति रागम् सुडकमलोदर केलिद कन्दन युगमिव चरति रागम् हरिमेघरसं चिरमविलसितविलासं वदन कमल परिशीलन निशित मिगिर समकुण्डल शोभम् स्विदरुचिरुचिर समुरसिदादर पल्लवकृदर लोभम् हरिमेघरसं चिरमविलसितविलासं शशिकिरण चुरि गोदर जलधर सुन्दर कुसुम केशं तिमिरोदित विदु मण्डल निर्मल मलयज तिलकनिवेशम् हरिमेघरसं चिरमविलसितविलासं विपुल पुलगवर तन्दुरिरं गति केलिकलाभिरतीरम् मणिगण किरण समूग समूगल पूचन सुभग श्रीरम् हरिमेघरसं चिरमविलसितविलासं श्री जयदेव विभव दिटनीकृत भूषण पारम् प्रणतकृति विनिदाय गरिं रुचिरं सुकृतोदय सारम् हरिमेघरसं चिरमविलसितविलासं सादद च कुरु अर्चवशं वद वदनगङ्गविलासं हरिमे விலாசம்.
ஒரு நாமாவளி ராதா ரசிகவர் ஒரு நாமாவளி ஒரு நாமாவளி பாடு.
ராதா ரசிகவர ராச விகாரி ராதா ரசிகவர ராதா ரசிகவர ராச விகாரி ராச விகாரி முகுந்த மாதவ கணश्यामा முகுந்த மாதவ கணश्यामा राधे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा राधे 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 कृष्णा राधे 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 कृष्णा मोहन मुरली गान विलोला मोहन मुरली गान विलोला मोहन मुरली गान विलोला मोहन मुरली गान विलोला मुकुंद माधव घनश्यामा मुकुंद माधव घनश्यामा मुकुंद माधव घनश्यामा मुकुंद माधव घनश्यामा राधे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा राधे 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 कृष्णा राधे 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 कृष्णा सारस नयना संकटहरणा सारस नयना संकटहरणा मुकुंद माधव घनश्यामा मुकुंद माधव घनश्यामा मुकुंद माधव घनश्यामा मुकुंद माधव घनश्यामा राधे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा राधे 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 कृष्णा वृंदावन लाल विहारी की
कस्तूरीतिलकं ललाटपटले वक्षस्थले कौस्तुभं नासाग्रे वरमौक्तिकं वरतले वेणुः करे कङ्कणं सर्वाङ्गे हरिचन्दनं सुललितं कण्ठे च मुक्तावली गोपस्त्री परिवेष्टितो विजयते गोपालचूडामणिः एष नारायणः श्रीमान् क्षीरार्णवनिकेतनः नागपर्यङ्कमुत्सृज्य ह्यागतो मथुरां पुरीं. Sriman Narayana takes birth in this world and spends time with his devotees who are longing for his darshan and to be united with him. The creation of this world itself is out of Bhagavan's compassion, and the purpose of creation is to make people into bhaktas, transform them into devotees of Bhagavan, and enable them to attain mukti. In the Brahma Sutras, Vedavyasa says, Lokavattu Leela Kaivalyam. He says that this world is created by Bhagavan just for play, not for any other purpose, but just for the enjoyment of playing with this world. Just as a small child, when taken to the seashore, would play using sand, construct palaces and houses with it, Similarly, Bhagavan creates this world and enjoys all that happens in it. When we ask the child to come back home once it's finished playing, the child also enjoys destroying all that he has built and then comes back. Similarly, Samhara also for Bhagavan is play. Therefore, Vedavyasa says that all that he does in this world, its creation, sustenance and destruction, is for the happiness that he gets by doing these activities alone. There is no other pleasure or any purpose that he has to achieve by this. Since he is always fulfilled, he is content and has no unfulfilled desires. But this is only half the truth. If we say that Bhagavan creates the world only for his own enjoyment and play, then there would arise a question how that would not be cruel. Many people in this world experience hardships, or rather, everyone in this world experiences hardships. So it would not be right for Bhagavan, for his own fun, to put us all through many struggles in life and watch as we experience sorrow and be happy with it. So there must be another purpose also, which is none other than converting people into devotees of Bhagavan. Swami Nammalvar says, Sendru Sendrahilum Kandu, Shanmam Kazhippan Endrenni, Ondri Ondri Ulaham Padaittan. Bhagavan creates this world again and again without losing enthusiasm at all. When we try to do something and its purpose is not achieved in the first time, then the second time we would not be so inclined to do it. The third time we will be even less inclined. Beyond that, we would not perform the activity at all. So when Bhagavan does Srishti and takes many incarnations in this world to make devotees, to do anugraha to his devotees, is that really very useful? How many people take advantage of this and surrender to him and attain mukti? It is still a question. He himself says, Sa Mahatma Sudurlabhaha. I have searched the length and breadth of this world. I have still not found anybody, or it is very rare to find somebody who considers me to be everything to him. So if Bhagavan takes birth as Rama, and that is of not much use, nobody became a mumukshu. If Bhagavan took birth as Varaha, and all his preachings go waste. If he takes birth as Krishna, and that the Upadesha that he did in Gita has no effect on people, or very little effect, then naturally he should lose enthusiasm. As he performs creation and destruction again and again, he should lose enthusiasm over time that nobody is benefiting out of this. But Alvar says, Sendru Sendrahilum Kandu Shanmam Kazhippan Endrenni. Bhagavan always has the thought that if not today, each and every Jivatma will at some point of time find the mistake in his path and correct it and come to Vaikuntham and attain Bhagavan. Therefore, without losing enthusiasm, without thinking that his activities are going to waste, with the same enthusiasm, he creates the world every time. With the same enthusiasm, he takes birth in this world every time. Nyalattude, Nadandum, Ninnum, Kedandu, Irundum, Shala Palanal, Uhandor, Uyirhal Kappane, Kola Thiruma Mahalodu. Alvar says, along with Sri Mahalakshmi Thayar, Bhagavan takes birth in this world, Nadandum, Ninnum, Kedandu, Irundum. In many, this can be about Divyadeshas also. Bhagavan is in the reclining posture in many Divyadeshas. He is in the standing posture in many Divyadeshas. Or even if you take a Vibhavavatara as Rama, he walked everywhere, Nadandum, Nindrum, as any other avatara, Vamana avatara, he stood in one place, he measured the whole world using his feet. Amarndu, as Nrisimha, he was seated and he did anugraham to everyone. Kidandu, Rama, at the seashore in Tirupullani, when he performed Sharanagati to Samudra Raja, he was lying on the ground on top of a few darbha leaves. So in all these stages, Bhagavan tries to protect us. Shala Palanal, for many, many thousands and crores of years. Uhandor Uyirhal Kappane, in every yuga, whenever there is a need for his birth, without losing patience or without losing enthusiasm, he takes birth in this world due to the compassion that he has in his mind. He wants to show that he is the Supreme Lord, and by catching hold of him, anybody in this world can attain mukti. These are the tenets that Bhagavan wants to show. The Tuyarangal Sheidu Tan Deivanilai Ulahil Puha Uikkum Amman. Alvar says he wants to show that he is the Paradevata to all people in the world, so that they know whom they are trying to perform karma for. When we think that we have to perform Nitya Karma Anushtanam, if we say that it is all prescribed in the Vedas are a random book which we don't know who wrote, but you still have to follow it, we won't feel any connection or need to follow that at all. But suppose Bhagavan comes right in front of us and shows us all his beauty and says that I am the Paramatma, all the karma that you do is directed towards me, it is for my pleasure, and you are my son and I want you to do it. The minute we listen to this, we would be ready. If we are in an organization, if we work in a company, if we have no connect with the founder or the CEO of the company, I would be working for my monthly wages. If I do this much, I will get 30 or 40,000. I am content with what I do and I will not exert any more. But suppose the leader of the company comes to my cabin and appreciates me for my work and says, you are working for me. This is the vision with which I am running this company. So I want your help to run this mission and I appreciate all the work you have done. Please continue to do so. These few words will push us to work even more. Similarly, when Bhagavan comes to this world, we are able to see that he is the Paramatma towards whom we perform all this karma. The minute we see him and feel the connect with the Supreme Master, we would be even more involved in karma anushtanam. Dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. Krishna says that he is born to establish dharma. That does not mean that he performs all this dharma and makes us follow them by looking at them. That is not the case. He establishes dharma in this world by showing that all this dharma that we do is directed towards him. It is for his pleasure. Once we see Bhagavan and see how compassionate and close he is to us, then naturally we would have an urge to perform these karmas. If it is a command, most of it would not like to follow. If it is something we do out of pleasure, out of happiness, we would be inclined to do it. If we work in a company, till we are 60, the day we retire, we work for money. So begrudgingly, every day I get up, I still have to go to this company. I have to work there till 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. We would complain every day to our wife or children or anybody around us and still go to the company. After retirement, suppose the company says, we would like to extend your services. You don't have to come on time. You can come at any time you want, but we value your work and we want you to continue doing this. From the next day, we would start going at 7 a.m., not at 9 o'clock. Because now we do it out of pleasure, out of a desire to work there, not for money. Similarly, if we take everything as Vaidham, as something commanded by the Vedas, then it is impersonal to us. There is no one who is going to come stand in front of me and say, you are doing this for me. We feel no connect with the Vedas since they are just a book. But if we see that Krishna himself came here, and if Krishna says, this is my command, you please follow this, it is going to make me happy, then we would be more than excited to perform them immediately. This is the difference between Bhakti Yoga and Sharanagati. When we say we follow Bhakti Yoga, we are performing everything due to a command. We are performing everything since it is going to fetch me something at the end of this birth, that is moksha. But when we surrender to Bhagavan and say, I have no eligibility to attain moksha, but I have the desire alone to attain it, so you please give me moksha out of your own benevolence and your anugraha. Then what are we going to do for the rest of our lives? I will continue to do all archanam, vandanam, dasyam, sakhyam, atmanivedanam, etc. But now it is out of happiness. I feel connected to Bhagavan, I feel indebted to him, and so I perform these. There is no one commanding me or pushing me to do this. That is how we perform activities in Sharanagati. Karma, Jnana and Bhakti are necessary to reach moksha if we follow Bhakti Yoga. Karma, jnana and bhakti are expressions of our love if we practice Sharanagati. It is just how we how we look at it. There is no change in what we actually practice. If a Bhakti Yoga performs all karma, a Sharanagata is also going to perform them. If a Bhakti Yogin does Shravanam, Kirtanam, Smaranam, Padasevanam, a Sharanagata is also going to perform all of them. But the difference is whether he considers them as a means to attain a goal or whether he considers them to be the goal themselves. For a Sharanagata who has surrendered to Bhagavan, Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam are all goals. It is just a trailer for what we are going to experience once we attain Vaikuntham. Once we go there, we are going to perform the same things sitting there forever and ever. Before going there, I need to have some practice on how to do that. That is why Bhagavan is present as Archa Murtis, so that we can practice all the services that we have to do. And once we attain Mukti, we can continue to do it for ages and ages. So, Bhagavan takes birth here to show himself to his devotees and encourage them or instill some enthusiasm in them to perform dharma, and thereby addresses the deterioration in dharma. One such avatara, which is the most important avatara for all devotees to grow in their bhakti and shraddha devotion towards Bhagavan, is Sri Krishna avatara. This avatara shows that Bhagavan is willing to go to any length to protect his bhaktas. The crux of this avatara is said to be Ashrita Vyamoha. Vyamoha means blind devotion, blind love. Moham itself means delusion. Vyamoha means excessive delusion. So Bhagavan is deluded so much that for his bhaktas, he is willing to do anything and everything possible within his might. That is the main guna that Bhagavan showed in the Krishna avatara. And we earlier saw how Kamsa had imprisoned Devaki and Vasudeva. Devaki and Vasudeva are themselves incarnations. Bhagavan is going to inform that to them, both of them. And on one Avani, in the month of Avani, in the Rohini asterism on a Navami day, Bhagavan took birth. And the minute he took birth, Devaki and Vasudeva had darshan of him and started to sing a few shlokas about him. Tamadbhutam balakam ambujekshanam chaturbhujam shankha gadaryudayudam Srivatsalakshmam galashobi kaustubham Pitambaram sandra payoda saubhagam Krishnavatarotsava sambrabos prashan Muda dvijebhyaha ayutam apluto gavam. He was so happy. Vasudeva felt so much happiness that he immediately wanted to give dhanam to many, many people. But he had not even a penny with him. He was imprisoned in a karagriha. So, with his words, with his speech, he promised to give many, many things when he got back whatever wealth he had. So, just using his speech, he said, I want to take 10,000 cows. I want to cover them with a blanket embedded with ratnam. I want to give chains made of gold to them and offer them along with golden coins to many, many brahmanas. Muda dvijebhyaha ayutam apluto gavam athainam athainam astaut avadharya purusham param natanga kritadhi kritanjalihi. He gave a lavish gift, or he promised to give a lavish gift to everyone. There an acharya asked, he does not have even a penny. Why must he promise so much? He could have said, I'll give some few gold coins, I'll donate 2 or 3 cows also. The guru said, nahi vacho daridrata. When we are not going to do something and we are only going to speak about doing it, then why be a miser when you are just talking about something? When you are not going to do it, you just say that tomorrow, during the month of Marhari, we make certain special dishes to offer to Bhagavan. When there is Karavaigal Pinchan, Kudarai Vellum Shir Kovinda, we have to make the Akkara dish. So the day before Karavaigal Pinchan, the husband and wife were going to go to sleep. The wife and husband started to talk about what they were going to do the next day. They were both very poor. They had nothing other than a few grains of rice paddy with them. They could make only curd rice and eat that and offer that to Bhagavan. But the wife said, tomorrow I am going to make 2 kgs of rice. Then I am going to add 10 kgs of milk to it and allow the rice to boil in the milk alone without adding any water. Then for each grain of rice, I will add 1 badam, 1 pista and 1 raisin. After adding all this, I will pour a few kilograms of ghee and mooda nei peidu, completely covering it in ghee. We are going to offer it to Bhagavan Paramatma Shri Krishna tomorrow. They spoke about this, went back to sleep, got up the next morning, just made curd rice, offered it to Bhagavan. He said, I am now happy, I am content that I have had akar addition. Because it is the bhakti with which they discussed the previous night that is pleasing to Bhagavan. So when we just talk about something, they cannot think that we don't have anything. So I'll make some curd rice and offer it to Bhagavan. Then they are curbing their devotion by thinking about what they have in hand. Vasudeva was so happy that even though he had nothing, he had no idea that he would get back his kingdom also. Even then, he did not want to be a miser when promising something to do some charity. So he said, I will give 10,000 cows covered with ornate blankets and thousands of gold coins to many brahmanas. Saying so, he started to speak to Bhagavan, started to praise him. Viditosi bhavan sakshat purushaf prakritev paraha kevalanu bhavananda swarupa sarva buddhi drik tvamasya lokasya vibhor irikshuhu grihevatirnosi mamakhileshwara rajanya samnyasura koti yuthapaihi nirvyuhyamana nihanishyase chamuhu. Vasudeva says, you, the Supreme Bhagavan, have been born in my family. You have taken birth in the womb of Devaki to bless me and my whole family. You are here to remove the burden that Bhumi is not able to bear. Mannin baram நீக்குதற்கே வடமதுரை பிறந்தான். Alvar says, கண்ணனல்லால் இல்லை கண்டீர் சரண் அது நிற்க வந்து மண்ணின் பாரம் நீக்குதற்கே வடமதுரை பிறந்தான். There is no other refuge other than Krishna. He has to establish that in the world. Adu nirka vandu, for this concept, for this tenet, to sink into our hearts that there is no refuge for us in this world except for Krishna. Bhagavan took birth as Krishna. And on the side, he also destroyed many evildoers and reduced the burden of this Bhumi itself. So Vasudeva says, you have taken this birth to reduce the burden of Bhumi and to bless me and my whole family and many other devotees. Ayam tu asabhyastava janma naugrihe shrutvagrajanste nyavadhit sureshwara satevataram purushai samarpitam shrutvadhunaiva abhisarat yudayudaha Sattvam ghorat ugrasen atmajat naha trahi trastan britya vritrasahasi rupam chedam paurusham dhyana drishnyam ma pratyaksham mamsadrisham krishishtaha. After first they were happy that Bhagavan had taken birth, they saw the aprakrita form with which Bhagavan was present and sang many praises about him. Then they slowly remembered which situation they were in, and Vasudeva starts to plead to Krishna, please don't show this form outside. Kamsa is waiting for you to take birth. Just because you are going to be born in our family, he has killed 6 children before you whom we have had. So the minute he comes to know that you have taken birth, he will come running here with an axe or a knife in his hand to kill you. So please reduce this form. We don't want you to show this form. Please stay as a Laukika child. Upasamhara Vishwatman Adorupam Alaukikam Shankachakra Gada Padma Shriyajustam Chaturbhujam. Devaki and Vasudeva asks Bhagavan to make the other 2 extra hands that he has to disappear. They want him to give birth or give darshan as a small boy, at least a normal worldly boy, so that they can somehow talk to Kamsa and get him to not kill them. But if Bhagavan is here with a divine form, he is definitely going to know that this is the child who is going to kill him. So both of them pleaded. In the Vishnu Purana also, Parashara says, Jatosi Devadevesha Shankachakra Gadadhara Divya Rupam Idam Deva Prasadena Upasamhara. Both of them. In Bhagavata Puranam, Devaki asks Krishna to reduce his form. In the Vishnu Purana, it is Vasudeva who asks him to have the form of a normal human child. The minute they asked him of this, he immediately obliged. So, Acharyas say that we usually say that Rama was born for Pitruvakya Paripalanam. But in fact, it was Krishna who started out to do that. Rama abided by his father's words and went to the forest when he was 25 years old. He was married when he was 12. He lived for another 12 years in Ayodhya. So when Kaikeyi asked the boon, Rama was 25 years old when he abided by his father's words, but Krishna was not even 25 minutes old. The minute his father and mother requested him to reduce his form, he immediately obliged. Ityuktva asid haris tushnim Bhagavan atma mayaya pitro sampasyatoho sadyaha babhuva prakrita shishuhu. He became a normal human child by reducing the other two limbs that he had. This was maintained until Kamsa Vadha. In Bhagavata Puranam, Bhagavan shows only two limbs as till he is 10 years old and till he destroys Kamsa. After the death of Kamsa, he always gives darshan to everybody with 4 arms only. Even to Duryodhana, Dushasana, Bhima and everyone, he has a form which has 4 hands, and that is the form that everyone witnesses. Only the first 10 years did he reduce his form and have only 2 limbs like a normal human child. Then Vasudeva and Devaki do not know why the Supreme Bhagavan has taken birth as their own child. So Vasudeva asks him, what great fortune have we done that you are born in the womb of Devaki? So Krishna answers that you too are not the first, this is not the first time I am being born as your child. This is the 3rd time. Earlier, you two were Prishni and Sutapa. Sutapa was Tadayam Sutapa Nama Prajapati Rakalmashaha. He was one of the Prajapatis named Sutapa, and he had a wife named Prishni. The two of them did many penances towards Bhagavan and asked of him that he be born as their child thrice. So the first time, to Prishni herself, he was born as Prishni Garbha. The second time, the same Sutapa and Prishni were born as Kashyapa and Aditi. To them, Bhagavan took birth as Upendra Vamana. This is the 3rd time when Prishni and Sutapa have taken birth as Devaki and Vasudeva, and so I have taken birth and completed my promise to you. Tayorvam punarevaham adityamasa kashyapat upendra iti vikhyataha vamanatvacha vamanaha tritiyesmin bhaveham vai teneva vapusha tavam jato bhuyas tayoreva satyam me vyahritam sati yuvam mam putra bhavena brahma bhavena chasakrit chintayantau kritasnehau yasyethe madgatim param. He says, in this birth you too will have the knowledge that I am Paramatma also. You will not look at me at your son alone. You will also realize that I am Paramatma. And by that thought, by that understanding, you will attain mukti at the end of this birth. Saying so, he reduced his form and immediately commanded Vasudeva that he be moved to Gokula the same night. Usually when there is a child born, the mother or the child are not moved from place to place for at least 2 or 3 days. Even when we are in a hospital, we come back home after 3 days only. But here, Krishna was such an unfortunate baby that he could not continue to live where he had been born, even for a few more minutes. So the Vasudeva took a basket, placed Krishna on top of it and started to walk out, but he was still in chains. All the doors had been locked. There were many soldiers on his path to go outside, but Bhagavan had ordered him to do this. So without hesitation, he put Krishna in a basket. Tatascha shaurir bhagavat prachoditaha sutam samadaya sa sutikagrihat yada bahirgantum iyesha tarhyaja ya yogamaya ajani nanda jayaya. When he was about to leave, immediately all the chains with which he has been bound fell down and broke away. Tandaihalil vilangara vandu thonniya thondal piln. Alvar says he took a birth in this world to cut off the chains from his parents' hands. That is not all. He cuts off the chains from each one of our hands and legs also. If we realize that Bhagavan took birth for us, then the chains of samsara which are binding us here will also be cut by the same Krishna. That is just an example that when Krishna comes to you, all your chains of your bondage are cut away and you are a free person to move. So the chains were cut, all the doors flew open, and the soldiers who were standing guard, they all went to sleep. All because of the greatness of Yogamaya. Then he walked out immediately and he exited the palace of Kamsa, and Yamuna Nadi was immediately flowing next to it. Right now Yamuna is a little farther away from the Janmabhoomi that we see in Mathura, but the palace must have been so big in that time that when he exited the palace, Yamuna was just running in the backyard of Kamsa. He says, Tayahrita pratyaya sarva vrittishu dvastheshu paureshvapi shayiteshvata tah krishnavahe vasudeva agate swayam व्यवर्यन्त यथा तमो रवेः ववर्ष पर्जन्य उपांशु गर्जितः शेषोन्वगात् वारि निवारयन् फणैः. When Vasudeva came out, since it was an Ashtami and everything was covered in darkness, nobody could see him, and it started to rain heavily. So that Krishna is not drenched in the rain, Adishesha immediately came there and he stood as an umbrella over Krishna while Vasudeva was carrying him. Now he went to the edge of Yamuna river, and it is a very deep river. Yamunam cha ati gambhiram nanavarta jashakulam. It has many whirls in it. So if you give your leg in the wrong place, you will be pulled along with the river. Ati gambhiram. It is also very deep. And since there was a flood now, Vasudeva did not know how to enter. Nevertheless, he started to cross the Yamuna. As he was crossing, Yamuna realized that she too must perform some service to Krishna. So since Vasudeva was carrying Bhagavan, she immediately reduced her flow. Vasudevo vahan Krishnam janu matrodako yayau. Janu is the knee. So the Yamuna, which was flowing even above Vasudeva's head, suddenly reduced in her height and went below the knees of Vasudeva so that he can cross easily. Maghoni varushat yasakrit yamanuja gambhira toyauga javormi phelala bhayanakavarta shatakula nadi avarta bhayanaka avarta. There were many gruesome whirls in which you can get caught, but then margam dadau sindhuriva shriyaf patehe. She gave a passage, she gave a path for Vasudeva to cross by. That is why when Andal talks about the river Yamuna, she says, Tuya Perunir Yamunai Mayanai Mannu Vadamadurai Maindanai Tuya Perunir Yamunai Turaivanai Ayar Hulattinil Tondrum Anivilakkai Tayai Kudal Vilakkam Sheida Damodaranai. She says Yamuna is a very pure river. Tuya Perunir Yamunai. When you say that one river is pure, it means that you are deriding someone else. When two people come here and I say, this is Ramamurti, this is Ramaswamy and that is Krishna Swami, he is a great Vidwan. That means the other person is not a Vidwan. It naturally means so. So when Andal says, Tuya Perunir Yamunai, she means that there is another river which is not so pure because it failed to perform service to Bhagavan. In Ramavatara, when Sita was abducted by Ravana, when she is traveling through the sky, she prostrates to Godavari and pleads to Godavari that when Rama comes to the bank searching for her, Godavari kindly informed to Rama that it is Ravana who carried her away. Hamsasarava Sangushtam Vande Godavarim Nadim Kshipram Ramaya Samsatvam Sitam Harati Ravanaha. Sita requested Godavari to inform Rama that she was being abducted by Ravana. Later on, as she had predicted, Rama went from place to place. He asked trees, he asked animals, he asked rivers, mountains, whether they knew anything about the whereabouts of Sita. When he came to the banks of Godavari, she did not utter a word to him because he was so afraid of Ravana, what he might do to her, that she never opened her mouth. So Andal says, Godavari is somewhere in Maharashtra, Ravana is in Sri Lanka, but yet she was afraid of him. She didn't open her mouth in the service of Bhagavan. This Yamuna is running just in the backyard of Kamsa, but she did not worry about what Kamsa might do. She wanted to serve Bhagavan and his devotees, so she reduced her flow and Vasudeva was able to cross over. When he went to Gokula, by then, Krishna was born on the Ashtami day. On the next day, Navami had started and Yoga Maya had been born to Yashoda, who was lying there. So Vasudeva entered the house of Nandagopala and exchanged the children. Nandavrajam Shauri Rupetya Tatratan Gopan Prasuptan Upalabhya Nidraya Sutam Yashoda Shayane Nidhaya Tat Sutam Upadaya Punargrihan Agad. He left Krishna beside Yashoda. Due to the strain during delivery, Yashoda she was almost fainted. She had not even noticed whether she had had a boy or a girl. So she knew nothing. So Vasudeva put the boy there and took the girl who was lying beside Yashoda and came back the same route. The minute he entered the prison cell, all the guards started to wake up. All the locks were locked once again. The chains that were broken earlier now caught on to his hands. And he was standing there. Yogamaya started to cry. Hearing her cries, they went running to Kamsa saying, the eighth child has been born, the one who is going to kill you has been born, please come quickly. Kamsa rushes there. Tam grihitva charanayor jatamatram swasusutam apothayat shila prishte swarthonmurita sauhradaha. When Kamsa came there, Vasudeva and Devaki plead to him. saying this is just a girl, this is your own niece, there is no point in killing her. If it had been a boy, then he would have been the person to kill you. The Devas must have predicted wrongly. Our 8th and last child is only is just a girl, so please don't kill her. Have some compassion towards your own niece. Kamsa said, if I show compassion now, then all that I have been doing so many times will not be right. I have killed 6 children who do no harm to me, but this is the 8th child, and so I cannot take any risk. He snatched the child from Devaki and threw it towards the stone wall. On the way there, Yogamaya lifted up into the sky. Kimmaya hataya manda jatah kalu tavantakrit yatra kvava purva shatrurma himsihi kripanad vritha. He said, Kamsa, there is no use in killing me. The one who is destined to kill you has already taken birth. He is already here. He is going to kill you at the right time. So don't go about killing those who you can kill. If you are really a warrior, if you are courageous enough, go to war with the one who is going to kill you. Don't try to kill people who have done no harm to you, who cannot fend off your might. Saying so, Yogamaya disappeared. Then Kamsa started to repent for all the actions. That is when he realized that killing the first children was of no use now. Since he was not able to kill the 8th child, all the other 6 children had been killed for no purpose at all. So he falls at the feet of Vasudeva and Devaki and begs forgiveness from them. Bhuvi bhaumani bhutani yathayantyapyanti cha nayamatma tatheteshu viparyeti yateva bhuhu satvaham tyakta karunyaha tyakta jnati suhrit khalaha. I have, seeing that you are my own sister, I should have shown compassion. Even otherwise, I should have shown compassion to any child, be it yours or someone else's also. Tyakta sauhridaha, jnati sauhrida. I have let go of the compassion that I should have shown to my relatives. Even otherwise, tyakta karunyaha, the basic compassion to be shown to any child, I have let go of that also. Kan lokan vai gamishyami brahmaveva mritashvasan ajnana prabhavaham dhihi swapareti bhidayataha. So realizing his ajnana, he begged forgiveness from Vasudeva and Devaki, and they too forgave him. Vasudeva did not want to go against him at this point of time. So it is Kamsa, it is okay. All this happens of karma. You are not independent to act on your own. You killed those children because of karma. They died because of their own karma. So don't worry about that. Now that you have realized your folly, please lead a proper life. Vasudeva advised him to do so. And Kamsa, he let them out of the prison cell. They were no more imprisoned in a cell. They were allowed to walk around the palace and have a decent life. They did not have to rot in the prison cell, since the 8th boy had already been born and gone somewhere else. But after having did so, Kamsa comes back to his chambers and spends the night there. That one night he had some good thoughts in his mind. What he should have done is be associated with good people who would nurture that thoughts. He went to the same ministers whom he had been taken counsel from all these years. They were still evil people. They again changed the mind of Krishna. So of Kamsa, although he had had one good thought, since his association was not with good people, தீய கந்தம் உள்ளதொன்னை சேர்ந்திருப்பதொன்னுக்கு தீய கந்தமேறும் திறமது போல் தீய குணமுடையோர் தங்களுடன் கூடியிருப்பார்க்கு குணமதுவேயாம் சேர்த்தி கொண்டு. Manavada Mamanigal says, when there is some object that has a pungent smell, if you keep even a beautiful flower next to it, that smell is going to come on to the flower also. Even though it might naturally not have a bad smell, that smell is going to be transferred to anything that comes in association with it. Similarly, when someone is of evil mind, then even if I am a good person, if I am in association with him, I will be spoiled. So Kamsa's temporary sanity, his good thoughts that he had for just one night, were again destroyed by the ministers. They started to say, oh Kamsa, you can never trust the Devas. Don't think that the Devas will let you go. This person is none other than Vishnu, who is always standing in aid for the Devatas. So Vishnu will definitely try to kill you. We must make the first step. We should try to kill that small boy even before he grows up and tries to kill us. They say, Vipra gavascha vedascha tapas satyam damas shamaha shraddha daya titikshacha kratavasta hares tanuhu. These are the ones that give strength to Bhagavan. Vipraha, Brahmanas, Gavaha, cows, Vedascha, the Vedas, Tapas, penance, Satyam, truth, Damaha, Shamaha, control of the internal and external organs, Shraddha, dedication in what you do, Daya, compassion to the other entities, Titiksha, tolerance, Kratavaha, all the yajna, homa and pujas that we do. The ministers say that these are the things that give strength to Vishnu. Once you stop the performance of these in your land, if you are able to put an end to them, the power of Krishna will also reduce. He won't be able to kill you at all. So then you can kill him. Listening to his ministers, Kamsa started to call all the asuras who were with him, and he sent them one by one to Gokula. While this happened in Mathura, the next morning, Vasudeva, on the same day that Krishna was born, transferred him to Gokula. Urutti Mahanai Pirandu, Oruravil Urutti Mahanai Olittu Valara. Andal calls Devaki as Urutti. Why? There is no need to even use that word. There is no point in saying that she is one. What is the point? When I say she and not them, it means she is only one. Why should Andal say Urutti Mahanai Pirandu? Or either she should have used a name Devaki Mahanai Pirandu or Iravil Yashodai Mahanai Olittu Valara. It would have made sense. She did not use the names. Then she could have said Pirandu Olittu Valara. That alone is sufficient to say that Krishna grew up in hiding. But she insists on saying Urutti Mahanai Pirandu or Iravil Urutti Mahanai Olittu Valara. The Vyakhyata Perivachan Pillai says that is because Urutti means she who has no other equal. She is unparalleled in the universe. Therefore, since there has been no one else who gave birth to the Lord of the world, the creator of this universe, Devaki has no one equal to her. So she is Urutti. When we say one, this person is one. When we say so, it means he is not one. It means that he has no one to parallel him and no one greater than him. So when we say Devaki is Urutti, she was the only one who had the fortune of giving birth to Krishna. When she calls Yashoda as Urutti, she was the only one who had the experiences of seeing Krishna grow as her own son. Devaki did not the experiences of Krishna's growth. Yashoda never gave birth to Krishna, but in their own ways, they are both unparalleled, there is no equal to them. So she gives equal importance to both her mother-in-laws. Urutti Mahanai Pirandu, Oriravil Urutti Mahanai Olittu Valara. Krishna went to Gokula. The next morning, news spread out amongst the people of Gokula that the Nanda Gopala has now had a child and it is a beautiful son. All the people living in Gokula started to gather in front of their houses. Vannamadangal Shul Tirukkotiyur, Kannan Keshavan Nambi Pirandinil, Yennai Shunnam Yediredir Thuvida, Kannan Mutram, Kalandu Alarayite. Once they started to rejoice, they took oil and colored powders and started to throw it at one another. They all started to fall into the ground, and the mixture of oil and all the colored powders became a slush. It became like a marshland. So when people started to run, they started falling down. Oduvar, Viduvar, Uhandalippar, Naduvar, Nambiran, Enguttan enbar, Paduvarhalum, Palparai, Kottanen, Aduvarhalum, Ayittra, Aipadiye. They all came running to see the newborn son. Oduvar. In their hurry, they slip and fall down. Viduvar. But instead of crying out in pain, Uhanda Alipar, they all enjoy that they are running and falling and trying to see Krishna. Then Naduvar, they all search for where the baby is and have a darshan of Krishna. Even then, Nambiran Enguttan enbar. Even those who have already come into the house and seen Krishna, once they go outside, they say, where is Krishna? I have never seen him till now. And they come in. When we go to have darshan of Bhagavan, if there is no crowd, we stand once in the queue, we have his darshan, come out and say, I did not see him properly, let me go once more. Similarly, the Gopikas thought that if they said, we have seen the baby, then Yashoda would have pushed them out of the house saying there are many more people waiting. So if you continue to say, Nambiran Enguttan, where is Bhagavan, where is Bhagavan, you will be allowed to come again and again in the queue and have his darshan. So the people came again and again, Nambiran Enguttan enbar, Paduvarhalum, Palparai Kottanenna, Aduvarhalum, Ayittraipadiye. Shukacharya also says the same things. Avadyanta Vichitrani, Vaditrani Mahotsave, Krishne Vishweshware Nante, Nandasya Vrajamagate, Gopaf Parasparam Hrishtaha, Dadhi Kshira Gritambubihi, Asinchanto Vilimpantaha, Navanitaischa Chikshipuhu. They threw water, they threw oil, they threw ghee, they threw butter and colored powders also. Then Nando Mahamanastebhyaha Vasaha Alankara Godhanam Suta Magada Vandibhyaha Yenye Vidyopajivinaha. To all those who came to have darshan of Bhagavan, Nanda Gopala started giving many gifts. He gave cows, he gave butter, he gave milk, he gave land, dhanyam, etc. Andal speaks about the glory of Nanda Gopala as Ambarame, Tannire, Shore, Aramshayyum Emberuman Nanda Gopala. Ambaram, Tannir, Shoru. Ambaram means garments. Tannir is water. Shoru is food. He gives all three of these as dhanam. But when he starts to do Annadanam, it looks as though this is the only thing he knows to do. That is why Andal stresses each one of them. Ambarame Aramshayyum, Shore Aramshayyum, Tannire Aramshayyum. Because he is not involved in all of them. If he starts to do Annadanam, people would think that this person knows nothing other than this. If he starts to do Vastradanam, people would think he knows nothing other than this also. He is so involved in the Danam when Krishna was born and everyone started to rejoice. Vachayitva swastyayanam jatakarma atmajasyavai karayamasa vidivat Pitru Devarchanam Yatha. He called all the priests and someone has to give Ashirvadam, Swasti Ayanam. Someone has to bless him, remove all bad eyes, all the drishti dosha that could have fallen on him and do the Jata Karma that is to be done. Gopyascha Akaranya Mudita, Yashodaya Sutodbhavam, Atmanam Bhushayan Chakruhu, Vastra Kalpanjanadibihi. All the Gopikas who came there bedecked themselves with many abharanas, ornaments, and then came to see Krishna. They danced and sang and had darshan of Krishna. Then the ceremony where you have to put Krishna on a cradle was conducted. Alvar says, Manikkam Katti, Vairam Idai Katti, Ani Ponnal Shida Vannat Chirithottil, Peni Unakke, Piraman Viduthandan, Manikkoranale Thaleno, Vayamalandane Thalelo. Brahma had sent a beautiful cradle for Krishna's use. So Yashoda puts Krishna on the cradle and sits beside him and starts to rock the cradle. Once she starts to call everyone. There is a Padiham in Periyalvar Tirumozhi where he explains the beauty of Krishna. Just as Tiruppanalvar sang a Padadi Keshantam, Periyalvar also sings about each and every avayava of Bhagavan and calls all the people, all the Gopikas to come and have darshan of Krishna. Vasudeva upashritya bhrataram nandamagatam nyatva dattakaram rajnye yayautad avamochanam. Then a few days went by and once the child is born, people start to they want to have some time with the child. They want to cajole the child. Yashoda had so many Gopikas who were her relatives and well-wishers that the entire Gokula wanted to keep Krishna on their lap and have some time with him. So Yashoda thought that this is not feasible if we let it go as a free-for-all. So she used to make a timetable. She said 6 a.m. to 6:10 a.m. this Gopika can have him. 6:10 to 6:20, another Gopika can have him. 6:20 to 7, Bhagavan takes rest. If you go to any Dwaraka, Natha Dwaraka, Gomati Dwaraka, Bhagavan gives darshan only for 20 minutes. After that, for another 40 minutes, he takes rest. Immediately, he eats something. Then again, he comes. There is another bhog. There is Gwal bhog, Raj bhog, Shringar bhog, then immediately the Mangala Harati bhog, and so on. So, Bhagavan eats, gives darshan, takes rest. Eats, gives darshan, takes rest. This was started by Yashoda. Alvar says, Mundai Nanmurai, Anbudai Mahalir, Murai Tam Kurangida Irutti. Each Gopika has to take her turn. Mundai Nanmurai, Anbudai Mahalir. All of them were related to Yashoda in some way or the other. They had a lot of love for Krishna. So they came and stood in line. Murai Tam Kurangida Irutti. Murai means in the order that has been prescribed. Kurangu is their lap. They took Krishna and put him on his lap and started to talk to him and enjoy his activities. Then one Gopika who had Krishna on her lap started to talk to Krishna. She says, Murai Thandam Kurangida Irutti, Yendaye, Yendan Kulapperum Sudare, Yelumuhil Kanattu Yelil Kavarere, Undai Yavan. She asked Krishna, who is your father? This is a natural question that people ask. They want the child to identify the mother or the father. They want the child to say the words Ampa, Amma, mother, father, etc. So, Undai Yavan Endruraipa. She asked Krishna, who is your father? Immediately Krishna opened his mouth to say, Nanda Gopala. he realized that he was just a few days and months old. He cannot start to talk now. People would find out that he is an avatara. So he shut his mouth and using his small finger and the corner of his eye, he looked at Nandagopala. உந்தை யாவன் என்று உரைப்ப நின் செங்கேழ் விரலினும் கடைக்கண்ணிலும் காட்ட நந்தன் பெற்றனன் நல்வினையில்லா நங்கள்கோன் வசுதேவன் பெற்றிலனே. Kulasekhara Alvar has sung 10 pasurams in Perumal Tirumozhi where he thinks of himself as Devaki. Devaki did not get to enjoy any of these pastimes of Krishna. So for 10 songs, she laments her heart out, saying, I lost this, I lost this. Alanelkarum Bannavandalo, Ambuyatadang Kandinantalo, Velanir Nirat Tannavantalo, Velapodaham Annavantalo, Yelavarhudal Enmahantalo, Yennanunayan Vayada Niraya, Thalulithidum Thiruvinayilla, Tayaril Kadayayina Taye. I must be the worst among all mothers because I only gave birth to you. I did not feed you, I did not sing you a lullaby, I did not look at you when you went to play, the crawling face, the walking face, the trying to walk face, none of this was enjoyed by Devaki. There she says, my husband Vasudeva, due to my misfortune, it has harmed him also. That eyesight and that finger should have been pointed toward Vasudeva rightfully, but he missed out on that. Nandan Petranan, Nal Vinayilla Nangalhon Vasudevan Petrilane. Many such enjoyments were going on, and once when Krishna, a few days later, he was put on a cradle and Yashoda had many other things to do. She was in charge of running the whole Vrajabhumi. So whether everyone was churning milk on time, whether the curd was ready, buttermilk was ready, she had to look at all these. So when she had gone away, Kamsa sent the first Asura to kill Krishna, that was Putana. Putana came in the form of normal cowherdess. She says, Karovai Varshiko Datto, Rajnya Drishtva Vayam Chavaha, Nehastheyam Bahutitham, Santyupatascha Gokule. Once Nanda Gopala goes to Mathura to give the annual taxes that are due to Kamsa. After paying the taxes, he visits Vasudeva in the cell, prison cell, wherever he is, and Vasudeva inquires about the well-being of his child, and he does not say that Krishna is his child. He only inquires about the well-being of Balarama Sankarshana, saying that is my child and you should take care of her, Rohini and Nanda, Balarama also. Nandagopala assures them that they are well, and immediately Vasudeva sends him off saying, I feel that something bad is going to happen in Gokula immediately. You please go back from here and see how Krishna is. While Nandagopala is returning, at that point of time, Putana comes in. She takes the form of a cowherdess and she fills her chest with poison, thinking that she would give that poison and kill anybody who has been born in the last few days. Kamsa did not know what to do. So when his ministers advised him, they told him, you kill every child who is below a certain age, whether he is even lesser than 10 years or more than 10 years, whether he was born within the few days or whether he was born even before that, don't worry, because the Devas are very great tricksters. He might not have been born now, he would have been 2 years late before also, and they will say, this is the 8th child of Devaki and he is going to kill you. So don't spare any child. This is why in Periyalvar, one of his songs, he says, Attattin Pattanal Vandudhonniya Achyutan. Krishna was born on the 10th day from Hasta Nakshatram. Does Alvar not know that Rohini was the birth star? Why does he not say Rohini? Alvar feels that he spelt out Rohini. Kamsa would as if Kalsa is following the Pasurams of Periyalvar, he would immediately find out. And he would start to kill all the children who are born on Rohini alone. So Alva said, let him look around for a while. If I say Attattin Pattanal, he wouldn't know whether to count backwards or forwards or leave one and skip one nakshatra and count. He will take some time to find out which nakshatra that is. By the time he finds that out, Krishna would have grown. He will be able to fend for himself. Now he is a very small boy who has to be protected. He was so fearful for Krishna's well-being that he sang Attattin Pattanal. Putana comes in. She took the form of a loving mother. That is why all the Alvars, they curse Putana a lot. If she had come as an enemy, then it was at least okay. Krishna would have identified her as an enemy. She comes Vanjanai Sheyya, Thai Uruvagi Vandape Alari Manshira. Alvar is not able to digest the fact that she came posing as a mother. No child would imagine that a mother is going to harm him or her, but she came in the form of a mother, came into the house when Yashoda was away and picked up Krishna. kurvanti satvatam bhartuhu yatu dhanyascha tatrahi sa kechar ekadopetya putana nandagokulam yoshitva mayayatmanam pravishat kamacharini tam tikshna chittam ativama cheshtitam Vikshantara kosha parichada asivat varastriyam tat prabhaya cha dharshite nirikshamane janani hyatishtatam. Yashoda had gone out on some chore. She was not there to look after Krishna. Krishna now started to feel hungry. Whenever a child starts to cry, the mother would not let him cry. A small baby is usually not allowed to cry for a long time. As soon as he is hungry, he must be fed. Yashoda did not look after him. She was engrossed in some other work. So Putana came around at that point of time. And when Krishna saw Putana, he mistook her for his own mother itself. He is Sarvajna. Shuka says, we cannot understand how this happened. Bhagavan is Sarvajna, who knows everything in and out in this world. But when some other woman is coming, you cannot even identify that she is not your mother. தாய்முலைப்பாலில் அமுதிருக்க தவழ்ந்து தளர்நட இட்டுச் சென்று பேய்முலை வாய் வைத்து நெஞ்சையுண்டு பித்தரென்னே பிறர் ஏசன் என்னாய். He says, when your mother is ready to give you milk, you went to some other lady and drank milk saying she is your mother. This is the act of a foolish person. But you are the Sarva Antaratma, the Sarvajna who is controlling this whole world. So Bhagavan did not differentiate between Yashoda and Putana. He was ready to drink milk whoever gave it, because Putana also had one dedication. Whenever someone feels that this object is only for Krishna, then Krishna likes it a lot. Be it Amritam or be it poison, it does not matter to him. Putana had only one motive. This poison is only for Krishna. She didn't want to kill all the other innocent children. She wanted to kill only Krishna based on Kamsa's words. So when Putana said this poison is only for Krishna, Krishna did not want to lose it. So when Putana came, he happily climbed onto her. Tasmin stanam durjaya viryam ulbanam gorankam adaya shishor dadavatha gadham karabhyam bhagavan prapidya tat pranai samam rosha samanvito pibat. He was so angry that he had not gotten milk for so long. Out of that anger, he sucked a little too harshly. He did not plan to kill anybody. In all these Cheshtitams that Bhagavan performs, the Acharya say that he had no intention to do Dushkrit, Vinasha, etc. That was done later on when he killed Duryodhana, Kamsa, Jarasandha. Here, he was just playing as a small child. Balyochita Anyapara Cheshtita Vishpulinge Yasyalabhanta Shalabhatvam Aho Nigudaha Tasmin Vraje Vavridishe Khalu Kamsa Bhitya. Kuratadvan says, when there is a fire, there are some insects that look at the fire, are attracted to it and come fall into it and die off. That is not, there is no wrong on the part of the fire. It did not want to kill any insects. Similarly, Bhagavan was playing as a normal child would do. He did not get milk. He was angry. So when the mother came to give milk, he sucked a little harder than he usually used to. It was not his fault that the life force of Putana was drained along with the milk in her chest. So the minute Putana, once Bhagavan started to suck the milk, she said, let go, let go, let go. Sa muncha muncha alamiti prabhashini nishpidyamanakila jiva marmani vivritya netre charanau bhujau muhuhu prasvinna ghatra kshipati rurodaha. She could not bear the life force going out of her. She started to cry and shout at Krishna, but by the time he was done, her life force had gone out of the body. Putana had been killed. She was a huge form. He says there were 12 yojanas long. Her body alone was 12 yojanas. He says, Patamanopi taddehaha tri gavyuti antaradruman. For 3 gavyuti, 1 gavyuti is 4 yojanas. So it is 4 miles approximately. So 3 gavyuti is 12 miles. When she fell down dead, her body was 12 miles high. And so all the trees that were surrounding that area were all crumbled by when she fell down. Hearing the sound of her falling down, Gopikas and Yashoda, Nandagopala has not yet returned from Mathura. Yashoda, Rohini and the other Gopikas come running to see Krishna. They see a small boy who is not more than 1.5 feet playing happily on the body of a 12-mile long Asura. Santatrasuhu smatad vikshya gopa gopya kalevaram. Purvam tu tan nisvanita bhinnahrit karmanas takaha gomutrena snapayitva punar go rajasarbhakam raksham chakruscha shakrita dwadashangeshu namabihi raksham vidadhire samyak gopuchha brahmanadibihi. As soon as they saw Krishna, Yashoda lifted him up, patted him on the back. She was afraid that a small child would be scared at anything when it looks at such a gruesome figure. So to remove the fear, there are some things. Kolu mor, appadinu Tamil solluva. You take an iron, you heat it up a lot, you add some buttermilk to it, and then give that to a baby. And you take the tail of a cow and you make circles out of it in front of the baby's face. These are all things that remove drishti dosha, which remove the fear in the child's heart. So immediately Yashoda started to perform all these. She took new mud from outside the house and she removed all the drishti for Krishna and threw away the mud. While she was doing all this, she started to say, and she said, Gopya samsprishta salilaha angeshu karayof pratak Avyad ajongri manimastava janvathoru yajñochitah katitatam jataram hayasyaha hritkosha vastvadura Isha inastu kantam Vishnurbhujam mukhamurukrama Ishwarakam. She started to give a protective shield for Krishna. She said, may Indra protect you in the north, may Kubera protect you in the south, may Yama protect you in this direction, may Varuna protect you, may Bhagavan Vishnu protect you, your eyes, your head, your chest, your legs. She started to spell out every Devata's name that she knew and asked them to protect Krishna. Krishna was looking at her saying, I am the Antaratma of all of these deities. I am in turn protecting them. But this lady, thinking that I am just her child, is asking them to protect me. He was just amused when he looked at this. He went on. And next, once Nandagopala came, he took Krishna with him and patted him on the back and cajoled him. Then the next story, once this was done, iti pranaya baddhabihi gopibihi krita rakshanam payayitva stanam mata sanyaveshayad atmajam. The Pusputana Samhara was completed. Now they were a little more vigilant. They never wanted to leave Krishna alone because he had already had a struggle for his life once. But on one day, when a certain celebration was going on, Shukacharya says, Authanika Mahotsavaha. It is one of two things. The commentators, Sridhara Swami and other Govinda, Veera Raghava and everyone says that either it is the first day on which a child is brought out to see the sun. That is also referred to as Authanika Karma. Or it is the first day on which any child will turn over. The child turns over for the first time. That is also celebrated by the Authanika Karma. So he says, Kadachit Authanika Kautakaplave Janmarksha Yoge Samaveta Yoshitam Vaditra Gita Dvijamantra Vachakaihi Chakara Sunoho Abhishechanam Sati. On that day, Krishna was bathed, he was decked with many ornaments. All the people in the Gokula came there. They had darshan of Krishna, they played with him, they enjoyed a lot. They ate some whatever food was offered and they were going to leave. So Yashoda, after taking care of Krishna, after completing the rituals, she put him on the ground near and kept a chariot. There was a bullock cart there. She kept the cart for protection. Whenever a child is left alone, you keep something around him for protection. It is usually a broomstick or a chakram. Things like this are kept so that there is no evil spirits that come near him. Similarly, she had kept a cart there and she went to take care of all the people who had come as guests to her house. At that point of time, the second Asura sent by Kamsa, he came and entered the chariot. He started moving quickly towards Krishna, and before that, Krishna, who had been sleeping, suddenly woke up. He was hungry, he wanted milk, he started to cry, but the house of Nandagopala was so large that Yashoda, who was somewhere else, did not hear him at all. Naiva ashrunodvai ruditam sutasyasa rudan stanarthi charanau udakshipat adha shayanasya vishor anolpaka pravala mridvangritam vyavartata. So Krishna became more and more hungry. The minute you become hungry, a child starts to kick its legs and move its arms around. Similarly, Krishna started to kick his legs, and this Shakatasura unfortunately was coming close at that point of time. His leg immediately hit Shakatasura and he broke into pieces. Andal says, he first drank the milk of Putana and killed her. Then when Shakatasura came, Ponna Chahada Mudaitai Puhal Poti, Bhagavan as a small child kicked Shakatasura and killed him also. Listening to the sound of a broken cart, everyone came running and saw that this boy had killed the cart. They didn't know how to reconcile this. They did not think that a small boy would be capable of doing this, but he is the only one lying near this cart. So they all thought some other hurdle has come to Krishna and he has protected himself. Drishtva Yashoda Pramukha Vrajastriyaha Authanike Karmani Yas Samagataha Nandadayascha Adbhuta Darshanakulaha Katham Swayam Vai Shakatam Viparyagat. They were not able to understand how Krishna could have destroyed a bullock cart by his own, but nevertheless they took him. They again performed some rituals for him and he started to grow. Yashoda, in one of her songs, she says, I am not able to take care of this child at all. Kidakkil Tottil Kiriya Udaitidum Yeduttu Kolhil Yedar Udaratte Paindidum. Then Midukkilamayal Nan Melindeen Nangai. Yashoda is complaining to her friends that if I put Krishna on the cradle, Tottil Kiriya Udaitidum. He stretches out his legs so much, he kicks with his legs so much that the cradle itself is going to break out. So to protect the cradle, if I take him and keep him on my hip, then Yeduttu Kolhil Marunga Iruttidum. He kicks on me as though he wants to break my hip. So I am not able to keep him like that. Iluttu Pulhil, if I hold on to him in front of me, Udaratte Poindidum, he is kicking my belly and trying to stand up also. Midukkilamayal Nan Melindeen Nangai. I don't have the power to take care of this child at all. He is so naughty, he is so powerful that I am not able to make him grow. Ekada Aroham Arudam Lalayanti Sutam Sati Garimanam Shishorvodum Nasehe Giri Kutavat. Krishna started to become so heavy that he was like a mountain. Yashoda was not able to carry him. Once when she was carrying him on top, on the terrace, suddenly an asura came by, Trinavartasura. He took the form of a huge gust of wind and immediately picked Krishna up and went into the sky. Krishna did not know what was happening. He immediately caught on. Since he was flying in the air, he wanted to catch on to something. He caught on to the throat of Trinavartasura and he was not able to breathe. He could not carry the weight of Krishna also. He crashed into the ground and he too lost his life. Immediately everyone comes back. Every time it is like how police come in cinemas. They come after the fact. Once Krishna has killed everyone, they all come running. Aho bata atyadbhutam esha rakshasa balo nivrittim gamito abhyagat punaha. They say, this child has been spared by the Asura out of his own compassion. While Krishna had in truth killed the Asura by just as a leela, just as when insects fall into a fire and they die, Krishna performs some baby-like activities in which Putana, Shakata, all these people come, fall in and die. This road from Mathura to Gokulam had become a one-way street. It is not anymore. It had become because the Asuras come from Mathura to Gokula. Not a single one went back to Mathura. Krishna killed all of them while they were staying here. So Trinavartasura was also killed. Ekada Arbhakam Adaya Swankam Aropya Bhamini Prasnutam Payayamasa Stanam Sneha Paripluta. Once Yashoda took Krishna on her lap and started to feed him. Once he had drank the milk that he wanted, you have to burp the child. You keep patting him so that he gives a burp and the milk has entered his body. He can now go to sleep. While she was doing so, Ekada Pita Prayasya Janani Satasya Ruchira Smitham Mukham Lalayati Rajan Jrimbhato Dadrishe Idam. She kept him on his lap and was patting, and he opened his mouth to let out a burp. At that moment, she saw inside the mouth and saw all the universe within it. Kam, Rodasi, Jyotihi, Anikam Ashaha, Surya Indu Vanihi Shvasana Ambudhinscha, Dvipan Nagan Tad Duhitur Vanani. He saw islands, mountains, rivers, all the stars, all the planets, the 14 lokas. Everything was inside Krishna's mouth. Bhutani Yani, Sthira Jangamani. Alvar says, Vayyamezhum Kandal, Pillai Vayule, Ayya Na Vadittalukku Angandida. Alvar says she was cleaning Krishna's tongue. Na vadittalukku anga andida. Krishna opened his mouth to show his tongue to Yashoda, and at that moment she saw Vayyamezhum Kandal. She saw everything within and she fainted immediately. Krishna slowly patted her and made her wake up and made her forget all that he had seen. He wanted Yashoda to look at him only as a child and not as a great Paramapurusha or Supreme Brahman. So he made her forget all that. That pastime was also over. Now it was time to name them. They are a few days, few months old. So the naming ceremony has to be conducted, and Gargacharya comes to the home of Nandagopala. Garga is the rishi, is the priest for the whole Yadu clan. So Vasudeva, he contacts Gargacharya and sends him to the house of Nandagopala to name the boys, both Balarama and Krishna. So Garga comes in and he looks at the children. Ayam hi Rohini putro Ramayan suhrudo gunaihi akyasyate Rama iti baladikyat balam viduhu. He gives two names to the son of Rohini. One, since he is going to please everyone by his gunas and activities, he will be called Rama. Ramayati iti Ramaha, he who pleases. Similarly, Bala Adhikyat, since he will be very powerful, I also name him Bali, Bala. So Bala and Rama, these are the two names that were given to him. Then, Yadunam Aprathak Bhavat, Sankarshanam Ushantyuta, Asan Varnas Trayohyasya, Grinhato Anugunam Tanuhu. He also gives a third name, Sankarshana, because Karshanam means bringing together. There are two causes for this name. One, he was brought from the womb of Devaki to the womb of Rohini. Hence, Karshanam, pulling was performed. He is Sankarshana. Also, he is the force that is going to keep the Yadu clan together. Because of that, he was referred to as Sankarshana. So, Rama, Bala and Sankarshana, three names were given to him. Then Garga looks at Krishna. Asan Varnas Trayohyasya Grinhato Anuyugam Tanuhu Shuklo Raktas Tatha Pitaha Idanim Krishnata Gataha. He says, this boy has been born with different colors in different yugas. Whenever he takes birth, Alvar says, Niram Velidu, Sheidu, Pashidu, Karidu. In the first yuga, he is born with a white complexion. Then he is born with a red complexion. Then with a yellow complexion. And now he has taken birth is the dark complexion. So, Shukla, Rakta, Pita, Krishna. Krishna refers to the black color. So, Gargacharya names the child as Krishna. Then, Pragayam Vasudevasya Kvachidjatas Tavatmajaha Bahuni Santi Namani Rupani Cha Sutasyate Guna Karmanu Rupani Tanyaham Veda Nojanaha. He says, your boy has many names and many forms. You are not capable of understanding all of them, but I have seen them and I now name him as Krishna. There is another meaning for the name Krishna. He who gives joy to the world. Krishir Bhuvachaka Shabdaha Nascha Nirvriti Vachakaha. Krishi refers to Bhumi and Na refers to Nirvriti, which is happiness. So he who gives happiness to this world is referred to as Krishna. He named the boy so, and then he informs Nandagopa that this is not a normal human child. It is an avatara, and so you must protect him. The well-being of the Yadavas, well-being of the citizens of Gokula are all dependent on this child's well-being. Ya etasmin mahabhagaha pritim kurvanti manavaha Narayo abhibhavantyetan Vishnu paksha nivasuraha ityatmanam samadishya gargecha swagriham gate Shriya kirtya anubhavena gopayasva samahitaha. He says, protect this child at all costs. He is the one who is going to save the Yadavas and your clan also. So take good care of this child. Saying so, Gargacharya goes away and Nandagopala is now more vigilant than ever. Andal calls Nandagopala as he Kurvel Kodum Todilan Nandagopan. Kurvel, he had a very sharp weapon, a veil with him, a spear with him. Why did he have? He never went to any war. There is no story of Nandagopala going to war with anybody, but he has a spear, a sharp spear with him. That is because when Krishna is put on the ground, he stands with him vigil. He has to make sure that no ant or any rat or anything comes near Krishna. When an ant comes anywhere near where Krishna is lying down, he takes the spear and starts to kill the ant. He is so much in love, he has a lot of affection for Krishna that even for a small insect or an ant, he picks up the spear and starts to go to war with it. So Andal says, Kurvel Kodum Todilan Nandagopan. He performs a cruel act, but since it is for the well-being of Krishna, it is a commendable act. Anything that you do, be it Papa or Punya, Krishna himself says in the Gita, when you do something for matkritam papam, api punyaya kalpate, when you do a sin for my sake, then it becomes a punya because it is no more for the detriment of others, it is for my well-being. So even mannimittam kritam papam api punyaya kalpate. So Nandagopala took care of Krishna and the boy started to grow slowly, they started to crawl, they started to walk and tat He says, Janubhyam saha panibhyam ringamano vijagrahutuhu kalena vrajata alpena gokule ramakeshavau. They started to crawl with their small hands and feet. They went everywhere around the house. Alvar says, Tan muhattu chutti Tunga Tunga Tavandu boy, Ponmoha Kingini Arpa Purudi Alaihiran. Bhagavan, the minute Kal Molekerdunu Solva. The child already has feet, but when he starts to crawl or starts to walk, it is said that he has now grown feet. So Krishna started to go out of the house. Purudi Alaihiran. He is now playing everywhere in the mud. Periyalvar says to Chandra, En Mahan Govindan, Kuttinai Ilamamadi, Nin Muham Kannulavahil ni Inge no Kippo. If you have eyes, he says to Chandra, don't keep moving across the sky. What is the purpose in that? Stand where you are and look at my beautiful child for some time. Absorb all the innocence and beauty that he has, and then go on your path. If your face has eyes, please stand here and look at Krishna for a while. So Krishna started to play, and after playing there, he used to come directly and hug his mother. Tannantamarai Kan. This is also a song where Devaki laments that he lost this also. Tannantamarai Kannane Kanna தவழ்ந்து எழுந்து தளர்ந்ததோர் நடையால் மண்ணில் செம்பொடி ஆடி வந்து எந்தன் மார்பில் மண்ணிடப் பெற்றிலேன் அந்தோ. When the mother is wearing a nice silk sari and a lot of ornaments, the son or daughter will go out, play in the mud, and with all the dirt attached, sticking to its body, will come running and hug the mother. The mother will never scold him. She underwent 10 years of struggle to have this child. She went through many hardships to enjoy with this child. So Devaki says, I missed out on that. தவழ்ந்தெழுந்த தளர்ந்ததோர் நடையால் எந்தன் மார்பில் மண்ணிடப் பெற்றிலேனந்தோ. Similarly, வண்ணச் செஞ்சிறு கைவிரல் அனைத்தும் வாரி வாய்க்கொண்ட அடிசலின் மிச்சில் உண்ணப் பெற்றிலேன் ஓ கொடுவினையே என்னை என் செய்ய பெற்றதெம் மோயே. When the child starts to eat on his own, he picks up a lot, but he won't be able to put it in his mouth. Most of it will fall down, and some things that are still sticking to the fingers of the boy, the mother will take that and put it in her mouth and eat. She says, I did not get that fortune also. I don't understand why my mother even gave birth to me. I have wasted this birth because I have not enjoyed any of the pastimes of Krishna. Slowly all these started to happen, and he started to go out. His naughtiness grew with him. Even when he was child, he was a naughty child. As he grew, his mayam, his naughtiness also started to grow with him. He goes to the houses of others. If they have tied a small calf in wherever it is tied, he immediately undoes the knot and the calf will run away. All the people will start running behind him. And if there is a child that is sleeping in a cradle, he will pinch the child and make it cry. When there is some pot nearby, he will roll the pot and break it. So all this started to happen. Saharamo vrajastrinam chikride janayan mudam krishnasya gopyo ruchiram vikshya kaumara chapalam. The kaumara face. He is now a little over 4 or 5 years old. He has started to go out and commit all these naughtiness. Once, when he was stealing butter in the house of one of the cowherds, the cowherd says, she came into the house and caught him red-handed or butter-handed. Now, he did not know how to escape. He started to talk to her. She asked him, Kastvam bala balanujaha kimihate man mandira shankaya. He asked him, Kastvam bala, who are you? He says, Balanujaha. He did not say the son of Nandagopala, son of Yashoda, Krishna, nothing. I am the younger brother of Balarama, because Balarama has a very good name. He is considered to be a very innocent, good-natured child. So when Krishna claims to be his younger brother, people would think that this child would also be an innocent one. Balanujaha. Then she asked, Kimihate, why did you come into my house? Krishna answered, Man mandira shankaya. All the houses in this row look the same. They are all like a joint venture where it was all developed by one person. They all look the same. I thought this is my house and I entered your house by mistake. Then she asked, okay, did you realize that it was a mistake? Why is your hand inside the pot of butter? He said, no, my mother has been worried from the morning that one of her calves has gone missing. I came to this house to search for the calf. I wanted to look whether it was there inside this pot or not. The Gopika asked, did you find the calf? He said, no, I just wanted to wait to inform you that it was not there. I was just about to leave when you came by, and saying this immediately runs away. And many other pastimes like this. Then, Vatsan Munchan, Shukacharya says, Vatsan munchan kvatit samaye krosha sanjata hasaha. He used to untie the calves that had been tied. When they started running, the gopikas will come and start to scold Krishna, but their scolding only makes him laugh. Krosha sanjata hasaha steyam swadvatha dadhipayah kalpitaihi steya yogaihi. He also collected a few friends. He did not want to get caught alone. He collected many people, and whenever there is a theft, he gives the right share to everyone. He does not eat the fruits of his stealing, his theft alone. He shares with everyone so that when we are caught, we should all be caught. If we escape, we should all escape. I should not be the only one to be caught. So he gave to everyone. Steyam markan bhokshyan bibhajati sachet nati bandhan bhinatti. He used to eat the butter that was there and break all the pots of buttermilk and everything. He did not like anything that was adulterated. So when water was mixed with the curd, he did not like it. He immediately broke all of them. And he used to run out of his house. Dravyalabhesa griha kupitaha yavati upakroshaya tokan. Then ekada kridamanaste ramadhya gopadarakaha krishno mridam bhakshitavan iti matre nyavedayan. The next cheshtita, where Krishna, once he was playing with the other friends that he had, he started to eat the mud that was lying on the floor. All the friends went running to Yashoda and complained, Ma, he is eating mud, please come and scold him. Yashoda came running and she asked him whether he had taken Vadanti Tavaka Hyete Kumaraste Agrajopyayam. She said to Krishna, all your friends are saying you ate mud. Your own elder brother Balarama is saying you ate mud. Please tell me the truth, did you do so? He said, Naham bhakshitavan amba sarve mityabhishamsinaha yadi satyagiras tarihi samaksham pashyame mukham. He said, Mother, all of them are trying to bring you against me. They don't like the close bond that you and I share. Balarama is jealous of me. So he, along with all his friends, is telling a lie that I ate mud. Naham bhakshitavan amba mithyabhishamsinaha. All of them are lying to you. If you don't believe me, please look into my mouth. When he said so, she started to peer into the mouth, and once again she saw all the world inside this. Satatra dadrishe vishwam jagat sthasnuchat kham dishaha sadrid dvipabdi bhugolam savai vagni indu tarakam jyotish chakram jalam tejo nabhaswan vyadevacha vaikarikani indriyani mano matra gunastrayaha. He saw Mahan, Ahankara, the Panchabhutas, all the Indriyams, Bhuhu, Bhuvaha, Suvaha, mountains, rivers, everything was there within Krishna's mouth. And when she saw this, she once again fainted. Bhagavan, using his Maya, woke her up and made her forget all this. Alvar in one of his Pausharam says, Undai ulahel munname, umirndu mayayal pukku, Undai vennai sirumanishar uvarayakke nilayedi, Mandan shornda dunbelum manishar kahumbi, Siridum andavannam mankaraya neyyun marundo mayone. He asked Krishna why he took mud and he ate butter. So apparently Krishna thought, whenever you eat something that is not easily digestible, when you ingest mud into your system, if you take a lot of ghee or butter, it is the medicine for that. So Krishna, since he had swallowed everything in this world, he has the full 14 lokas inside him. So to take medicine for that, he needs a lot of butter. There was not enough butter in his house alone. So he went about Gokula and took butter from all their houses and ate butter and ghee. Neyyun marundo mayone. You considered ghee to be the medicine for all the mud that you had swallowed. It was not the few morsels of mud he took here. The 14 lokas in the world were swallowed by Krishna to make amends for that. As a medicine for that, Alvar says he ate all the ghee that was there, and as he grew older, now Krishna was 5 years old, and all the citizens of Gokula come together. They start to discuss that Krishna is facing a lot of hardship staying in Gokula. In the Vrajabhumi, this is the layout of Vrajabhumi. Yamuna runs from north to south through Vrajabhumi. To the west of Yamuna is Mathura. To the east of Yamuna is Gokula. That is why Vasudeva had to cross the river to come to Gokula, and the cowherds initially lived only on the eastern shore. The cows were also grazed only on the eastern shore. Their houses in Gokula were also on the eastern shore. Now, they all came together, and just for the sake of Krishna, the whole town decided to move away from their homeland. They all said, Krishna is having many hardships here. Someone or the other is coming to hurt him. We care for his life more than any of our wealth. They are leaving their houses, leaving the place, their ancestral homes, and moving to a new place called Nandgaon. It is to the northwest of Mathura. They are now crossing the Yamuna and going to Nandgaon. And since now the cows need a new place to graze. Earlier they were grazing on the eastern shore of the Yamuna. Now since they have moved west, the cows need a new place to graze in. That is when Bhagavan creates Brindavana. Bhagavata Krishnena Aklishta Karmana Shubhena Manasa Dhyatam Gavam Vriddhim Abhipsata Brindavanam Bhagavata Krishnena Dhyatam. Bhagavan wanted a new grazing ground for all the cows. Brindavanam is a thorn forest. It is not edible, you cannot eat the bushes there. So Bhagavan, using his might, he overnight converted the whole thorn-filled forest into a good grazing plain. And he started to take all the cows there, and the other stories start to happen there. Once, when Yashoda had churned milk in her house, she used to churn milk thrice every day. Although she was the queen of that whole place, she never let go of her Varnashrama dharma. It was her, it is said, the one Nanjiyar asked his Acharya Parashara Bhatta, why Yashoda had to do this duty? She was the queen, the leader of all the Gopikas. She could have let them do it and delegated all her duties and kept quiet. Parashara Bhatta says, the day a Brahmana puts someone else to do Sandhya Vandanam for him, then Yashoda will also appoint someone else to churn butter out of the curd. She was so involved that every day, thrice, she used to churn the milk or buttermilk and make butter. And once she was doing this, all the butter that she produced, they stopped keeping it below on the ground. She started to let the butter hang down in pots from the ceiling. Once she churned all the butter and she was about to go away. ஏறார் இடையினோவ எத்தனையோர் போதுமாய் சீரார் தயிர் கடைந்து வெண்ணெய் திரண்டதனை வேறார் முதல் மடவாள் வேறோர் கலத்திட்டு நாரார் உரியேத்தி நன்கமய வைத்ததனை போரார் வேர்க்கண் மடவாள் போந்தனையும் பொய் உறக்கம். In Chiriya Thirumadal, Thirumangai says, till Yashoda left the house, Krishna was lying down on a pie, on some blanket, and he was not sleeping. He was looking through the corner of his eyes what Yashoda was doing. She churned the butter, put it on a pot, kept it above, hung it from the ceiling, and she looked at Krishna, made sure he would not take the butter, he was sleeping, and she locked the door and went out. The minute she went out, he got up. See, வேறார் முடவள் வேறு நாரார் உரியேத்தி நன்கமய வைத்ததனை போரார் வேர்க்கண் மடவாள் போந்தனையும் பொய் உறக்கம் ஓராதவன் போல் உறங்கி அறிவுத்து. The minute she went out, Krishna got up. He brought a broken ural, the mortar on which you hit and with the pestle you hit paddy to remove the husk from that. He brought that and kept it below. It was a broken mortar so that it cannot be used for any other purpose. He wanted to use this only to steal butter. So he took an object which could not be used by anybody else. He placed that. He got on top of it. He got the pot down and started to eat butter. Then he did not eat only what he wanted. He used to put his hand into the butter completely. Vedanta Deshika says, Hartum kumbhe vinihita karaha swadhu hayyangavinam. He, since he is a small child, Krishna thought that if my hand goes in a lot, then when it comes out, it will bring out lot of butter. He did not know that only the palm is going to bring out butter. He saw if I put my whole hand in, when I bring it out, I will be able to eat a lot more butter. So he put it fully inside and he was eating all the butter. Once it was done, he broke all the pots of buttermilk that was kept nearby. ஓராதவன் போல் உறங்கி அறிவுத்து தாரார் தடன் தோள்கள் உள்ளளவும் கை நீட்டி ஆராத வெண்ணெய் விழுங்கி அருகிருந்த மோரார் குடம் உருட்டி முன்கிடந்த தானத்தே ஓராதவன் போல் கிடந்தான். He broke all the pots of buttermilk, went back to the same place, spread the blanket and lay there as though he had not moved an inch at all. Wherever his hand had been earlier, he kept it in the same position, his other hand in the same position, feet in the same position, and he started to lie down. Nobody could even could infer that he had gotten up. It was so apt that Yashoda could only think, if Krishna had stolen this, then he could not have gotten off from the blanket. He should have carried the blanket with him, stolen the butter, and come back and lain in the same position. That was the only way this could happen. He was so still there that the pots of buttermilk that he had broken started to run down the hall. He was lying on the blanket. Now the blanket was being drenched. If he got up, Yashoda will find out that he has gotten up. So he lay there even though the bed was being wet now. He did not bother about it. He continued to lay there. Then she came back. Kedandanai kandavalum varattan vaittadu kaanal. Vayiradutting aarar puguduvar ayyar ivarallal. Neeram idu seydheer ennor nedunkayittral. Oorargalellarum kaana uralode. Thira vehuliyalai chikkanavar tadippa. When Yashoda came back, she saw that the butter was not there anymore. She immediately started to bang her stomach and started to cry who had eaten this. When she was crying, Krishna woke up on his own and came to her and said, "Are you saying I stole the butter?" She did not say a word. She did not accuse him at all. He got up and said, "Are you accusing me of stealing the butter?" She was not beating her stomach because the butter had been gone. She was more concerned that this small boy cannot digest all this butter. She is concerned about the well-being of Krishna rather than butter. Her complaint always was, eat all the butter that is there in our house. Is there not enough in our house? Why do you go to other Gopikas' houses? That is what is insulting to me. When our child, if we send it to someone else's house, if they say, "Shall I make dosa for you? Shall I make some mixed fried rice or something for you?" If the son or daughter says, "Yes, please do it for me," they would think that the mother or father don't give food to this baby at all. They are making him starve. Poor baby is asking me for whatever he wants to eat. So the worry of Yashoda was that all the other Gopikas, they too will not feel bad that the butter was being stolen. They would all come scold Yashoda that she was not giving butter to her own child. So, Vayir adittu aararingu puhuduvar ayyar ivarallal neeram idu seydheer. Finally, she caught hold of him and she wanted to tie him to the same mortar which had helped him perform the act of theft. So, she pulled Krishna, she took a rope and Krishna started to run. Hartum kumbhe vinihita karaha swadu hayyangavinam drishtva dama grahana chatulam mataram jatarosham. Immediately Krishna saw that his mother was angry. She started to pick up a rope from nearby. Seeing this, he wanted to run away. He kept the first foot to the left. Immediately she banged on that side with the rope, saying, "You cannot move anywhere. I have caught you now. I am going to tie you." So he did not know where to run. He did not know whether to stand still or run away also. He started to cry. His lips started to throb. Drishtva grahana chatulam mataram jatarosham payat ishat prachalita padaha. His feet started to move, but they were stopped by Yashoda. Prachalita padaha napagachan na tishtan mitya gopaha sapadi nayane milayan vishwagopta. Since he was not able to run away and his mother was going to catch him, Krishna immediately thought what he could do. He thought that since there is light here, Yashoda is able to see me. If there was darkness here inside, I could easily run away. So to bring darkness everywhere, he shut his own eyes. He thought that if he closed his eyes, the world will grow dark and Yashoda won't be able to catch him. So see, he says, Mithya gopaha sapadi nayane milayan vishwagopta. He closed his eyes thinking his mother would let him go. But she did not let him. She caught hold of him. Again he started to think. Muzhudum vennayalaindu thottunnum mugilanjiran thamarai kayyum elilhol thambuhond adippadarkku elhu nilayum. That state in which Krishna was standing there, Alvar is not able to digest. This person, out of fear for him, the whole world is being run. Bhishasmat vataf pavate, Bhisha udeti suryaha, Bhishasmad agnischa indrascha, Mrityur dhavati panchama iti. The Upanishad says, out of fear for Krishna's punishment, the sun rises at the right time. Yamadharma Raja performs his duties very well. Vayu is always running, the most busiest person, because he is afraid of Krishna's punishment. But now that boy has been caught by Yashoda. Muzhudum vennayalaindathu viralum, edilhol thambuhond adippadarkku elhu nilayum, ven tayir thoinda sevvayum, alugayum anjunokkum annokkum, muzhudum senchiruvai nelippaduvum. His lips started to throb. He started to cry. He was controlling his tears, but he could not control him. His lips started to throb. He did not know what to do. Finally, he said, "There is one final way that I have." He tried closing his eyes. He could not escape. He tried to run away. He could not escape. He thought for a while, what do other people who are in such situations do? Whenever someone is caught in a scary situation, he recollected that all they do is fold their hands like this. So Bhagavan decided that folding one's hands in namaskara, in prostration, will alleviate one of all their sins. So Bhagavan also folded his hands. Muzhudum senjiruvai nelipaduvum தொழுகையும் இவை கண்ட யசோதை தொல்லை இன்பத்து இறுதி கண்டாளே. Alvar says that was the end of bliss. That was the utmost bliss that any mother could enjoy. Her own son, who was the supreme controller of this universe, is now standing in front of her with folded eyes and tears in his folded hands and tears in his eyes, pleading to her to let him go. Yashoda did not want to let him go because he was fetching a bad name for her. She pulled the ural and she started to tie Krishna with it. It was a few inches short. He says, Dviangula unam abhutena sandadhe anyacha gopika. The initial rope that she took first was not enough. It was a few angular short. She took another rope, tied them together and started to push it, to whirl it around Krishna. It was again a few angulam short. She took a third rope, tied it and tried to tie him. It was still short. That is why Alvar sings, Kanni nun shiru tambinal kattunna panniya perumayan. Kanni means that the rope was not one straight single rope. It was made by putting knots and tying together many ropes, because every time Yashoda tried to bind Krishna, the rope fell a few inches short. Finally, as she did this, Yashoda grew tired. She could not even tie Krishna, and Krishna started to think, who am I showing my power to? This is not Ravana, this is not Kumbhakarna or Bhishma or Drona. This is my mother who is trying to bind me. I took birth here as Krishna to enjoy this pleasure of having a mother beat me. What is the point in winning over my own mother? Thinking so, he reduced his body once again and allowed Yashoda to tie him. Swamatuhu kinna gatrayaha visrasta kabarasrajaha drishtva parishramam krishnaha kripaya asit swabandhane evam sandarshita hyanga harina bhakta vashyata. Shukacharya says this act of Bhagavan shows that he is subordinate to his bhaktas. He acts as per the will of his bhaktas. He does not want to win over a bhakta. He wants to lose to his bhakta. He always likes losing to people because he wins others by losing to them. We have to win over others by gaining victory in battle. Krishna wins over our hearts not by winning our hearts but by losing to us. So his bhakta vashyata, him being controlled by his own devotees, is the farthest extent of his swatantrya. When you say that someone is independent, when is the independence completely exercised? When I choose out of my independence to be subordinate to someone else, that is the extent to which my independence can be pulled. So bhakta vashyata is in fact the farthest extent to which the swatantriyam of Bhagavan can go. He is a swatantra so much so that nobody can question him, even when he chooses to be tied by a mortal being, a jivatma, baddha samsari like Yashoda. So this avatara, it is said that Lord Ranganatha still bears the mark of that rope that was tied around him. We refer to him as Damodara. Dama in the Udara, he was tied along the waist by Yashoda, and that mark that is there on his waist is the mark that shows that he is subordinate to us. The one Alvar Nanjiyar, he was just standing outside the shrine of Bhagavan, and Abhisheka was going on. Just after the Abhisheka, when the garments, clothes are changed for Bhagavan, they put a curtain in front and change it in secrecy. This Nanjiyar started to move the curtain a little and started to peer inside. The Archaka who was inside said, Swami, you are a known person. Shouldn't you know that you shouldn't do all this? Once the curtain is open, you can have darshan. The Acharya said, once the curtain is open, Bhagavan's body, waist is covered by clothes. I want to check whether the mark of Yashoda tying Krishna is still present on Ranganatha's body. If I see that, I can be sure that he will give me mukti too. If he is so subordinate to a bhakta, then we can feel confident that if we are devoted, he expects nothing else from us, he will be subordinate to us too. So this Acharya wants to see that this one play of Bhagavan is what captures the hearts of many, many Alvars. When Nammalvar sang about this, he fainted for 6 months. Alvar sang, Pattudai adiyavarkku eliyavan, பிறர்களுக்கு அறிய வித்தகன் மலர்மகள் விரும்பும் நம் அரும்பெறல் அடிகள் மற்றொரு கடைவெண்ணை களவினில் உறவிடை ஆப்புண்டு எத்திரம் உரையனோடு இணைந்திருந்தேங்கிய எளிவே. He is not able to understand the simplicity of Bhagavan. He had become one so similar with the mortar to which he was tied. இணைந்திருந்தேங்கிய எளிவு. Alvar says, when you look at the mortar and you look at Krishna, there is no difference absolutely in their form. That is also black. He is also black. Krishna also is wide on the shoulders, slim at the hips, and again wide at the thighs. The mortar also has the same shape. The only difference was Krishna had tears coming out of his eyes. The mortar was not crying. This is how you could differentiate between them. Uralodu yanaindirundengiya elive yettiram. He could not fathom the depth of this avatara and this cheshtita, and he immediately fainted for 6 months. After 6 months, he got up again. Madhurakavi Alvar was waiting next to him. He asked him, where did I leave? What was I singing in the last Pasuram? Madhurakavi Alvar did not remind him that you were singing about Navanita Chauryam. If he had been reminded, he would have fainted for another 6 months. So Madhurakavi Alvar said, you are singing about the simplicity of Bhagavan, and you were talking about a few cheshtitams along that route. He only said so much, and Alvar started to continue the Pasurams. Kurattalvan in his Atimanushastavam says, Matra yadi tvamasi damani sannibadha tachravinam udita chakshura nirjaranam badhnasi hanta hridayam bhagavan kutastat sarvo hi vashya vishaye vivrinoti viryam. Kurattalvan asks him a question. If someone harms you, then we would want to take revenge on the same entity. If someone is causing harm to me, I won't go harm some other person who is innocent. But Kurattalvan says, if Yashoda had bound you, you should in turn bind only her. But what you do is, you bind the hearts of all your devotees. Damna yadi tvamasi damani sannibadhaha tachravinam. People who hear that and are not able to bear that simplicity, you start to tie their hearts using your simplicity. I don't understand this. You should take revenge on the person who perpetuated the harm against you. But you are harming your devotees instead. Finally, Kurattalvan concluded that. So apparently, everyone shows their power only to those who are less powerful than themselves. Suppose a lion starts to come to fight me, I won't go take revenge on the lion. Suppose a boss, my boss in a company is shouting at me. I won't shout back at him. I will go to my subordinates and shout at them instead. So Kurattalvan says, Sarvohi Vashya Vishaye Vivrinoti Viryam. Your power is shown not to people who are equal or more than you in power. You show to those who are subordinate to you, who are always depending on you. So this avatara, this cheshtita of Bhagavan, the Damodara Leela, is the one that stole the hearts of many, many poets and alvars also. After this, Yashoda did not untie him. Krishna was still standing there, and he looked out into the garden. He saw 2 trees standing there, and he started to roll the mortar, and along with it he started to crawl out. The mortar was not narrow enough to go through the 2 Arjuna trees, and it got stuck there. He pulled with all his power, and the 2 Arjuna trees fell over. They were in fact, due to a shapa of Narada, Nalakubara and the other brother, 2 of them, the sons of Kubera, Nalakubara and Manigriva, once due to the arrogance that their money had instilled in them, they behaved wrongly. They did not give the due reverence to Narada. So Narada cursed them that they would be born as trees, and that curse will be lifted when Krishna pulls you down. To put that into effect, Krishna pushed his mortar and pushed down the trees also and gave salvation to them. Then Nanda Gopala, who went out, comes running back. He sees Krishna tied to a mortar. He starts to scold Yashoda now. He says, we tried for so many years, and after so much penance, we have got one small child. This mother has no compassion. Is her heart made of stone? She is tying this small boy to this mortar and not letting him, releasing him also. So Nanda Gopala came, and he released Krishna from the mortar and said, the person who sends Naval Param, she has now come. You please run to the ground, take some grains in your hand, go to the entrance and give it to her. She will give you all the fruits that you want to eat. Go. The minute Nanda Gopala said, Krishna ran into the house. The kitchen would be somewhere far inside. He picked up as many grains as he could carry, and he started to run towards the entrance. By the time he gave there, most of it has fallen down. There were only a few grains of paddy left in his hand. He went and threw them into the basket of the fruit seller, and asked her for Naval Param. Krini hi bhov phalaniti shrutva sattvaram achyutaha phala vikrayini tasya chutadanyam karadvayam phalair apurayad ratnaihi phala bandam apuricha. The minute Krishna put the grains inside, the fruit seller recognized that his hands had the mark of Shankha and Chakra. She immediately identified that this was none other than Paramatma, and immediately caught hold of his hands. She said, I will give you all the fruits that you want, but you have to give something in exchange to me. Krishna said, I've already given you grain. Do you want something else? I have milk, I have butter and everything else. She said, I don't want any of that. Give me mukti immediately. Krishna said, I am not a person who can give mukti. Where did you find this out? She said, I saw your hands. They had the mark of Shankha, Chakra, etc. So I have identified you as the creator of this world. You are the only one who can grant mukti to me. Krishna could not deny anymore. For to get a few fruits, Naval Padam, he granted mukti to that fruit seller and got them. Alvar says, Yarumor Nilamayanana, Arivariya Emberuman, Yarumor Nilamayanana, Ariveliya Emberuman. Bhagavan cannot be understood by even the greatest of intelligent people. At the same time, even a normal fruit seller or one who sells buttermilk is able to identify Bhagavan. When you chant this song, you have to make sure the swara is right. You can't say, Yarumor Nilamayanana, Arivariya Emberuman, Yarumor Nilamayanana, Ariveliya Emberuman. This is not right. The first Yarum has to be raised a lot. Yarum or Nilamayanana Arivariya Emberuman. The second one has to be reduced, brought down a lot. Yarum or Nilamayanana Ariveliya Emberuman. Even the greatest intelligent person like Brahma or Rudra or Indra cannot understand Bhagavan. But a mere fruit seller is able to understand him, because when Bhagavan shows himself to a devotee, it is easy for us to understand. Brahma or Indra think that they by their own effort are going to understand Paramatma. That is never going to happen. Nayamatma pravachanena labhyaha na medhaya na bahuna shrutena yame vesha vrunute tena labhyaha tasyesha atma vivrunute tanum swam. The Veda says that only when Bhagavan decides to show himself to someone can we behold him, can we understand him. Without his anugraha or without devotion in our heart, it is not possible to witness him or even understand him completely. With so many other pastimes, Krishna started to grow up. When they were 6 years old, they moved to Nandgaon, which is on the western banks of the Yamuna, and from there he started to go to Vrindavan. Till then, all the asuras had come into Gokula and tried to kill Krishna. Now, they did not have to come into Gokula. Krishna himself started to walk out to Vrindavan every day to take the cows to graze there. So all of them started coming to Vrindavan and started to kill him. The first one, Kadachid Yamuna Tire, Vatsans Charayato Swakaihi, Vayassai Krishna Balayoho, Jigamsur Daitya Agamat, Tam Vatsarupenam Vikshya Vatsayutha Gatam Harihi, Darshayan Baladevaya, Shanair Mugdha Ivadasat. This happened in a vana. There are 12 main vanas in Vrajabhumi. Mahavanam is Gokula. There are Bhadravana, Bhandiravana, Khadiravana, Lohavana, Vatsavana, and so on. This story happened in the place called Bhadravana. When Krishna took the cows to graze, there was one asura who entered a body of a calf and wanted to kill Krishna. At the same time, there was another asura who took the form of a kapitha fruit. The kapitha fruit is Vilambalam, which has a very hard shell around it. If it falls on your head, you will die. So one asura entered the kapitha fruit, another entered the vatsa, and both of them together wanted to kill Krishna. Krishna identified them as asuras. When the vatsa came towards him, he caught hold of the legs of the calf and swirled him like a stick and threw him on the kapitha. Whenever you want to get fruits, a mango or any fruit for that matter, you pick up a stick and throw it. If you hit the stem exactly, the stem will break and the fruit will fall off. Similarly, Bhagavan used this calf as the stick. Kandru kunila yerindai kadal potri. Andal sings praises to the feet of Bhagavan, which one foot was firm on the ground, the other foot had been curved a little. In the same Pausuram, Andal says potri for the feet 2 times. The first one is, Andru ivulaham alandai adi potri. Adi is also the feet of Bhagavan. The next 4th line says, Kandru kunila yerindai kadal potri. Kadal also means feet of Bhagavan. Why is she singing praise to the same foot twice? The Acharya says, the first one, when the foot were raised upwards, she could only view the upper side, the dark side of Bhagavan's feet. The underside is red and the upper side of Bhagavan's foot is black in color. So in Trivikramavatara, since the leg was raised in this manner, she saw the dark part of it and sung its praise. Andru Vulahamalandai Adipotri. Now, since Bhagavan wanted to swing the Vatsa upwards, he had a little bent foot. Whenever you want to swing something, you press your foot on the ground and bend it a little and throw the object away. So when Bhagavan bent his foot, the underside of his foot which was red in color, was now visible to Andal. She wanted to do Mangalashasanam for that red part. She says, Kandru Kunila Irindai, Kadal Potri. One potri for the upper dark part, another potri for the bottom reddish part. So here Bhagavan threw Vatsa and Kapita, both of them banged against one another and they fell down and lost their lives. Similarly, there was another asura known as Bakasura. He took the form of a stork and came running. When Krishna was grazing the cows in a plain, this person, Bakasura, started to run towards Krishna. All the Gopas started to feel afraid, thinking this was an asura. Krishna calmed them. Don't worry about it, it's just a bird. He consoled them, saying it is only just another bird. Pallathil veyum meyum paravai urukkondu kallavasuran varuvanai thaan kandu pull iduvendru podukkovai keunditta pillai. When the stork came nearby, Krishna allowed the stork to gobble him up. He went into the mouth of the stork, and all the other Gopas were now afraid that Krishna had died. There was no one to save them. Once inside, Krishna started to heat up his body. Bakasura could not stand the heat inside his mouth, and he vomited Krishna out again. Once outside, the stork came out to poke at Krishna with his beak and kill him somehow. Krishna caught hold of the beaks and he just pulled them apart and broke his mouth and killed him. This is what Krishna did. Now, he could have done this on the first go itself. When Bakasura came running the first time, he could have caught hold of his mouths, the two sides of his beak, and pulled them apart and killed. He could have torn his mouth and killed him. Krishna did not do so. The Acharya, Shukacharya says that is because Krishna is a very scientific killer. He knows that when something is warmed up, it is easy to break it or bend it. So he entered the mouth of Bakasura, heated it up so that the muscles here in Bakasura's mouth are softened. Once they are soft, he came outside and pulled them easily. He didn't want to take much strain in order to kill Bakasura. He wanted to leave it easy. That is why Alvar says, Pull iduvendru podukkovai kenditta. Podukko means just in an instant he was able to tear it apart. Because he had heated it and softened it up already, he killed Bakasura also. All the children came back running to their parents and narrated all these stories. He killed Vatsasura, Kapittasura, Bakasura. Iti Nandadayo Gopaha Krishnarama Katham Muda Kurvanto Ramamanascha Navidan Bhavadedanam. All the citizens of Gokula enjoyed these pastimes of Krishna. They knew that he was a very powerful person, but still looked at him as a small boy. As this went on, he killed many other asuras. Aghasura came in the form of a great serpent. Krishna killed Aghasura also. Then there was, once Aghasura was killed, this is a beautiful story. Aghasura was killed when Krishna was 5 years old. But the story of Aghasura's killing was narrated by the Gopas to their parents when they were 6 years old. Shuka says so to Parikshit. Parikshit did not understand. Why did they wait for 1 year to narrate the story to their parents? Usually whatever happens on that day, they narrate it then and there to their parents. But this story of Krishna killing the python, Aghasura, was narrated 1 year later to their parents by the Gopas. Parikshit did not understand what had happened, so Shukacharya starts to explain. Once Krishna had killed Aghasura, all of them were very hungry. They went to the banks of Yamuna, let the cows graze there, and they started to eat. Everyone brings some food from their house. So they all sat in one circle. Krishna used to sit in the middle like the makaranda of a lotus, and all the Gopas sit around him like the petals of the flower. He says, Itham satam brahma sukhanubhutya dasyam gatanam paradeivata Krishnasya vishwak pururaji mandilaihi abhyananaf pulladrisho vrajarbagaha Bibhrad vernum jatara patayoho shringa vetrecha kakshe vame panau masranakabalam tatphalan yangulishu tishtan madhye swaparisuhrudo hasayan narmabhisvaihi swarge loke mishati bubuje yajnabhuk balakelihi. Krishna sat in the middle and he was surrounded by all the cowherds. First, he took his Venu, Bibhrad Venum Jatara Patayoho. Between the Uttariyam and the Veshti that he was wearing, he used to put the Venu between so that he doesn't have to hold it in his hand. Shringa Vetrecha Kakshe. In his armpit, he used to bear the small staff that he uses to drive the cows. Bearing them, Vame Panau Masrana Kabalam. Yashoda used to make good curd rice for him. She mixed milk with the rice and added a small amount of curd and gave it to him at 6 a.m. By the time they consume it at 12 or 1 p.m. in the middle of the day, it would have converted into curd and would be freshly made curd. So, Masrana Kabalam Vame Pano, he kept it on his left hand. Tat Phalani Angulishu. In the middle of his fingers, he used to have fruits, urhai, pickles and everything that Yashoda gave. And he used to talk with all the cowherds. Hasayan narmabhisvaihi. He used to eat with all of them. Whatever he had brought, he would give to the other cowherd. That cowherd would feed Krishna with his whatever he had brought. They used to share the food and talk. Krishna used to say some amusing things. He tries to insult someone. He mocks someone else. Just as normal friends would talk to one another. Tishtan madhye swaparisuhrado hasayan narmabhisvaihi. He entertains the cowherds around him also. Swarge loke mishati bubuje. All the denizens of Swarga were looking down at it, and saliva was flowing down from their mouth. They are in Swarga, they have a feast every day there. But looking at Krishna, who was enjoying his normal food so much with all the cowherds there, Swarge loke mishati. They were longing to get a small morsel out of that food that Krishna was having. They could not. They had all the 6 tastes that were there in their feast, but they did not get to partake this food from Krishna. Swarge loke mishati bubuje yajnabuk balakelihi. Shukacharya is surprised that this person who partakes the havis that is given in the yajnas conducted by all people in the world, usually you feed Bhagavan through the Agni. The ahuti havis that you give is accepted by Bhagavan, but here the cowherds are directly feeding things into his mouth and he is taking them. Yajna bhuku balakelihi, the supreme controller of this world, he who accepts all the yajnas that we perform, has taken birth as a small boy and is feeding his friends and he is taking food from his mouth. Seeing all this, Brahma became jealous. He thought that he was the most wealthy person in the world. He was the most revered person. But seeing the enjoyment that Krishna had, he grew jealous of Krishna and he came down. He stole all the cows that had been left grazing in the fields. Once the sound that the cows make was not coming anymore, the Gopas became afraid. Krishna said, you don't get up, you continue to eat. I will go look at what is happening. He went to look at the cows. Brahma came down and stole all the cowherds and went away immediately. When Krishna came back, neither the cows nor the cowherds were there. They were all missing. He thought for a moment, immediately realized that Brahma is trying to play some trick with him. Immediately, he took the form of Brahma, traveled in an instant to Satyaloka, went in, sat on Brahma's throne. The original Brahma, slowly after keeping all the cowherds and cows in some secret place, he traveled slowly to Satyaloka and banged on the doors. The gatekeeper opened the door and asked, who are you? He said, I am Brahma, your master, let me in. The gatekeeper answered, the original Brahma is already here. Who are you, a false Brahma? You are a duplicate. He pushed him down. He fell all the way from Satyaloka to Vrindavana, and Krishna was sitting there on a small stone, and Brahma came and fell at the feet of Krishna. Then he realized that whom he had toiled with, whom he had tried to play a trick upon, he realized his mistake, and he starts to sing towards Krishna that out of my ahankara, even I am a samsari, I am a jivatma still bound by karma, ajnana and all the papa and punya that I have done. So in my folly, in my arrogance, I have performed this. Naumidyate abhrava upushe tatimbaraya gunjavatamsa paripichila musun sanmukhaya vanyasraje kavalayetra vishana vernu lakshmashriye mridupade pashupankajaya. I thought you were a normal human being. Your external appearance, Krishna himself says in the Gita, avajananti mam moodhaha manushim tanum ashritam param bhavam ajanantaha mama bhuta maheshwaram. People, when they look at my human form, think that I am just another human like themselves. They do not understand that I am Paramapurusha who has taken a body similar to them for their own benefit. They are not able to discern the Paramatma who is within this body. They look only at superficial things and they insult me and do not respect me, thinking I am a normal human being. That is not for humans alone. Even Brahma did not identify Krishna and tried to behave wrongly with him. Once this was done, the time period that it took to do all this was a few minutes. Bhagavan had to go to Satyaloka. Brahma came to Satyaloka. He was pushed down and he fell back down and performed stotram. This takes a few minutes to perform. But a few minutes in Satyaloka is equal to 1 year, a large period of time in this loka. So for 1 year, all the cows and cowherds were missing. The people in Gokula will feel afraid. They will start looking for their children. So before going to Satyaloka, Krishna performed a small act. He took the form of every cow, every cowherd, every staff, every bell tied to the neck of the cow and all the others. Shuka says, Yavat vatsapa vatsakalpaka vapuhu, Yavat karanghriyadikam, Yavat yashti vishana vernu dalashik, Yavat vibhushambaram, Yavat chila gunabhida kritivayaha, Yavat viharadikam, Sarvam vishnumayam gironga vadajaha, Sarvaswarupo babhau. He took the form of all the cowherds, cows, all the paraphernalia that they have, and he traveled from Vrindavan to Gokula every evening, came back from Gokula to Vrindavana every morning, continued to do this for 1 year. None of the parents realized that it was not their own son. Finally, one day, Balarama, when he looked at the cowherds, he felt a lot of affection towards them, as though they were Krishna himself. So he slowly comes to Krishna and asks, over the past few days, something different is happening in my mind. My heart seems to have affection towards any cow or any object or any person that I see. What is happening? Have you performed any maya? Krishna says, please shut your mouth. Don't open your mouth about such secret things. I have taken the form of all of these cowherds and cows so that I can get over the trick by Brahma. Once all this act was over and Brahma had realized his folly, the original cows and cowherds were returned to Krishna. They came back after 1 year and they narrated the story of Aghasura being killed by Krishna as though it had happened the same day in the morning. There was a gap of 1 year, but neither the parents nor the children knew this. This was one other beautiful Leela that Krishna had performed. Then, after Brahma went away, the next important shloka, he killed Dhenukasura and Kaliya Damana. Kaliya was a serpent which came and took residence in Yamuna and started to poison the waters. A few cows, when they were grazing, started to drink that water and died. Immediately, Krishna wanted to alleviate the problem. Katham Antarjale agadhe nyagrihan bhagavan ahim savai bahuyugavasam yathasid viprakatyatham kalindyam kaliyasyasit hradaha kaschid vishagnina shrapyamana payayasmin patanti uparigah khagaha. Even birds which were flying over that lake, due to the poisonous fumes that were coming out, they used to faint and lose their lives and fall down. The cows that were drinking the water from that lake also started to die. So Krishna decided to clear this problem. He immediately jumped into the lake. Tam chandaveka vishaviryam avekshyaten dushtam nadim cha khala samyamanavataaraha Krishnaha kadambam adhiruhya tatoti tungam Aspotya Gada Rashanaha Nyapatad Vishode. Into the poisonous waters, Krishna alighted on a Kadamba tree and jumped into the water and went to war with the Kaliya. He had a gruesome war. Kalinga was not able to harm him at all. Finally, his arrogance was subdued. His wives came running to his aid and begged Krishna to allow him to live. Aparadha sakrit bhartra sodhavya swaprajakritaha kshantumarhasi shantatman moodhasya tvam ajanataha. The wives begged to Krishna to spare the life of Kalinga. Vayam cha tatra bhagavan sarpa jatyurum anvayavaha katham tyajamas tvanmayam duschajam mohita swayam. Krishna finally says, Natra stheyam tvaya sarpa samudram yahi machiram swajñatyapatya daradhyaha gon ribhir bhujyatam nadi. You must immediately vacate this place, go to the sea and find some new place for your residence. This river is to be used by the cowherds and the cows who are living here. You cannot poison this. Saying so, he drove it away and Kaliya ran away. After this, he killed Pralambhasura. He performed the Rasa Leela with all the Gopikas. That again is a beautiful story. Bhagavan, in the Sharad Ritu, he starts to play his flute. Listening to the sound of his flute, all the beasts around there start to gather. Venu Kwana Pranayinitvayi Lokanatha Brindavanam Charana Sancharanai Punane. Kuratadvan says, when he starts to play the flute, all the animals that are grazing in Brindavana immediately start to come together. The cows would come gather around Krishna, spread their legs wide, then they would bend their necks down and turn their heads here so that the music would enter their ears. Alvar says, Kal parapittu, thalai kavirthi, shevi atta hillave. They did not even move their ears a little. So because they did not want to miss out even one swara that Krishna was playing on his flute. If the ears were to move, they would miss out at one or two notes. So they did not move. All the deer, all the birds, they came gathered around Krishna and listened to his flute. The same music of his flute was heard by the gopikas who were living near and far. They all started to come towards Krishna, but one such gopika could not come to see him. Her name is Chintayanti. Once Krishna started to play, she was happy to hear the music from afar, but she could not come have darshan of Krishna because she was being stopped by all the elders in her house. She was happy and sad at the same time. Since she was able to hear the music, she was very happy. Her happiness destroyed all the punya that she had accumulated. At the same time, she could not have darshan of Bhagavan. So that sorrow destroyed all the papa that she had accumulated. In an instant, she made her papa and punya null, and she attained mukti itself. Her name was Chintayanti. All the other gopikas and them come to Krishna and they start to perform the Rasa Leela. That is one important Leela that he performed. Anganam Anganam Antare Madhavaha Madhavam Madhavam Cha Antarena Angana. Krishna took many forms and caught hands with all the gopikas there. One Gopika, one Krishna. One Gopika, one Krishna. This is how they stood and they started to perform Rasa. Shukacharya says, Malam Bibhrad Vaijayantim Vyasaran Mandayan Vanam Nadyaf Pulinam Avishya Gopi Bhir Himavalukam Reme Tattaralananda Kumudamoda Vayuna. There was a beautiful weather during the Sharad Ritu. So they all gathered on the banks of Yamuna Nadi and started to perform the Rasa Leela. Whilst this was going on, the Gopikas started to feel a little arrogant. They thought that they were special because Krishna has chosen them. They were the only ones who had had the fortune to have Rasa Leela with Krishna. That small arrogance started to rise in their minds. Krishna immediately identified this and disappeared from there. Evam Bhagavata Krishnat Labdha Mana Mahatmanaha Atmanam Merine Strinam Maninyo Abhyadikam Bhuvi. They thought that they were the best amongst the women of the world, since Krishna was only playing with them. This small arrogance Krishna was not ready to tolerate. When we become devotees, before devotion, it is understandable that we have arrogance. But sometimes, once we become devotees and start to perform some service to Bhagavan, we go to a temple, we are able to string a garland together, we are able to clean his vessels, we are able to take care of a cow. We would start thinking that I am very good at performing this. There is no one equal to me to string a garland for this Bhagavan. There is no one who can sing a song like me to Bhagavan. So the service that we perform itself can cause us to have some arrogance also. That too has to be removed, and that is the only way to show devotion. Since these gopikas now had some arrogance in them, Krishna immediately disappeared from there. Tasam tat saubhaga madam. Saubhaga mada. It was the mada arrogance that was instilled by the fortune that Krishna had bestowed on them. Vikshya manam cha keshavaha prashamaya prasadaya tatraiva antaradhiyata. The minute he detected this arrogance, he disappeared from there. The gopikas did not know what to do. The extreme happiness that they were experiencing was immediately thwarted, and the next minute they were in extreme sorrow. They started to cry out, they called out to Krishna, and without being able to bear the separation, they started to enact, they started to role play. One Gopika she said, I am Krishna. Another Gopika said, I am now Kaliya. This girl kept her feet on that other girl's head and said, I am now going to curl you. Daityayitva jaharanyam eka krishnarbha bhavanam ringayamasa kapyangri karshanti ghosha nisvanaihi krishna ramayite dvetu gopayantyascha kaschana vatsayatim hanti chanya tatraikachu bakayatim. Shuka said, one girl started to act as Krishna, another started to act as Balarama. This was understandable. A few other gopikas started to role play as the cows and calves that are going around him. This was okay. You are now assuming that you are a cow, but that is understandable because Krishna loved the cows a lot. Another girl said, I am now Bakasura, I am now going to kill this Krishna. Shukacharya says the gopikas wanted to be associated to Krishna in some form or the other, even if it meant being Bakasura or Ravana or Aghasura. If Krishna was going to touch me with his hands, if I will be able to enjoy some Leela that Krishna performed, she was ready. And in fact, when one girl becomes Kaliya and the other girl is Krishna, the feet of this make-do Krishna, this girl who is behaving as Krishna, is going to be placed on the other Gopika's head. That Gopika considers the feet of a devotee to be even more great, glorious than the feet of Krishna himself. So this devotee who is placing her feet on my head is my fortune. Thinking so, they started to role play. They started to cry out, but Krishna did not come there. They started to follow the footsteps of Krishna that they were able to figure out. When he disappeared, there was one set of footsteps that started moving in the direction of a forest. They started to trace that trail and went along with it. Suddenly they saw that there was another set of footsteps which were lighter and smaller than the earlier ones. So they figured out that there was one Gopika who had gone along with Krishna. He let all of us go, but there is one still fortunate Gopika whom he had taken with him. Thinking so, they followed both footsteps. After a little while, there was a tree and there were a lot of flowers strewn down along with the tree. So one Gopika said, oh, that girl must have asked Krishna for some flowers. He got on top of the tree, plucked the flowers and gave it to her. Oh, she is so fortunate. Krishna left us too long there, but he has taken her with him. They went further along the trail. Suddenly one set of footsteps, those of the Gopika, disappeared. There were only one set of footsteps left, and those steps were further pressed down into the ground. It was as though Krishna was carrying something heavy. So immediately the Gopikas figured out, oh, this Gopika must have asked Krishna to carry her on his shoulders. That is why Krishna's footsteps are pressed even more into the ground. What bhagyam, what fortune she must have done. Thinking so, they followed more and more into the forest. Suddenly they found a girl sitting below a tree and weeping alone. They went to her and surrounded her and asked, are you that fortunate Gopika who came with Krishna? She said, I am the more unfortunate one. You all, although you were left by Krishna, at least had each other to talk to and experience that separation along with others. I was brought here alone and I was left here to cry alone. I did not have even a friend to cry with. Saying so, they all realized their arrogance and came back to Yamuna, and they start to sing about Krishna and ask him to show his face once more. This chapter, known as Gopika Geetam, has many beautiful slokas. Jayati tedikam janmana vrajaha, shrayata indira shashvadatrahi, dayita drishyatam dikshu tavakaha, tvayi dhritasavas tvam vichinvate. He says, oh Krishna, it is not fair that you show your beautiful face to us and then suddenly disappear. We are all looking for you from direction to direction. Sharadadashate sadhu jatasat sarasi jodara shrimusha drisha. Your form is not something that we can easily forget. If we had not beheld you at all, then we would have gone on with our usual lives. Now our eyes long to see only you. We are not content with seeing anything else, and 1 minute of separation from you is not bearable to us. Atati yad bhavan anhi kananam trutir yugayate tvam apashyatam kutila kuntalam shrimukham chate jada udikshatam pakshmakrit drisham. They are all scolding the four-faced Brahma for creating eyelashes and eyelids. They say, this person is foolish. He has no brain at all. Who would create eyes which have eyelids on top of them? When Krishna goes to Vrindavana to take the cows to graze, atati yad bhavan anhi kananam trutihi yugayate, an instant passing by feels as though it is a whole yuga that has passed by. One truti, just the time that it takes to blink an eye, feels like a whole age to us. Trutir yugayate tvam apashyata. So at least in the evening, when Krishna is coming back to Gokula or Nandagaon, all the Gopikas come to the entrance. They come stand there with their eyes fixed on the path that comes from Vrindavana. They are waiting for Krishna's face to appear so that he can look at them. Kutila kuntalam shri mukham chate. They want to look at the curly hair that is falling on top of his face and the beautiful lotus-like face that he has. Kutila kuntalam shri mukham chate udikshatam. We want to see him, but in the middle, we are forced to blink our eyes. The person who made it mandatory for us to blink our eyes must be the most foolish person, because does he not know how important it is to have darshan of Krishna? In the instant when we blink our eyes, if Krishna passes by, we won't have his darshan at all. Jada udikshatam pakshma krit. Pakshma is the eyelid. The one who made the eyelids is Jada. They are calling Brahma as the most foolish person because he has made something that is blocking them from witnessing or beholding Krishna at all. Pranata dehinam papa karshanam trina charanugam shri niketanam phani phanarpitam te padambujam krinu kucheshuna krindhi hritchayam. They are asking for Krishna to place his hand on them, on their shoulders, on their heads. those hands which are capable of removing all the sins that bhaktas have, those hands which give abhayam, fearlessness to everyone in this world, that hand they are requesting Krishna to place on them. Tava kathamritam tapta jeevanam kavibhiriditam kalmashapaham shravana mangalam shrimadaatatam bhuvi granantiye bhurida janaha. They are saying that your stories are what are making us live. Tava kathamritam tapta jeevanam. For all of those of us who have been burnt and scorched by the sorrows that are in samsara, only your stories are like amritam. Tava kathamritam tapta jeevanam kavibhiriditam kalmashapaham. That is why all the great poets and rishis have written extensively about the pastimes and avataras of Bhagavan. Tava kavibhiriditam kalmashapaham. It will remove all the dirt. Ahankara, mamakara, kama, krodha, lobha, moha, all the dirt that is there in our minds will be removed by it. Then, kalmashapaham, shravana mangalam shrimadaatatam. It is spread throughout this world by many people who explain your katha and your glories. And shravana mangalam, it is so auspicious to even listen to. When we listen to it, it gives happiness to us. At the same time, it removes the blemishes and it pacifies us who are scorched in this world. We want to look at you. We want to listen to your stories more and more. But you have now deserted us. You are not showing yourself to us anymore. They saying so, they all lamented. And now that they had realized their folly, Krishna appeared again. Tasam avirabhut shaurihi smayamana mukhambujaha pitambaradhara sragvi sakshan manmatha manmathaha. He appeared again with all the ornaments and the garments that he usually wears, and he performed Rasa Krida with the girls once again. This is the story of how in the Sharad Ritu, Rasa Krida was performed. Then, the important Govardhana Uddharanam. Every year, the Gopas used to perform a yajna, a big offering of food to Indra, because they wanted to show their gratitude for all the rain and the plenty that Indra had offered to them. When Krishna saw the preparations that were happening for this, he went to Nandagopala and asked him what was happening. Nandagopala answered that we are preparing for this big feast that we give to Indra every year. Krishna says, why do you have to please Indra now? What has he done for us? We are working by our own effort. Whatever we achieve is, Krishna talks exactly like a Nastika here. He says there is nothing that is beyond our senses that is helping us. Our effort, our dedication and the benevolence of the Govardhana mountain is what is sustaining us. He says, Chaturvidham tas tatha tyakta sarvashaha prapta atma didrikshaya vijnaya akhila drik damshtra praha prahasitananaha. As Bhagavan spoke thus, they all agreed to what he was saying, and they decided, instead of giving the food to Govardhana, let us give it to, instead of giving to Indra, let us all give it to Govardhana. So they made mounds and mounds of food, put it on top of bullock carts, and took it all to the nearby places of Brinda, of Govardhana. Even now there is a place called Aniyora and Jatipura. This Jatipura, which there is a 21 kilometer long Pradakshina Marga around the Govardhana. One place there is called Aniyora, where all the food was cooked. Jatipura is the place where all the food was assembled to be offered to Govardhana. Now the Gopas were all waiting for Govardhana to eat the food. Krishna said, you must all close your eyes, because when some food is being offered to Bhagavan, they usually put a curtain in front of him. Others should not see what he is eating, so that will cause drishti dosham. So Krishna said, now we have to hold a curtain. How to hold a curtain over the whole of Govardhana mountain? It is not possible. So Krishna said, instead, you all close your eyes. That is a curtain that is put in each of your eyes. So Govardhana will eat all that you have brought. The minute they closed their eyes, he said, Aham Govardhanosmi upahritya balin sarvan adrita yavasam gavam godhanani puraskritya girim chakruhu pradakshinam. Then, Shailosmiti Bhuvan Bhuri Balimadad Brihad Vapuhu. He said, I am Govardhana. He is already the Antaryami of Govardhana. So, being the Antaryami, he consumed all the food that had been kept there. Periyalvar says, Attu Kuvishottu Parupadamam Tayir Vaviyum Nei Alarum Pottat Tutti. There were big mountains made of Annam. Attu Kuvishottu Parupadam. Parupadam means Parvata, which is a mountain. Food, Annam was made as a mountain. In that, Thair Vaviyum Nei Alarum. Vapi is a lake. They made a small lake on the inside that Annam and poured curd into it. So there was a lake of curd now. Then they poured ghee onto another place and mixed it. That was like a marsh, alar, nei alarum. All this was given, placed there. Krishna consumed all of it in an instant. Then said, please open your eyes, Govardhana has done eating. They all opened and they were elated. They did not, because in so many years when they had offered food to Indra, he had not even taken one small handful out of it. Whatever they offered had been returned to them as it was. So now they realized, oh, Indra had not taken any of it. Only Govardhana is so benevolent to us. When we offer food, it is ready to take the food that we offer. They were all happy. They concluded the puja and came back. Indra was now furious. He called the Samvartaka clouds and asked them to rain on Gokula such that Gokula is completely flooded and nobody is able to live there. All the cowherds who were in distress came to Krishna. Tasman Macharanam Goshtam Mannatham Mat Parigraham Gopaye Swatma Yogena Soyam Me Vrata Ahitaha. They all pleaded to Krishna. They said, Krishna, we trusted you and performed the yajna towards Govardhana. Now Indra is furious and he is trying to kill us. Please give us a way out of this. Krishna thought for a while. If I go to fight with Indra, that is not going to look good. Indra has been created by me. He is the Lord of the Devatas. I can't go fight with him directly in outright war. If I use some other means to protect the Gopas, then I would go against my own words. What had Krishna said? It is Govardhana that protects us. All the medicines, the fruits, the vegetables, all that we need is grown. The land for the cows to graze in is Govardhana itself. So he had made a promise that Govardhana would protect them. Now, if Bhagavan used something else to protect the Gopas, they would not believe in Govardhana. So he lifted the same mountain on his hands. Kshutridbhyam sukhapeksham hitvatair vrajavasibihi vikshyamano dadhau adrim saptaham nachalan padat. For 7 days, he bore the Govardhana mountain and did not move at all. Seeing him standing there, all the Gopas, cows, Gopikas, they all came running and took shelter under the mountain. But since Krishna had now reversed the mountain, so all the rivers and everything else that was there started to flow down. The rivers usually flow from the top of the mountain to the bottom. Now that the mountain has been reversed, all the animals there started to fall down. The river started to fall down, and thus Bhagavan lifted it. Kundru kudaya eduttai gunam potri. And says, you lifted the mountain as an umbrella, and praises his guna. What guna, what great attribute did he show here? It was that he did not go to war against Indra. Since Indra was one of his devotees, although he had gone against Krishna now, he forgave Indra and did not go to war. When Indra came and apologized to Krishna, he accepted and forgave him. That is the guna, the compassion that Krishna showed. Even when Indra, his own devotee, went against him, is the guna. That is why Andal says, Kundru kudaya eduttai gunam potri. But she says, Kalleduttu kalmari kattai. Thirumangai says, you lifted a rock and saved the people from the great flood, the great rain that was there. Do we refer to a mountain as a rock? You should say a kundru. A mountain is the right word to use. But Alvar says, Kalleduttu kalmari kattai. That is because to Alvar, any great feat that Bhagavan performs is very simple that he does. So Govardhana, in Bhagavan's view, is not a great mountain at all. It is as though Bhagavan is lifting a small rock. That is why Alvar says, Kalleduttu kalmari kattai. The mountain is just another rock for Krishna. When he lifted this, all the people of Vrindavana started to doubt him. Kva Saptahayano balaha, kva mahadri vidaranam. They all came to Nandagopal and asked, how can a small boy like this lift the great mountain called Govardhana? He must not be your son. Tell me the truth. Where did you bring him from? Or is he really your child? Who is he? The minute they all started to discuss like this, Krishna got angry. He said, Ahamvo bandhavo jataha. I have been born in your race as your own relative. If you are willing to accept this, I will hold this mountain up. If you don't accept that I am one amongst you, I will immediately keep this mountain down. You will have to fend against the rain yourselves. The minute the boys heard this, they got afraid. He said, no, Krishna, you are our brother, you are our relative. We accept that you are just a human and nothing more. Bhagavan wanted to establish that so that the remaining years in Gokula, he could have a good time along with all the others. If they have now realized that he is Paramatma, they would immediately move away from him. He did not want that. So he convinced them that he was just another boy and performed all these feats. After Govardhana Uddharanam, many other asuras came by. The last asura was Keshi, and once Bhagavan had killed Keshi, Kamsa sends Akrura to Gokula or Nandagaon to bring Krishna to Mathura. He had nobody else to send to kill Krishna. So the only option was to bring Krishna to Mathura. Akrura comes to Brindavan. He convinces Krishna to come with him, and they all go back to Mathura. Krishna decorates himself with new garments, with chandana, with new garlands, and goes to the sabha that Kamsa has created. There, he kills all the obstacles that Kamsa had made for him. விற்பெரு விழவும் கஞ்சனும் மல்லும் வேழமும் பாகனும் வீழ செற்றவன் தன்னை புறமெரி செய்த சிவனுரு துயர்களை தேவை பத்தலர் வீய கோல் கையில் கொண்டு பார்த்தன் தன் தேர்முன் நின்னானை சித்தவபணியால் முடிதுறந்தானை திருவல்லிக்கேணி கண்டேனே. விற்பெரு விழவும், he destroyed the Dhanur Yaga first. He destroyed the Dhanus itself. Kanjanum, Mallum, Velamum, Pahanum, Veda. He killed Kamsa, the Mushtika, Chanura, Toshala, the Mallas, the wrestlers, and the elephant Kuvalaya Peda, and its Pahan also, the one who controls the elephant. But the order in which Alvar has narrated is wrong. The order in which Bhagavan killed was first the Dhanur Yaga, then the elephant, then the Mahout, and then the wrestlers, and finally Kamsa. But Alvar says, Velpedu Vidavum, Kanjanum, Mallum, Vedamum, Pahanum. It is completely in jumbled up order. That is because Krishna completed all this in just a jiffy, that in whichever order you say, it is almost the same. Suppose I collect some 100 leaves here and keep them one on top of the other and poke a needle through all of them. Can we really distinguish the moment at which the first leaf or the second leaf or the third leaf was penetrated? It all happened in 1 second. So it all happened so fast that Alvar recounts it in any order that he wants. Varuhada Varuvi, Anamamalayan Marupinai Kuvadiru Turuti. He went to Kuvalayapeda, pushed it down, broke its tusks and hit it on the head and killed it. Then, Uruhol Shinpahan Tuir Shehittu, Arangin Mallarai Chettu Shul Paranmel, Porhada Vasurar Purakeda, Madamimisai Kanjanai Taharta, Shirhol Chittayan Tiruchengunnuril, Tiruchittarengal Shelsharve. Tiruchittaru is a Divyadesha in Kerala amongst the Malayala Divyadeshams. There, Bhagavan, who gives darshan as Krishna, killed Kuvalayapeda, the Mahout, and the wrestlers, and finally Kamsa was sitting on an elevated platform on the terrace, surrounded by all his friends who were supposed to protect him. But the moment they saw that the wrestlers had been killed, they all ran away. Then Madamimishai Kanjanai Taharta, he pushed Kamsa down, got on top of him, and finally killed Kamsa. He released his parents from the prison and made Ugrasena the king. He went to Ujjain to learn education from Sandipini and so on. Finally, he came back to Mathura. Mathura was under siege by Jarasandha. Jarasandha was the father-in-law of Kamsa. So, Jarasandha, in order to take revenge, started to lay siege to Mathura. He laid siege 17 times. Finally, at the 18th time, another Yavana known as Kala Yavana also joined along with him. Krishna thought that he could not fight both of them at the same time. So, overnight, he came to Dwaraka, to the western seashore, reclaimed 12 yojanas of land from the sea, built a beautiful city known as Dwaraka, and moved the citizens of Nandagaon to Dwaraka overnight. Then he went back to Nandagaon as though he was going to fight. With Yavana, he came running southwards, and finally, using Muchukunda, killed Kala Yavana also. Then he started to live in Dwaraka. While he was living there, the daughter of the king of Vidarbha Desha, who was known as Rukmini, fell in love with Krishna. She was going to be married off to Shishupala, since her elder brother Rukmi hated Krishna. All the others, including the Vidarbha king, wanted to marry Rukmini off to Krishna. All the citizens also agreed, but Rukmi was against it. He wanted his sister to marry Shishupala just to scorn Krishna in this exchange. So, Rukmini called a Brahmana. She wrote a few shlokas and gave it to that Rishi, to that Brahmana, and sent him to Dwaraka. He travelled all the way from Vidarbha Desha, that is Kaundinyapura even today. From there he went all the way to Dwaraka and gave the parchment, the Ola Chuvadi that he had brought to Krishna. Krishna opened it and read the first few lines. He stopped immediately. He gave it back to the Brahmana and said, "This appears to be a love letter. I don't have experience reading all this. You please read whatever your mistress has written and please explain it to me." So he starts to read, Shrutva Gunan Bhuvana Sundara Shrinvatam Te Nirvishya Karana Vivareir Haratongatapam Rupam Drisham Drishimatam Akhilarthalabham Tvai Achyuta Avishati Chitram Apatrapam Me Shobhavinitvam Ajahitohvane Vidarbhan Gupta Sametya Pratanapatibhif Paritaha Nirmathya Chaidya Magadendra Balam Prasahya Mam Rakshasena Vidhina Udvaha Virya Shulkam Antaf Purantarachari Manihatya Bandhun Tvam Udvahe Kathamiti Pravadam Yupayam Purvedyurasti Mahati Kuladevi Yatra Yasyam Bahir Navavadhur Girijam Upeyat. She writes a detailed letter. First she says, I have heard of your greatness and your beauty. Shrutva Gunan Bhuvana Sundara Shrinvatam Te. I have heard your beauty and about your glories, and I have fell in love with you. I want to marry you. Please come to take me. I am being married off to Shishupala. I do not wish that. You please come and take me away. Marry me by the Rakshasa Vivaha method, where you just carry me away, opposing all the others who stand in your path. Immediately, she did not let even one aspect unthought. She immediately writes, you might wonder how you can enter my Antapura and take me away. Don't worry about that. The day before my wedding, I will be brought to the deity, Guru Kuladevi Yatra. I will be brought to the temple of my Kuladevi, Girija Parvati, to worship her. You can come there, pick me up and take me to Dwaraka back, and you can marry me. This is what the Brahmana said. Krishna agreed, and he got on his chariot, took the Brahmana, came all the way to Kaundinyapura. Rukmini was waiting for him. When she went on the Kuladevi Yatra, Bhagavan came, took her, caught her by her hand, Vanigrahanam was done, and she alighted the chariot along with Krishna. Rukmi, Shishupala, Jarasandha, all of them came to wage war against Krishna. He won over them. He insulted Rukmi and took Rukmini back to Dwaraka. Their wedding took place a few days later with their parents and in the presence of all in a place known as Madhavapura. In today's Gujarat, near Porbandar, there is a place named Madhavapura. That is where the wedding between Rukmini and Krishna was performed, and after their marriage, they lived happily in Dwaraka for many, many years. She was the first lady that Krishna married, the foremost amongst the Ashta Mahishis and amongst all 16,108 wives of Krishna. And Sri Devi had incarnated as Rukmini to be along with Krishna throughout his incarnation. Raghavatve Abhavat Sita Rukmini Krishna Janmani Nityivesha Jaganmata Vishnu Shri Ranapayini. Parashara in his Vishnu Puranam says, Mahalakshmi is never separated from Bhagavan. When he takes birth as Rama, she is born as Sita. When he is Krishna, she takes birth as Rukmini. She is with him throughout, and always with him to get more and more devotees, to convert the minds, to correct the minds of all those who are caught in samsara and somehow bring them to Vaikuntham. So, with this, the story of Rukmini's Vivaha, we will go through the story in detail on the last day. We will conclude the Saptaha with Rukmini Kalyanam. Here we have gone through up to Rukmini Kalyanam. The remaining pastimes of Krishna during his childhood and his later days, we will enjoy in tomorrow's sessions. Thank you for attending. Vrindaranya Nivasaya Bala Ramanujaya Cha Rukmini Prananathaya Parthasutaya Mangala.
Bhagavata Padutara Marubhumau Charadam Pradipadi Paripadadam Pradipadalidam Tantekta Paramasugankura Deva Jaya Bhagavatam Paramapade Bhagavan Bhakta Paripalana Gunavan Kamala Bhavaya Kripaya Tanij Kamala Mukena Dadau Deva Jaya Bhagavatam Navat Navarasa Baridam Divya Nara Yumukagalidam Nalinasana Deva Pradadau Narata Munaye Tam Deva Jaya Jaya Bhagavatam Alodya Kila Shastram Bhagavananavapyamana Chantim Asadya Tulare Sandre Chachad Anandamapaparam Deva Jaya Jaya Bhagavata നിഗമാന്തധരോർഗളിതം മധുരം നിരവധുപനരചിതം നിർഗുണനിഷ്ഠാപി ശ്രീശോകോ നിത്യം പിബതി ത്വാം ദേവ ജയ ജയ ഭാഗവത കലിമലകരണം ത്വാം ശ്രുത്വാ കൈവല്യസുഖപ്രദം കൃഷ്ണ പ്രേമ നിമഗ്നോ രാജ കൃഷ്ണ പദാംബുജമാഭം ദേവ ജയ ജയ ഭാഗവത ജയ ജയ ഭാഗവത ദേവ ജയ ജയ ഭാഗവത ജയ ജയ രാധാ കൃഷ്ണ സ്വരൂപ ജയ ജയ ഭാഗവത ദേവ ജയ ജയ ഭാഗവത സ്വസ്തി തുടങ്ങട്ടെ അമ്മനി. വീതാനുത്തരദേവ് ജഗോതി വഹദേവ് ഭൂഗോളമുത്പിതൃതേ ദൈത്യം ധാരയതേ ബലിം ചലയതേ ക്ഷത്രയും കുർവതേ പൗലസ്ത്യം ജയതേ ഹലം കലയതേ കാരുണ്യമാതന്നതേ മ്ലേച്ഛാൻ മൂർച്ഛയതേ ദശാകൃതി കൃതേ കൃഷ്ണായ തുഭ്യം നമഃ കൃഷ്ണായ കൃഷ്ണായ തുഭ്യം നമഃ.
ഉണ്ണിത്തമ്പുരാനുണ്ടായി പോയെന്ന് ആർത്തുഭൂതങ്ങൾ പാച്ചിൽ തുടങ്ങിയതാ. വിണ്ണവരോടും താപസന്മാരോടും ഓടിച്ചെന്നു പറഞ്ഞു തുടങ്ങിനാൻ. തമ്പുരാൻ തൻ്റെ മുന്നിൽ ചെന്നെല്ലാരും ഭക്തിയോടെ വണങ്ങി സ്തുതിച്ചിനാൻ. വാണി ദേവി സരസ്വതി ഞങ്ങൾ തൻ കണ്ടാലേത്രയും കൗതുകം ഉണ്ടീരീരേ കണ്ടു കണ്ടാലേത്രയും കൗതുകം ഉണ്ടീരീരേ കണ്ടു കണ്ടില്ല ഞാൻ ഏവം വിധം കേട്ടുമില്ല താതൈ സ്വർണ്ണവർണ്ണ മരയന്നം മഞ്ജുനാഥ ഇതു സ്വർണ്ണവർണ്ണ മരയന്നം മഞ്ജുനാഥ ഇതു നിർണയമേനിക്കിടമോ എന്നു തോന്നും श्रीकृष्ण राम मङ्गलम् गोकुलबाल श्रीकृष्ण राम मङ्गलम् नन्दकुमार नवनिधचोर राधारमणा परपुरुणे नन्दकुमार नवनिधचोर राधारमणा परपुरुणे आश्रितवत्सलदया विनेशि गुरुवायूर हरि गोविन्द आश्रितवत्सलदया विनेशि गुरुवायूर हरि गोविन्द कृष्ण राम मङ्गलम् गोकुलबाल श्रीकृष्ण राम मङ्गलम्
Once more, by public demand,